英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
All right, and welcome to another day of China DPC. This time we get a little warm-up video for you, and it looked pretty hype, honestly. I never thought about the concept of racing heroes like that. Maybe in that anti-mage skate custom game that used to exist or does exist that I played like once or twice.
It's classic.
Exactly. Yeah, I played that like twice. It was fun. It was awesome. But like, I think this needs to be made into a custom game. And before I get ahead of myself, I am joined by our Cryptic and Dragon Drop. We're here for another day of Chinese DPC. It's going to be a fun one. We've got some new and familiar faces on these teams that are coming up, which is Team Saiyan and Shenzhen. Saiyan is a new roster. Shenzhen, I've got a little bit of a new face here or there, and it should be a fun time. Guys, I'll start with Ricky. How you guys doing? I need a quick pep up from both of you guys.
Dude, I am so excited. I'm so happy. The new patch is out. I honestly, a lot of people are kind of hating on it initially because it's just like the classic thing to do. I actually do think this patch is pretty good. So I am very happy that we get to see things change up a little bit, maybe some new hero picks. There hasn't been a lot of experimenting so far from what I've seen in the DPC, so I'm kind of hoping, tonight in Division 2, like maybe they'll mix it up, throw some curveballs in. We'll see that safe lane Pudge come out today. So yeah, I'm great, man. I'm super excited, very hyped, ready for some different Dota than what I've seen over the past 6 months.
Different Dota might be the name of the game. And Dragon Drop, how you doing?
Yeah, I agree. I'm doing absolutely fantastic here, as much as it can be, just waking up at 5 a.m. once again. But it's always great to do that for Dota, especially as Ricky said, a new patch. There's the potential for some new shenanigans, there's some heroes being buffed. Some of them, once again, I feel like just, this hero's in the patch notes, just to remind people that it exists, and get some nice little buffs here and there. Maybe we see Alchemist, Bristleback, and these kind of other heroes, but also do like the changes that address some of the more egregious things that we've been seeing, that we've been complaining about, namely the Stormspirit Null Talisman spam, which has been nerfed.
It's been removed.
Roshan with the Shadow Shaman wards, so you can click them and one-shot them now, so that's been good. And the healing self-sharing, apparently Icestrug did not like that at all. So carriers might have to buy their own salves, just make the supports buy twice as many salves, so we'll see how this one goes. But what I'm most excited for is to maybe see a Marcy at one point in competitive Dota. That's always the greatest part, when there's a new hero being added to Captain's Mode. So I'm very excited for that possibility.
Yeah, fingers crossed that we do get to see Marcy in one of these games, hopefully, because it's been a while that Marcy's been released, and now finally going into Captain's Mode. It's a big day here in Dota for that. The Null Talismans, yeah, you're talking about that update that takes it away from the Storm Spirit. I saw on Twitter, maybe not the right analysis to go with, but I thought it was a very funny Twitter meme of just Storm Spirit fading into the bushes, and then OD coming out of the bushes, and it is now Null Talismans all for OD, which, hey, I mean, a great build, I guess. Perfect. 6 Null Talismans. Why not? Take a quick look at this group standings, as we've got Fusion, IG, and Magma all 1-0, and then Saiyan and Shenzhen there up against each other right here, right now. And then towards the bottom is OEZS, YBB, and CDEC, which is something I'm kind of expecting. This is, for the most part, the way I've had my predictions out. I had Fusion, IG, Saiyan, Magma, Shenzhen, LBZS, YBB, CDEC. So I'm on it so far, potentially, at the end of week 1. I don't know. Is this where, obviously, one game apiece for most of these teams, is this where you guys really see the lay of the land sitting for the entire time?
I don't know if it's going to be permanent, but I think right now these top three is kind of what we expected out of the first few days of games, right? I think a lot of people have high hopes for Team Fusion. This is an
Mhm.
all-star stack. It kind of, I don't want to. I'm not going to curse them here because the name Elephant did not go very far, but it's kind of what it like brings me back to, right? Like this all-star stack that just kind of comes out of nowhere, and yeah, people have high expectations for them. Magma being the relegated Division 1 team. On paper, they're supposed to be better. Traditionally, they've been better than a lot of the Division 2 teams as they just ping-ponged back and forth between the two divisions. And then, of course, IG. I mean, if they don't win, it'd be a rough day to be an IG supporter,
Yeah. My jersey's still in the laundry, and it might, depending on the results, might stay there. I have no idea. I wore it for the first game, and we'll see how it goes. They did get a victory. I will say Elephant made it to TI. I'm just gonna point that one out. Everybody said Elephant had this awful season. They did go to TI, and they did look
They had a
good in the
rocky
first
start.
event that they played. Like they played like that OGA looked good, and then it all kind of like went away. It was that secret lineup, like that all-star secret lineup, and except this was the Chinese region trying to do it. I don't know if Fusion's really the level of Elephant, but it
Yeah, it's
doesn't
not that
need to be.
caliber.
It doesn't
It's not
need
that
to be, though,
caliber,
in my
but
opinion.
yeah.
Might be better for it not to be because
Yeah.
with less expectations, with
Less
I mean, there's
chefs.
still eyes on it. Certainly, our eyes on Team Fusion here as one of the favorites to actually make it through alongside IG, perhaps. But that in itself does not make that a given. Like our track record on that has not been 100% here in the past seasons as well. But yeah, I mean, less of a profile certainly than Elephant, I would say, and less eyes means perhaps less pressure to actually perform right away. So maybe they have a little bit of extra time to come together as a team here in the season and maybe the next before they can, get that big breakthrough and consolidate.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's going to stay that way and if the pressure is going to be on them. I think, honestly, as a team that's coming in from Division 2 or in Division 2, maybe the pressure is not exactly there. I think the most pressure is still IG. So when you don't have the most pressure on you, maybe there's a little bit more room to breathe. And like you said, that comparison, maybe it's not as many expectations on them compared to Elephant. It's a good thing. There's not too many chefs in the kitchen. It's not too many all-stars trying to make their own plays and make their own calls and make their own movements. So it might work out for Fusion. I have Fusion and IG moving on to Division 1 and potentially filling a spot at TI with last chance qualifiers. I have no idea if they're going to be able to do so, but we'll see. And now getting onto the topic of today's series with Shenzhen and Saiyan, you've got Shenzhen who have made switches, who have gone to pick up, I believe, Dome, and they've got YP. They still have Kaiko. Like, this is a roster. What? Shenzhen Tour 1 looked okay. Shenzhen Tour 2 did not look that great. And now Tour 3, do you have more expectations with the names that they've brought in with, like, Dome and YP, two guys who in my opinion, look decent throughout Division 2 this whole entire year, but I don't know if they exactly are top enough caliber to beat the teams like Fusion and IG. Dragon Drop, do you have any thoughts on if they're going to be able to potentially take a 1 or 2 slot?
I do not think so. I do not believe they'll get knocked out either. It's like Shenzhen has been that team where there's like, kind of good. When on a good day, they can win against most teams, at least take one game off of them. So I expect the same things from them here, even with that upgrade here. But they've been playing with Dome before as a substitute in the previous season, I believe. So it's not like it's a completely new roster. Like it's not like it's a completely new dynamic. Maybe just an incremental upgrade, and that's something that they'll have to prove here. It would surprise me if they were a real top contender, but again, it would equally surprise me if they got knocked out of the bracket here. So I see them right in the middle.
Yeah, potentially where they end up. And Ricky, do you think that Saiyan has enough to take it 1 or 2, or do you think they also fall short to potentially the favorites of Fusion and IG?
Sorry, I had a little bit of an echo there. I got a little lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
But I would say, like, chances are this should be a pretty close series. I don't have a lot of info on Saiyan, so it's like one of those things where they definitely like do come as like this a little bit of like a surprising stack. Like you do have that in kind of like a good thing. There's not a lot of history for this team playing together, so you don't really like you can go off of like the players and be like, all right, this is what they have played in the past, but that's like about it. There's not a lot of scrim data to go off of. There's probably not a lot of like competitive games to go off of, and I think that's gives them a little bit of an advantage. Meanwhile, Shenzhen though bringing their 3 new players, kind of in the same boat. I think Phoenix was actually like a pretty solid player in the past. So I'm actually really excited to see Phoenix back on a team. I think he was like a definite like standout mid laner. I believe he's playing mid lane for Shenzhen this season.
Yeah, he is.
So former Aster Aries star, played really well in, I believe, Tour 1, and then was later replaced by, I think it was White Album. So, I mean, what can you do? So, White Album just shows up and is like, can I play, guys? And you're just like, all right, fine. So, yeah, I think this team's going to be pretty good. I would say most likely I would give the edge to Shenzhen just from what I've seen in the past, but that's what I'm excited to see about Saiyan. We just don't know a lot about them, so it should be really cool.
Yeah, they're the former SAG roster for they were, I believe, dropped by SAG, and now they're saying it's a couple of new players, I believe, with Aaron and LWW, who is also an Aster Aries guy. I looked at this one tournament that like doesn't have a Wikipedia page that they're currently playing in, but like have like substitutes, but like are they really playing in it? I have no idea. It's really weird. And they got knocked out in the group stage. It actually came in last. It was really weird. Like just on Dota Buff, there's just like some guys who are like 2 and 3 with the team or something like that. So maybe they're playing in it, but also using it as a kind of a scrim land, which is, something I talk about a lot in China. I wish they'd bring back DPL and H Cup and all those tournaments that were basically pay for scrims that were, where a lot of teams went to experiment, and what I thought really brought China to the top echelon of the regions. And we'll have to see if maybe that one tournament gives them an idea here or there, but it wasn't on the new patch or anything like that. So we'll see what these two teams have. And honestly, I'm wondering if Saiyan, because it's MS who was the carry for LBZS for a little bit of time, and I don't know, these guys, their names, but are they the biggest names? Like, again, I do kind of agree with you, Ricky. Like, I think these two teams are pretty close when it comes down to it. And I honestly, Kaiko is Ego, so I love Ego. Like, I think that he's brought a lot in the past. Back in those days when he played for eHome with ASD, like I'd love to see him kind of find that thrill and that like pinpoint position for his skill again and maybe get something done. But in Division 2, it's kind of hard to say because I feel like a lot of these teams struggle with like the little things maybe in the late game. But is there anything that you can remember from these players that they excel at the most, Ricky?
It's been a while since I've seen Phoenix in the mid lane. I know in the past he was like a really good Void Spirit and a really good puck player. So I'm curious if like that's going to change at all with this patch. Puck, I don't think really got changed too much. In general, I don't think the mid lane changed much at all from what we saw in this previous patch. But certain things are like certain heroes are just a little bit more stronger. And I think in the safe lane and off lanes, I think that's where we're going to see a lot of the big changes in the hero mix. Yeah. But in terms of mid lanes, I would say Phoenix is probably just going to aim for his comfort picks and just play with those. I'd really like to see, I think Puck is a lot more likely. I think Void Spirit's felt a little bit weak. And now the Voids or with Storm Spirit, borderline, not out of meta completely, but just not broken. It's more of a niche pick. So I would say that's who I'm most excited to see. I was a big fan of this guy back on Aster Aries, so I'm definitely excited to see him here today. Finally back.
Yeah. And Dragon Drop, same question. What do you want to see from these two teams? What do you think they need to do to kind of secure that victory?
Well, what I've been seeing a lot from some of these Chinese teams is still the reliance on some heavy push, be it from a Dragon Knight, a Death Prophet, or the Shadow Shaman. And I think that aspect is, of course, not been nerfed. but you don't necessarily get the free Roshan at 10 minutes. But then again, if you're there with your entire team, the wards still do the same amount of damage to Roshan. It's just that Roshan can attack them, but you have someone else to tank. You can offset that. So I do expect this sort of stuff to keep coming out. What I do expect is maybe less reliance on some of these tanky strength heroes, because some of them have been kind of nerfed a little bit. We've seen Lifesteal also being buffed a little bit in his percentage-based damage, so I would not be surprised to see that one being picked up as a bit of a counter, as a counter carry in that sense. So yeah, there's a lot of questions, with the new patch, even though like a lot of these changes have been kind of small, a couple balance changes here and there. Dota's in such a state where those small changes can make a huge difference, even if it's just in the minds of people, where to say, oh yeah, there's a nerf on this hero, and maybe it's not that significant, but it feels like, all right, whatever, let's look for other things. Maybe something else is broken that we can exploit. So it's... We'll see when we get there, I suppose. Might not be just yet, because it literally dropped the other day, so might not have had enough time to really dig into it and do the scrims and tests to see what's what. I'm not sure if you want to pull out something completely off, out of the box that's just been sitting there in the corner, dusted up, dusted over. No one knows what's in it. I don't know if you want to pull that out immediately.
Yeah, I've actually got a box over here. If you want to just gotta get the dust off of this guy and just it's a Marcy pick. Let's pull that out real quick. Let's see what we've got. Like, do you expect heroes like Marcy to kind of find their way into early weeks of Dota off the patch, or are you thinking maybe like later on they'll try Marcy? Like, what? Not even just Marcy. Like, what's like the go-to you guys are thinking? Like, what's the hero that really maybe wasn't seen in prior patches that might make a more stable hold here? Like, Ricky, is there anything you see in particular? Is OD the guy to go to? Like, what do you think is going to be the big thing?
I think the OD thing is a little bit of a meme. I think people are like freaking out, like, oh my God, percentage-based mana. It's really not that much. I think OD in general is like actually somewhat just strong, but I don't think it's not even remotely close to Storm Spirit, as what we were seeing before. Right. And in terms of like heroes jumping into the meta that maybe we didn't see, unironically, is Pudge. Like, I think this hero in my eyes is very strong. I think Marcy is incredibly strong as well. I think she's probably going to be, anyone who's like familiar with the hero and has enough games played on it will probably be wanting to pick it first phase every single game. Right. So if there's a team that plays it well, you pretty much have to ban it against them. That hero is, I don't know, I don't want to say broken, but pretty broken. Like, that hero is incredibly strong. She just sets up off lanes. She makes them way too good. They like way better than they have any business being. She can like solo any carry in the game with like Brown Boots wand at level 6, and like the carry can have like 6,000 net worth, and she could have 2,000 net worth and just kill you. So it's one of those things that I can't imagine that hero is going to get slept on. Yeah, but I'm interested to see where it goes. Maybe Dawnbreaker as well could get a little bit more attention with the increased crit damage on Luminosity. But yeah, I think Marcy is going to be a tear. I think that hero is going to get massively nerfed pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see if teams kind of pull out Marcy. Maybe Sync on LGD if they want to. I know Ame was playing at one point that safe lane Pudge, so it's certainly something that like teams have tried in the past. The Dawnbreaker too, it found its way into like some pre-patch stuff, and now with buffs, maybe it finds itself onto more lineups. I guess one of the bigger questions is like, where is Marcy's ban priority going to be? Like, is that something that forces you to first phase ban it? Does it change the way these drafts are going to be? Because now Marcy is going to be that ban that maybe leaves up like the Wisp or other heroes that might just like find their way that didn't really get much of a tweak that still are strong. And I'm wondering like where it's going to stand, like other than the ones, or not even other than the ones that Ricky said, but do you see anything drag and drop that from this patch, or maybe some Nostradamus, you're coming out with some big brain thoughts on some of these heroes coming into the patch?
Big Brain Thoughts and me were on a bit of a war footing, so not really. But yeah, it's as you said, it just kind of depends on how much of a threat people see in the Marcy, and maybe that takes a couple of games where someone just absolutely owns with her, because she's because the player's been spamming it in pubs and whatnot, and now is finally ready to go with it. So yeah, if that happens, if she's actually OP, you might see the ban priority change, and then with heroes like Io, as you said, coming back in, that also brings in the counters to Io and things like that. So it's that and alone could shift the meta. Just if these changes happen, but it's kind of hard for me to predict at the moment.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what everybody wants to go for. And I know, by the way, just we're getting into the lobby. We're getting there. We had some problems. I know Dota is still kind of updating. I've had to close my client and reopen it when I was playing games earlier like 8 times because I was out of date in like 20 minutes. So they're still finicking with the lobby, and we'll be in and ready to go in just a moment. So the patience, I like it, guys. Chat, 1 for patience, 2 for patience. Just throw some numbers in the chat, because that's all I like to see is a little community involvement, right? Like, chat, who do you think is going to be the new hero to go to? I'm not waiting for your answer, chat. I'm not going to wait with the 5-minute delay. I don't care enough. I just want to ask you. You could type something in, but you're probably agreeing with us because we're. Yeah, well, we're really smart here on the panel. So, like, our answers are probably the best answers. And there's definitely going to be techies people. And then there's going to be that one person who's just like, Huskar, I love Huskar. That's usually me or Black, 2 guys who are really advocating for Huskar. I'll ask for Black because he's not here right now. Guys, do you think Huskar is really strong still? Can he kick some butt? Do we see him getting picked? Are the mid laners that he might be up against these days viable for him to go up against?
I think it's a niche pick. I don't think he's I don't think he's overpowered. I don't think he's underpowered. I think he's still very good. And I think it's going to come down to whether or not like his Aghanim Scepter is really strong in the game. And that's when you're going to see Huskars get picked, because his Aghanim Scepter is still one of the best late game Ags on the table. And there's very few heroes that are good at dealing with it. So if it's a good Huskar game and your like Ags really heavily counters some other heroes like Templar Assassin, then you just go for it. But I don't think it's not something that you're going to see in every game by any means. Right now, I don't know if there is like one specific hero that is like, wow, this carry is going to be in every game. So people are theory crafting like Terrorblade or Juggernauts. I don't think those heroes are as good as people are thinking they are.
Right.
I think we're looking at a pretty heavy strength meta coming forward in this patch, but yeah, we'll find out. It should be exciting no matter what. I'm really curious to see how China region approaches this patch, because they're not typically like massive on innovating new hero picks. Mm-hmm. As opposed to like sticking to what they know and what they play well. So that's what I'm mostly excited to see, is if that's going to change.
Yeah. I mean, if DPL and H Cup were still here, sign my petition, guys, because I'm going to say it 1,000 times. That's what helped China innovate. That is what helped keep the region strong. Change.org/BCops petition to bring back these awesome tournaments, because I don't know. I do agree. Like, China seems to be very standard. Like, there's not many branch out picks. Even LGD, a team that last year we saw have a lot of different picks in their pools, kind of bringing it back to like a crew of picks. It's not as wide, and I don't know. I'm really hoping to see maybe something a little bit different. But if you guys are organizers out there, bring back DPL and H Cup so we can see some more innovation from these teams, because I'd love to see it. And we're taking a look here at the top division S class or Division 1, depending on where you are in the region or where you are in the planet. And you see the DPC points up there: 500, 300, 200, 150, and then 0 for 6th, 7th, and 8th. And all those teams, of course, being involved. And then, of course, what we're watching right now is Division 2. Magma, LBZS, IG, Shenzhen, Saiyan, YBB, Fusion, and CDEC. And 1,700, 1,600, or 17,000, 16,000, all the way down until those bottom 2 teams, of course, as you see, take home $0. But they participated. They get a ribbon sent in the mail by someone. I would hope. I mean, just come on, for all this hard work. They do. If you, all right, I should know the answer to this question. I don't. If you get knocked out of Division 2 play this season, can you still participate in that last chance qualifier for TI? You just had to
last chance qualifier is exclusively Division 1.
Is it just Division 1?
Yeah, it's the bottom 3 of Division 1, I believe.
Okay.
Or not bottom 3. The next 3 slots past your invite slots go to the last chance qualifier.
Yeah.
So it's Division 1 only.
There's
Was
no
it the
extra
same
open
last year?
qualifiers, there's no thing, yeah.
Well, not
No,
open
there was no
qualifiers, but
extra
last
qualifier
year,
last year.
Yep.
They just had
last
regional
year there
quals.
was now regional. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no regional where Division 2 teams can participate in TI.
I don't believe so, no.
I'd have to double check the format, but I'm pretty sure the last chance qualifiers, to my knowledge, is Division 1 only, and then regional quals might be open to Division 2 if they're actually doing it. The format's incredibly confusing. It's I don't know. There was like a post Knoxville made of like a flow chart of how it all worked and like the different days and how everything flows into the next. But yeah, part of me thinks that I'm pretty like no Division 2 team can qualify for DP or for TI. I'm fairly confident in that.
Okay.
But I could be completely wrong.
I'll give it a look while you guys are casting the game when we get past the draft and into the lobby and all that, because I'll take a look, because that puts a lot more on winning this season, this tour. I don't know why we changed from season. I don't know. This tour's Division 2. Like, it's much more important than to win this tour, because then you're in Division 1, and then you can get into those last chance qualifiers. You can go to TI and potentially get some life-changing money. If anybody needs a manager that's going to TI, I'm open. I'm ready. Take some of that manager money, that manager pay. But in all seriousness, yeah, I think that actually puts a lot more pressure on, say, a team like IG, because not making it in 2 tours to Division 1 could be very devastating. But we'll see how strong the Kaka curse is, because it has been strong so far, and it has shown in the past that it is disband worthy. So we'll have to see what IG can do. But again, this Division 2, I think the biggest issues, again, we wait for the lobby. The biggest issues that I see from these teams normally in Division 2 is pacing. I find that the better teams in Division 2 have much better pacing, and they have much better ideas about where they are in the game and where, how to finish a game as well. So what do you think is the biggest thing when you're trying to make it to Division 1? Is it a Division 2 team to reach your goal and get that promotion, drag and drop?
Yeah, I think pacing is a good good word. It's just consistency is key in the DPC in general, right? You're playing very few games over quite a duration of time, so it doesn't matter if you just have one standout performance. Just one drop in the ocean. You gotta get together. You gotta have a consistently good team atmosphere, and then you gotta translate that into some good strategies. And it also helps when you have smart people in your team, or like in the support staff that can actually look at the replays of your opponents, because you have so much time to prepare, and you have so much time to try and theory craft and even practice strategies, in scrims against some of these teams. And I think if you're good at that, you can really give yourself every advantage to just even make up some skill gaps here or there, like some individual skill gaps that may or may not exist.
And Ricky, what do you think is the most important thing to make that promotion, to get to that point where you feel like a Division 1 team? Because there have been teams that go up, come back down, a la Magma, a la LBZS, but what's the biggest factor you think is to get the promotion and maybe even stay there in Division 1?
I mean, I would say what we see more often than anything is just consistency. If you're a team that's really struggling against teams that you should be able to beat, and it's just mostly because you're having inconsistent drafts or inconsistent performances, I think that's where you're going to end up falling behind, and where you kind of end up in that limbo of the bouncing back between brackets, which is what we've seen between LBZS and Magma. So, yeah, I think that's it. It just comes down to consistency.
All right, and we are going to get into the draft here of game number 1. The lobby is ready. The draft is ready. And we take a look, and there's that puck already with the Pugna for Shenzhen, and then Razor Treant. Ricky, You look at these bans, Marcy #1, you're already seeing that, and then into an Enigma, which is crazy 1-2 bans from everything that probably people are used to throughout all the history of Dota. But what are your thoughts on the draft so far? What's the standouts right now?
I mean, this was actually like pretty almost exactly dead on from what I expected. Like this
You're a
is,
genius.
I was pretty on point with what I was expected to see. I was like, we're going to see Marcy banned almost every game. Enigma's most likely not making it through phase 1, and the puck pick for Phoenix, of course, one of his best mid lane heroes. So, like, this is kind of really good for Shenzhen here. And the reason I think this works is because you kind of hinted to it earlier. One of the things Marcy does now being in the hero pool is you pretty much go first pick. Like first pick is going to be way more desirable now because Marcy's going to get banned and it leaves open one additional hero that normally does not make it through the phase. They end up going with the Pugna despite the pretty legitimate nerfs to the hero. And this is kind of what I was talking about, where like China specifically likes to play what they're comfortable with as opposed to like trying new things right after the patch drops. So this is, I think, more of a comfort pick for Shenzhen out of both of these heroes. So yeah, this is pretty much right on the money.
Yeah, definitely like Phoenix on the puck. That is always, everybody's going through name changes right now in China. A lot of players have changed their names. Phoenix, please help us out. Like, it is very mind-numbing sometimes to be like, yeah, Phoenix is playing puck, or in goes Phoenix. It's like, there's not even a Phoenix in the game. Like, what am I saying? Like, you just get questioned like that, or your brain goes numb. But yeah, Phoenix on the puck, I feel like in the past we've seen him kind of play with a 0 every now and then, and he's looked relatively decent. And then Razor Treant, right now, is Shadow Shaman banned to the Shadow Realm? Is he still like viable? It felt like at times there was like just chunks of Dota where that hero just went obscure and out of it completely. Like I don't know. Yeah, maybe he's found his way out of the meta completely for the moment.
Well, that's the thing, sometimes teams just forget about heroes until someone remembers because they read them in the patch notes or saw them on a random YouTube clip, and then it becomes all the rage again. So, it is quite something. But we do see some, apart from Marcy, some of the standard bans. Morphling, though, it's a little bit surprising. I know how you feel about Morphling, Big-Up.
Well, only on 5-5.
Okay.
Only on 5-5.
I don't know. My opinion of him as a hero is a little bit broader in the sense that I don't think he's a great hero anymore because of the Blade nerf. Like, it works so much differently. So that's just one aspect of the hero completely cut away without replacement. But Cyan apparently still prioritizing that ban, get rid of the Monkey King. That's a bit interesting. And now the Nyx Assassin. Yeah, that's also one of the heroes, as you were saying, that we don't see all that often, actually.
Definitely one of those heroes that I feel like can do well against the 2 picks of Shenzhen, though, right? Like with that Spike Carapace, maybe grab yourself another stun in the off lane or something like that, and you just Spike Carapace, you find an Impale, or you've got another hero to line up a stun. So it definitely feels like that is something that's going to take advantage of the vulnerability there of those first 2 picks from Shenzhen. But it's certainly interesting with the bans. Like, they're focusing some points the safe lane and the off lane here for Saiyan. And in the moment Shenzhen, they went to those 2 off laners and then banned the Kunkka, Void, and Jug. So a lot of safe laners coming out of the pool early on. And we'll see what Shenzhen want to do with this. But so far with the draft Pung to Puck, Ricky, is there anything that you think complements these 2 heroes that can come in this phase for them?
I mean, something in the front line now. Like, you've got definitely Puck that kind of bounces around the team fights. Pugna wants to sit behind heroes, keep them alive, and sustain them in the fights. It is going to be very difficult, though, with the Nyx, because this is like one of Pugna's like worst matchups from like the support on support matchup. So I would start to expect, they're the bulky 4 position, the Tusk, and probably, all right, not a bulky offlaner, but Batrider instead. Not great against Nyx Assassin either. This is a little bit surprising, but it is very good at dealing with the Treant Protector, and it's pretty dang good at Razor as well. He doesn't really care if he gets his damage sapped, and chances are, well, I mean, maybe you could settle the Razor into the mid lane then as a result of this, but Batrider does pretty dang good into the Razor lane. It's a pretty heavy Batrider favorite matchup. So,
you could even make that shift of the Batrider to try and meet that Razor in the mid lane, even like it's not unheard of. And then you have the Puck in the off lane, so options are certainly there. But I'm still flabbergasted to pick a Batrider into the Nyx Assassin. I just gotta wonder if they just undervalue this Nyx Assassin so much. I believe we've seen it once being picked these days. Might have been in the qualifiers. And on paper, it was a pretty good choice, but the downside is the Nyx Assassin does need a lot of levels to get to a point where he can be super valuable, right? Because you kind of want your normal stun, your Impale, because it's a good stun. But you also need to level up Spike Carapace for that to really be annoying, unless you can cancel some sort of channeling spell.
Yeah.
And then to do damage, you need your W, you need your mana burn. So you need tons of levels to actually make the hero strong. And if you don't have those, then he's actually turns out to be quite a squishy bug, so he can be killed off very easily if you get on top of him. If you can just tank the stuns in that sense. So
a lot of time.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's my point. So that's the vulnerabilities that we've seen, which are the reason why Nyx Assassin is not a staple pick, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say in the matchup against Batrider, it's a lot of times you just go like 1-1-4 on the Nyx, just max out the Spike Carapace, like one casual point in your other abilities, because Batrider just can't play the game until he has a BKB. Like he pops Firefly and then gets stunned anywhere he goes. It's so frustrating. Similar situation for the Puck here. If he throws an orb and he's not phase shift, he just gets a massive stun and then you can't jaunt. So it is actually a very good Nyx game if he's careful with his Spike Carapace usage here. And then to kind of further ruin this Batrider's game, I guess they go ahead and pick up the Phantom Lancer, which is a pretty good pick now into the Batrider. They did just buff the cooldown on Doppelganger early. So level 1, I think, is 4-second reduction, which is pretty substantial when you're dealing with a Batrider, right? You need to be able to get rid of the sticky napalm charges. And I think this is like a really good adaptation. There are some other heroes that deal well with Batrider. I think heroes like Slark, Faceless Void even, but Faceless Void is already banned, so they get the PL instead.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I know anecdotal evidence, but we saw IG up against YBB, and they did the Razor against the Batrider mid, and Emo was playing the Razor, I believe, and did pretty well. The stacks of Sticky Napalm were there. Some damage was out, but you just stick on with the static link, and it felt like, at least in Emo's case, he was able to do okay in the lane. But I don't think he's good. I think it's just going to be him against the Puck, and then, of course, Batrider in the off lane. But we'll have to see if Shenzhen want to change it. Now they've gone to the Terrorblade, and Terrorblade against the Phantom Lancer in terms of a hard carry matchup. Ricky, who do you think is going to take it all?
Dude, I mean, this is such a good TB game right now. It's ridiculously good. They don't have any seriously strong lockdowns. He matches up incredibly good against both Razor and Phantom Lancer. So you have to come up with something in the offlane here that just destroys this TB. The big matchups are going to be that Darkseer, which is banned, and then, of course, Underlord, which offers a ton of magic damage, and Root, which is also banned. So something that has to pair well with Nyx, who's a weak laner. And I'm just going with Tide for more team fight. So I think this is like a desperation pick. I think they realize that they just don't have an answer for the TB here. And they're like, guys, what do we do? And they're just like, we just need team fight, pick Tide. Yeah. I don't know. This feels really bad for Team Saiyan. I think Shenzhen kind of played them on the tail end of this draft. As long as this Terrorblade gets some space out of lane and gets space to farm, I mean, he is unstoppable going into the late game here.
And that's a pretty big issue. I mean, if you look at Team Science draft, they're kind of also geared towards more of a late game style. You know, you've got the Dream Protector to kind of delay things, keep your towers up to extend the game, right? That's the general idea. Phantom Lancer also a hero that takes quite a few items to really get online. But now with the Terrorblade last pick, that kind of strategy will fall into your face eventually. Like there's this weird dance where Terrorblade has, of course, the reflection, so he can kind of make his own Phantom Lancers. But if PL does have the Doppelganger or Manta Style or any sort of Dispel available, then he can get rid of that. So it's going to be a matter of timing and just maybe some lockdown as well. You know, Batrider controls up the real Phantom Lancer somehow. And then you have some illusions whacking away at him for a little while. And then Terrorblade should end up being in a good spot to win this sort of matchup in the late game. Yeah, I also think Shenzhen's got the better end of the draft stick here, I think.
And so we'll have to see how both these teams too. I know SAG in the previous season they did struggle a lot. They only went 2-5 to hold on to their spot here. Now SAG, of course, being Team Saiyan. So I would personally, I'd give the advantage over to Shenzhen in terms of how well I think they're going to do. But Ricky, what are your thoughts on this one? Who do you think is going to be the victor in game number 1?
You're asking me first?
Yeah. You first. You're closest to me on the screen.
All right. I think it's going to come down to the Batrider. I think if Batrider makes enough space, this is Shenzhen's game. So, being that it's not an impossible game for him, I'm going Shenzhen.
Okay. And Dragon Drop, final thoughts on the game, or what do you think is who's going to be the winner, and what do they need to do to win?
Yeah, just looking at the capabilities for Cyan, or the lack thereof, to actually push objectives. Like, they can maybe take team fights here and there, but they can't really take too many objectives off of that. And then that'll give Shenzhen time to farm up on a Terrorblade. So I think that's Shenzhen's game to win, or theirs to lose, I suppose. However the saying goes.
Yeah. So we'll have to see who ends up taking the game, of course, in game number 1. But maybe there's a lot here that Saiyan need to do to get it on in this game number 1. We are going to jump right into it. So, guys, cast this first game, our Cryptic Dragon Drop. I guess the typical term, take it away.
Thank you, good sir. Appreciate it, B-Cop. All right. So we kind of are both on the same page here, right? Terrorblade goes late game, feels pretty dang good. Now, in terms of like the Phantom Lancer, like, what does he have to do to try and like even the playing field here?
That's a good question, right? Phantom Lancer is, as I was saying earlier, it's one of these heroes that actually needs a lot of items to really feel comfortable, because you need some sort of comfort items. You need the chase item, perhaps, as the diffusal blades. That got a lot cheaper at the very least. But you kind of want 1 or 2 defensive items, like a Manta style. Just dispel things, make sure that you can get some distance with Doppelganger afterwards, something like that. And then you want some sort of tanky item, maybe a Skadi. And then you can start thinking about damage. And at that point, it's already very late in the game. And I guess the Razor can somewhat make up for that. But it might just not be enough here, because there's also like a Pugna, a medic to contend with and things like that, Task Save and what have you. So I wonder if he has some other idea, if he has some other plan to itemize differently. But I would struggle to come up with with an idea myself that would change the dynamic somewhat.
Sorry, I was just realizing that like camera controls are broken in game now. That is very neat.
Oh wow, you're absolutely right. Oh,
I was like trying to move my camera. I'm like, why is this not working? I was like, why am I just fixed on this one hero? I mean, I can make it work still.
It's working for me.
It's just it doesn't work with assisted camera, which is kind of annoying. But it's all right. I'm sure Valve is aware and is definitely on it. Bottom lane, Goku's getting slapped by the brand new buffed Terrorblade, and with Hara here as well, it might be First Blood. Gets the reflection, 1 more auto attack under the tower. Oof. There it is. First Blood goes to Kaikyo on that Terrorblade. Nice double hero impale there. But that's a great way to start the game. I mean, we're talking about Terrorblade going into the late game, but he just starts the game with First Blood. That's as good as it gets.
That's one thing we, I believe, haven't talked about yet, but yeah, his bonus damage just got straight up doubled from 15 to 30 at level 1, which is insane. I'm not sure he needed that buff, honestly. But now Pugna actually still sitting low, but not low enough to really be threatened. That's the other thing. I mean, this does not strike me as much of a kill offlane here between Tidehunter and Nyx. Maybe it's also one of the reasons why Nyx Assassin is not super popular, certainly as a 4, because he doesn't offer that same kind of threat as even a Lina or Snapfire would. Like, we often see these like Snapfire Mask kind of offlanes, where if you overextend, you get stunned and you just die. Not really the case here. You might get stunned, but there's no real big damage to follow up.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they end up playing this. My guess is the Nyx is going to be rotating a lot. We actually see him mid lane kind of getting his eyes on Phoenix, who is out of mana. All right, so it ends up paying off big time. His Zone just going to go and dive the tower here. Pops the Fairy Fire. Phoenix, one more auto attack. Does go down Zone with the salve there. Able to top himself off just barely to survive, so. Was that a salve from the Nyx? I couldn't tell. I think it was. It seemed very short duration.
Yeah. It was just an emergency
top
as on
lane as
top.
well.
Yeah, YP. Ends up
Ooh, a
going
little bit of a
down.
pause.
Okay.
Lag maybe, who knows?
Yeah. I feel like every time there's a different word for Kale, you know?
Yeah.
But it's just my linguistic ignorance speaking, perhaps. But yeah, pretty good kills in mid and top. Like Puck almost survived with the stick charges and the Fairy Fire, but yeah. Get that kill. And they get Zone to live, but now he's kind of out of region here. He'll be able to secure this rune. Maybe not, actually. With the jump in from Phoenix. It's forcing one out to deny that rune for Zone. Yeah, it's pretty damn good.
I mean, my guess is Nyx Assassin's gonna walk base and just TP mid to refill his bottle. You know, like he's like, oh, I didn't get a bottle refill, so support, time to make the walk.
Yeah. Oh no, they just have Tree and Protected Die top to do that.
There you go, of course. Yeah. Now Nyx is like, great, I walked all the way back here for nothing. An aggressive tip there from YP, though. Okay, so Tusk, he actually got a pretty substantial buff. The slow duration on tag team increased by 0.1 on each attack, which is pretty big. So I was kind of surprised. I felt like Tusk was starting to get picked up a decent amount, and then they gave him that extra slow duration. So it's pretty good.
We'll see. I mean, sometimes you see Tusk just skip the tag team altogether. Okay, going in here, Razor, super low, another jump forward perhaps, but no more spells to throw in. Just make him walk all the way back. Two supports rotating to try and make that happen and not get a kill. It does feel a little bit annoying, especially because there is a Nyx here who's very happy about getting some extra solo XP. But Razor is kind of being bodied in lane, even with that kill, I suppose. Under a lot of pressure. Yeah, Puck's still 300 gold ahead of him at the moment. So, let's see how this develops. Oh, Dolme.
Going for Dolme. Yeah. That's what I was talking about, though. The Bat Rider, pretty... Oh, no way. Okay. He goes for the dive? Doppelganger's out? Okay, that is a Chad play right there.
Alright, Amaz is a player. I guess that's what you have to do on Phantom Lancer. Just play the margins a little bit more heavily. You know? Throw caution to the wind.
I thought there was no chance he goes for that dive, but yeah, just relied on the Phantom Rush and the fact that no real stuns left in the tank there for the Tusk, so pretty good stuff. Overall lane-wise, though, Terrorblade's still having the best time. Like, he's just 1v1 into a Terrorblade, or as Terrorblade into a Tidehunter lane, which Tidehunter doesn't apply any pressure. Like, Tidehunter's damage is entirely physical, so you just get to free farm. And this is like best possible case scenario here for Shenzhen. Like he just gets to do whatever he wants at this point. So he's getting that early Dragon Lance, the treads to complete are completed already, and then after that, you know, into the jungle he goes looking for the Manta.
Scary notion, isn't it? It's just Terrorblades in the late game. We've talked about it at length. It's one of the scariest carries, you know, that there is, and him getting off to such a good start and having the ability to transition into jungle to farm even more effectively going forward. Yeah, I mean, that late game is going to arrive sooner rather than later, but they're going to try to address that now. Nyx Assassin leading the charge here, smoked up together with Razor. Break right now. I'm not sure if they realize Kaiko. Well, he'll realize now. Damage is going to be drained. Does have a bunch of stick charges to work with. Can he get them off? So Snowball saved into it, but the Ravage catches him. in turn. Goodbye, Kaiko. After all, Zondo also kind of low. They're blasting, they're clicking, and they're getting kills. 1-for-1 exchange, I suppose. 1 for the 2, but the fight's not over yet. Phoenix coming in. Son Goku, a little bit low, dodges the blast. The coil will help finish him off, so that's secondary casualty.
Yeah, I was gonna say this actually was gonna be like very good for Saiyan. It ends up still not being that bad, but getting like Puck making that rotation bottom, getting the kill, and then being able to just go right back into the mid lane feels pretty good for him. But yeah, slowing down Terrorlade's huge, and now top of the chart is actually just MS on the Phantom Lancer, and he's managing to keep himself ahead of the Terrorblade. That's what he has to do as this game goes on.
Yeah. Kaiko's still a team player though. We just saw him do that job of TPing mid and refilling the bottle while he's at it. So not being above these kind of more supporty tasks, it's a shout out. No.
Absolutely, it's a team game now, especially with the change to salves. You can't just make your support do everything.
Yep.
I still can't get over how like that change has been like something the community has been asking for literally years, and we finally get it after it's just been so blatantly abused for the last like 6 months.
I mean, it's kind of what it takes, these kind of things, that they're too annoying to a point where they annoy Ice Frog. I think that's a threshold.
Yeah.
Where okay, Ice Frog doesn't want you to share that much, He wants you to share a little bit, but not all that.
Support
much.
role shouldn't be funneling gold into your carry. Like Style 5 was supposed to be played.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't make wards free, so you can just give the money to your carry.
It was the same thing with the way Tango sharing worked. I mean, that got changed too. Like he used to be the mid laner. That was the baby just calling, "Hey, give me tangos, because they wouldn't expire.
Yeah, you just give your mid lane 2 tangos so they could save themselves the 90 gold.
Yeah. Well, don't have that anymore either. So yeah. Just in general, Ice Frog seems to be very protective of supports. They've gotten so many nice quality of life upgrades, so many things that has allowed them to keep more money themselves rather than having to funnel it into wards or dust or smoke or whatnot.
Yeah, support players unite. I mean, it's time to stand up against the oppressive carry players that take all your money and all your items.
Absolutely. But yeah, 10 minutes in. Yep.
Yeah, they're going to get rotation here. They got to get something on the map here. They didn't commit the meta here, as they want to try and start chipping down the tower. And you do have to full commit, right? You're against a Treant Protector. The living armor, if you don't take down the tower, will eventually bring it back up to full health. But they're going for the wraparound.
They have a Ravage ready to go. The Overgrowth cancelled here with the lasso. The Ravage will survive though. The Overgrowth does come out. Now Kaiko once again in the middle. He can't stun them, not really doing too much, but he's being healed up. Trying to stand its ground, but does not have any damage. Drained away by the Razor. And now they're chasing for more. Puck cannot make it out. Just doesn't have enough tankiness. Doesn't have enough health points here. Now Hara in the front lines. They just go from bad to worse. Team Saiyan just throwing in all of their team fight into the front lines and be very successful with it.
This was a sick fight. This was just like the Phantom Lancer finishing his Diffusal Blade like just moments before this and coming into the fight. And we see what happens. Like Terrorblade doesn't love to have Phantom Lancer on top of him. Obviously the reflection changed in the past. You don't make the reflections of the clones, but only the main Phantom Lancer. So it's really, really, really good for the PL if you can get on top of the Terrorblade this early into the game and shut him down with that early Diffusal. But they're just going to come right back to the top lane and commit. They have no Ravage, they have no Overgrowth, so they should be able to get the tower, but they still got to be careful. They catch Tusk easily on the backside. MS is level 9 on this Phantom Lancer.
Well, not get that extra kills here, but once again, they do keep the tower alive. Level 3 living armor. Hell of a drug, so it's just been so much extra time spent on this. Normally this goes down to 10 minutes in exchange for the other one. But Team Saiyan realized, alright, we have the draft to actually fight with our ultimates. So they do that and they still get that trade, because bottom of tier 1 was also very low, so it's... Yeah, they get the best
literally
of both
2 HP.
Yeah.
It was funny, like Son Goku walks up to like hit the wave, and he's like, "Oh, that tower has literally no health," and just bonks it.
Yeah. There's a smoke up now, though. Dolme has the Tranquils in the drums. Very interesting. We'll probably turn it into the Boots of Bearing later on.
He's a
But
fast
now,
boy. He's
just
looking for
scout
someone
out the
farming the
stack.
triangle, but he'll just
Yeah.
we'll see him now. I think Dolme is gonna just cut and run here. He sees 2 heroes. I don't think he wants to deal with it anymore.
Yeah. Leave
Oh,
the
he's
first
getting
one.
sharp block. He's
Oh,
out.
wow.
Okay, that was a sick dodge there by YP. I don't think they expected that snowball to the hard camp there.
Yeah. Pretty well played, but also the right decision to go out. Like the first one you see is the Tide Hunt. It's like, yeah, okay, goddammit. There's no way to kill him off and lock him down for long. Yeah, also now farming up these ancients. So, what's he have coming? Yasha, yeah, makes sense.
In terms of map control, this Nyx Assassin's actually doing a lot of work here. He's just constantly playing with the Vendetta cooldown and just trying to provide vision and information on over to Shenzhen. It's not really used to like get kills right now. He's just 0-0-4, which mostly have come from like the skirmishes top.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's just giving that information on over to his team, and he actually finds YP here. But that's gonna get dewarded instantly. Yeah, it's like there's no way that's happening. That's an unfortunate. You like turn the corner right as you place forward. You're like,
Yeah.
there was a hero there. Unlucky.
Well, what can you do when how caught by the shots? Real follow up here, gets a couple stuns off from Puck until the snowball connects. Now for committing here onto this next assassin, another Ravage turnaround. Son Goku in the front, and with Phantom Lance clicking away, they're gonna get 1. They might get 2. Hara though with the decrepified TP. Not often you see that working out, but this time it does. It survives, yeah, wow.
That was surprising. I really thought that Pugno was going down there. But again, like this is the strength of this PL. He's super high level. That was a nice little play there by the Nyx. No more stuns though, so he's gonna be out. But yeah, this is the benefit of having this really strong Phantom Lance right now. He's level 12, Diffusal and Yasha done. So I think some of this is attributed to honestly the buff on the Doppelganger cooldown from this patch. Like it actually just made the lane way easier for the Phantom Lancer mid lane though. We got a big fight breaking out.
Yeah, no Ravage, no problem. Especially 5
like
people are
that.
waiting away at the Tide Hunter, you know, so they have the catapult, they have Kaiko with the ultimate, I like to call them, and the Morphs is clicking away. Looks like Cyan want to maybe see if they can find something here, perhaps on a blue retreat slash split up after the push, but
This is actually, I will say Shenzhen, despite being down, are making way better map movements than Saiyan. And I think this is just a slightly more experienced team in terms of that. Like every single time they get a catapult up, they've made the rotation to the lane to try and make an aggressive tower push. And especially against a hero like Treant Protector, you have to do that.
Yeah.
So that was a really smart push into the mid lane. They get the tier 1, they even up that lane, and the tower score overall.
Yeah.
So well done.
So deny their own tier 1, this was super low, so no extra money for Cyan. Also no more TP location there in this mid lane.
We had a Blink Dagger first item on the Treant Protector. I don't know if you noticed this. That is not something I don't see all that often.
I guess if you're all in on being like, hey, we have to team fight, we have to kind of try and pressure them. It makes a lot of sense, you know, just play whenever your ultimates are off cooldown and get that overgrowth as either a setup or follow up to the Ravage.
Yeah, they got the Manta completed on the Phantom Lancer. They are actually going pretty heavy team fight for the side of Saiyan right now. Like they've got a pipe done on the Tide Hunter, not something you see all that often. They're gonna run into YP here.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh. I mean, he's definitely dead still, but nice little waste of time though, as he's gonna have to hobble his way underneath the tower.
Yeah. That's space
It does give
created.
time for the rest of Shenzhen to get out of there too. Like Kaikyo was somewhat close there, and it was like, all right, later.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as he keeps the farm up, you know. Right now he's still vulnerable. He doesn't have these stat items to really tank him up properly. But I think he just finished up the man style of his own, has a Skadi queued up, and then okay, Mjolnir as well. That's a good catch. Bat Rider shows off his own blink in style.
This is not something you see all that often. A lot of times Batriders have gone for like the really quick BKB, and it's like when you see this Drums, Windlace, Tranquil Boots, you're like, all right, this guy's definitely just going to go BKB and run at us, right? No, instead just gets the Blink Dagger right away, gets quick pickoffs, and it kind of makes sense if you look at how Shenzhen's been playing. Like, they're just splitting the map, wanting to try and take back some of the farm here rather than fight head-on into Saiyan, and so I like it. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
There was one note there was something I was about to say, some sort of important information before that pickoff happened, but no longer relevant, clearly.
Okay. Perhaps the BKB on the Razor, then still a 9.
That's a big one.
That is pretty big. It's a refresher queued up afterwards, so standard build for him. And that normally is very scary, right? Especially if you do combo it up with Ravage Overgrowth and whatnot, and if there's no BKBs on the other side, like Kaiko doesn't even think about buying one. Perhaps relying on the Tusk to help him out, but to make that easier for YP, he's gonna need his own Blink, and yeah, that's gonna be a ways away just yet. Park also looking for the Boots of Travel rather than a BKB. Just a Bat Rider who's looking to build it soon.
They're in Roshan. I mean, Phantom Lancer is a hero that can solo the Rosh.
It just takes forever.
It takes a little bit. And it will get scanned as they're like, all right, guys, we're not seeing a single hero on the map. Like, where are they? So they're in Roshan. Looks like they're just going to concede it and just try and take the bottom tower instead and use this time on the puck to try and take the tower, but it just keeps getting healed by this Dream Protector. They have to commit more heroes if they want to actually get it.
Yeah. Puck not exactly known to be the greatest tower pusher in the world.
Yeah.
We'll get
actually
it
gonna grab the
eventually.
Manta style on Terrorblade instead of like just rushing the Scotty. And this again makes me think more along those same lines if they just want to keep split pushing the map. You know, have more illusions to send down lanes.
Yeah, it helps for farming, it helps for pushing, it also helps in fights to try and at least get rid of the overgrowth, you know. Get that mobility going. Might have to contend
Zone's
with that.
actually going for a Lincoln's, not the Refresher. He wants to be able to deal with the lasso. That is basically like the only way Zone dies this game. So the Lincoln's does make a lot of sense in that regard. They're going to find the Pugna here. Nice blink reveal there from the Nyx.
Yep. So just a 5 position, there was another smoke rotation as well attempted. So the 5 position tanks that, it's going to be a victory for the other team more often than not.
We do have a vision of MS here. He's on his way to a Heart of Tarask. He is becoming a strong boy.
Yeah, so like we said, the Fusel Blades was like the chase item, chase / bit of damage item, Manta style for defense, hard for stats. And then after that is going to be looking to some sort of damage item, be it maybe a butterfly. Of course, the raw stats also benefit the illusions ultimately, so that's normally the way you go about it.
Alright, full team rotation in the bottom lane. They want to get themselves their first tier 2 tower of the game. Open up that outpost. You still got the Aegis for another 3 minutes. And again, this is... I think Saiyan are realizing that Shenzhen has zero intentions of ever fighting them, so they're just gonna go ahead and play play down the lane, try and start taking objectives fast. You did make a really good point earlier. Their ability to take towers is really not good. It's basically just Phantom Lancer, and even then, it's not great. But if you don't have anyone actually trying to stop you from taking the tower, I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's tends to make it a lot easier, you know, if they just let you do it. Guess eventually they could also address it if Raze ever wants to get an Agnum Scepter. It's normally just something that picks up for free at times in late games from Roshan. But it's also the Tidehunter shot that he could be considering, Anchor Smash affecting buildings. It's actually pretty powerful because you make it so that the tower doesn't actually do any damage.
Yeah. The other thing is just like Blink Ags is just so good on Tidehunter, so it's like that's probably where he's gonna end up going. I don't have anything queued up right now. We do see the Eye of Scotty finally finished up on the Terrorblade, so it's definitely a power. Well, Heart of Traz finished at the same time on the Phantom Lancers, so that power spike you almost had feels mostly negated, as you still have to deal with the Aegis anyway. So I think Shenzhen is just going to continue their game plan of just split pushing and avoiding the side of Saiyan.
Yep. I mean, if
I
they...
think this favors. If like they just keep playing like this, like is this going to eventually go in the favor of Shenzhen, or are they just going to lose all their objectives and never actually fight Saiyan?
Well, I think it's fine if they just pay the last tier 2s for some space, but obviously they can't really give up high ground without a fight, right? And that's going to be the timing window the Saiyan is looking at, because they're hitting this very early. It's only 24 minutes into the game, and these tier 2s are essentially forfeit whenever they want to get them, because as you said, like they do not.
Puck's in trouble.
It's fine. It's so fine right now.
There is a Nyx with a blink.
Oh, never mind. There's not some Blink Overgrowth. He's not fine at all. I lied. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. Phoenix, Gamer with an Arcane Rune? Okay, he's out now. You're never catching the puck.
I lied when I said I lied.
Sometimes you just get an Arcane Rune, you're out.
I was never worried, to be quite honest with you, but I
mean,
tried to play it up for effect.
Yeah, of course. There was just that ward sentry there. He was going to try and cut the mid lane and slow down the mid lane push, and obviously they knew that's what he was going to be doing, so they're like, all right, we have to punish the puck here, otherwise we just can't push anyway, so might as well.
A really good attempt, but not quite enough. But yeah, overall though, if Saiyan can't break high ground for the next 5 minutes, I would say, certainly with the next Roshan, then Shenzhen will be in a good spot. High ground defense, can still be a bit tricky because you have Terrorblade in a defensive position. You can just sit there and click away with meta. You're also gonna have okay, Tusk is actually not any closer to this blink, so no blink snowball saves necessarily.
We got the Philo Stone though. I'll get there eventually.
It's a tree and line though. I will get there eventually. Oh well.
Overwhelming Blink actually queued up here on the Tidehunters instead of the Ags to follow. Interesting. All right.
Okay.
It is a really good way to instantly cancel blinks. So like in the past, like you would go like the Arcane Blink to like instantly ravage someone so you couldn't react in time. Overwhelming Blink triggers the damage pretty much instant. So you can't actually like use Blink Daggers to dodge ravage, which is nice, but Puck can always just phase shift it.
Yeah. Speaking of Puck, does find himself a Nyx Assassin here, but does not know what else is going on, so Phoenix will not be going crazy there. Kaiko, Signal top of the net worth shot here. Did go for the BKB now. You're just disassembling the Dragon Lance as you do. And this is a pretty good timing. Like with the BKB, you do not care about Ravage. You do not care about Overgrowth because you'll still have the Mana Style to fall back on, even if you get rooted while BKB. So they're gonna look to try and find something here, but it's break. Both place Nyx Assassin here.
That's big. That's a huge one too, because MS was just walking into that triangle. And if they actually managed to get this Phantom Lancer before he gets to that butterfly, it would have been a massive win. But yeah, now you're in a whole world of hurt. He's got himself an Elven Tunic now as well. And Terrorblade is not a hero that likes to build MKB, so he's actually going for a Mjolnir instead to try and deal with it. Lasso, find the Nyx, and they will finish him off quickly. That's like the first kill we've had in,
yeah.
I think, like 8 or 9 minutes. Like, how long has it been since our last kill?
Surely it's not been that long, right?
Dude, it's... Someone died at 21 minutes. It was Pugna. It's been like 6 minutes. 6.5 minutes since our last kill.
I'm looking at the graph right now. Yeah, it was 15, 16 minutes. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Wow. Incredible. I did not realize that, but yes. I don't think it ever feels great to lasso next assassin, but then again, if you don't lasso him, you're just gonna get countered yourself, right? Unless you wanna commit BKB before you jump in.
Yeah. I mean, they're not using it on anything else at this point. They need to, get something, you know? That's the first lasso we've seen since, I mean, Shenzhen used the last lasso that oh my god, that is an impossible sentence to say. I'm not going to even try that. They got, it was Razor in the river, and that was like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, now PL is actually added in terms of net worth. Butterfly completed, and yeah, as I said, with that Elven Tunic, like, he's stacked up all of a sudden a lot of evasion. I think I'm not sure if you have another choice but to build MKB on Terrorblade. Like, who else is gonna kill the PL otherwise?
He's going for the Mjolnir, which is not a bad option because the static charge is very, very, very good at dealing with the illusions because you have so many instances of damage. It's just constantly fork lightning all of the illusions down. But yeah, it still feels like it might not be enough. You still might not have a different PL counter. And yeah, Roche respawns to go right on into the pit. They are ready to go.
Free
it's
shots.
It's going to be Aegis number 2 and Shard.
I wonder who they give it to. Like, I would give it to Tide Hunter again. Let's have this pushing power, the ability to just neutralize towers, essentially.
I just give it to the PL. Like, the Shard is still very good for PL. Yeah, like, PL's Shard is so strong. 750 search radius on that is really good at scouting these extra heroes. It's also really good at, like, bouncing to supports in the backside, so it might give vision onto a Pugna that you wouldn't normally see.
Speaking of Pugna, crushing top. As it is, but of course, this is all kind of wasted damage if we don't get the tower down.
Exactly, and then this is just what's working well for Saiyan. Like, I honestly thought that they were going to be the ones struggling taking buildings, but because Shenzhen aren't comfortable enough to run 5 heroes into an objective, they can just keep these towers alive forever, and that means no tier 2, and that's going to mean the XP advantage going to go the way of Saiyan every time that they have that bottom outpost.
All right.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I think this is the big important timing. O'Hara tries to get out, and they do not want to pop Ravage for a measly little Pugna.
I was like, please don't Ravage the Pugna. Like, in my head, I'm like, come on, don't do it. I know you want to send a message, Son Goku, but don't do it.
Not quite that strong just yet. Problem is, there's no creeps.
It's just about sending a message. Dude.
Yeah. That's kind of needed for the Siren push. They didn't have creeps up top, so they go mid instead. And this is the timing that we were talking about earlier. Shenzhen can defend here. They're in a good spot. If they can't, if they lose 1 or 2 sets of rags here, Iron is actually in a really good spot. You begin to engage into this. Like, you can't really last a Phantom Lancer. Even if you kill him, it's going to come right back.
Exactly. You gotta get zone on the backside. That's really the only way. But Batrider has to get with the blink BKB first to get on top of zone. But he's got the Lincoln Sphere, so there's no real way to initiate these fights, and it's showing. Like, they're just gonna slowly lose their barracks here as Phantom Lancer is just so tanky with this Heart of Tarask and this Butterfly. And there it is. Melee barracks number 1 down, goes the way of Saiyan. They have a 6,000 gold advantage. And he's just healing up like it's nothing.
Well, this is concerning, to say the least.
Looking bottom here. I mean, again, you've got to find zone. That's like your lasso target for sure, at least until the Aegis expires. But you got to find a way of breaking that Lincoln's.
It's a 4-star, so I guess
it is. Yeah. The thing is, like, the Force Staff is like your way of repositioning the Razor too, though, because he's so far back behind the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah.
It's not easy. It's definitely not easy.
Something's got to give, right?
Bodies
Trying
at
to
the
find the
floor,
right
is that where
sequence.
you're going with this?
Something like that, you know. I mean, somebody's got to hit the floor and die when there's a fight like that breaking out. But yeah,
This next assassin's doing a really good job at trying to find the puck. He's just barely missing him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
but they basically paid their melee racks as a price for letting Roshan go, right? Because they did not want to go and fight into the Phantom Lancer. Like,
Oh, they found him.
Ooh, they did.
The patience play. Will he get the kill, though?
Surely he's dead this time, right? Right? Oh, the overgo! That's how it's. Surely he's dead. Yeah.
Okay. Nah, I mean, this is just such a sick play from the next assassin. Like, he scouted him a while ago and just stayed patiently waiting for the puck. And that's just the benefit of playing the next assassin against a draft that is trying to split push you, right? Like, he's so good at finding these pickoffs just from invis with that spike carapace. And now tier 2 top will be the last outer tower to fall. And Saiyans gonna set their sights on the high ground.
35 seconds on the Aegis. Like, if that expires, they can find last. Okay, lassoing the Tide Hunter. Not sure about that, but they get the kill. Not quite. Snowball. Turnaround from Lotus Orb, but he's dead before it can ravage or do anything.
Oh, big coil. Can they follow it though?
He kind of needed here. They burst him down as a take on the puck.
I guess they just figured they just pop BKBs, and what does his Ravage do? So
yeah,
smart.
That's not normally something that I would encourage you to try in your pubs. You know, lassoing in the Tide Hunters normally a pretty good way to get reported by your team, all things considered.
Just instantly Kraken shells it.
Yeah.
Well, he actually took the Gust Slow over the Kraken Shell threshold at 10, which might be a difference in him getting out of that alive or not, with the like initial lasso damage and stuff. But
I guess it makes sense to take the Gush Talents if you were thinking about the Aghanim stuff. You had it queued up earlier, but then shifted away from it.
with Lasso being down, though, it looks like Shenzhen are trying to go high ground once again. No Aegis this time, but Basher now completed. And Terrorblade, he's got no meta. He's got no BKB. So it's not going to be an easy job here.
Well, available in a couple of seconds. MS, down a half health here, but then able to make his way out. They're bleeding, but they're not dead just yet. Checking on Terrorblade. Yeah, he did finish up the Mjolnir. Butterfly zone queued up at the moment. Alright, the game will go on. And we're gonna see what the Phantom Lance is made of. You know, it's kind of have an idea of like what the Euro has been kind of about, which again is kind of lack of damage here in later parts of the game, all things being equal. Who have to one of that change in the meantime. Like, he's certainly doing a decent amount, but it should really be no comparison to a Terrorblade if they've equal farm and they're close to equal. PL still with a bit of an edge.
Yeah, at this point, with how far ahead the Phantom Lancer is, like, Terrorblade is just always going to struggle here.
Yep.
Like, you don't have a real efficient way of dealing with the illusions. That's, like, obviously something, you know, we were talking about earlier, but the idea is you don't fall behind, right? Like, if you meant, like, Terrorblade should on paper be able to stay in front of the Phantom Lancer, but MS has done such a great job this game, just even from the lane stage. And, yeah. I think when we were talking about in draft, I thought the doppelganger reduction was 4 seconds. I went down from like 24 to 25. I went from 25 to 19, so an actual 6-second reduction on that cooldown, which makes a massive difference when you're playing against that Bat Rider.
Yep.
A Trickster Cloak. I mean, that's a pretty big one.
Just pretty pog. What do you give it to?
I mean, right now no one's holding on to it. It's
It's sitting in base.
part of me wants to say the Terrorblade should hold on to it for the evasion against the Phantom Lancer, but it's hard to say.
No. This detection, a couple of sentries on tree and Nix as a gem. So even this might not necessarily save you, but the extra evasion is always nice. It's also building a butterfly, but it's also got sniped just now, so he's gonna have to do a little bit of walking himself, picking up the quarterstaff at home and then talisman up front.
Penta Edge, Timeless, yeah. I mean, these are some good jungle items for sure. The question is whether or not he's gonna actually give up. No, he's not. He's gonna hold on to him for what he has. Okay. Phantom Lancer having the Penta Edge Sword. I mean, this is arguably one of the best ones he could possibly get. Nyx Assassin gets found here. They go right onto the high ground. They catch the puck.
Oh, the Ravage catches absolutely everybody. Terrorblade in front, pops a BKB. But that also means he kind of want to commit, but they're just trying to walk away. They got the lasso though on the real MS. Still they have the damage. Kaiko clicking away. But another scaffold spells. There's just not enough damage here, or is there? Son Goku kind of low. Zone in the middle with the refreshing, complete refreshing though. He's starting to clean through them. And Kaiko finally, no more protection left. BKBs, buybacks come out. But it's just not enough. We're now protected by the Spike Carapace as well. They did get the Phantom Lance in the end, but then Zone was still left.
Yeah, they actually just dumped so much magic damage into killing this Phantom Lancer, and they eventually got him, but the Terrorblade tanked a ton of damage as well. Basically 2 full life bars thanks to the Sunder.
Yep.
But most of it coming from that Razor. Once his BKB expired, he was just food. And he had to pop that BKB early. He dodged the Ravage with it, so that was pretty much kind of BKB bait almost.
Yeah. PL
and you have really good control from the Nyx Assassin as well.
Yeah. We're gonna def summary right now. PL took 1,000 damage from the Mjolnir, 1,500 magic damage from Puck, and another like 1,300 magic damage from PL. So from Batrider, sorry. So what's happening? And this jump in from Puck, scouts them out, but no way to actually engage into this fight. At the same time, though, they're gonna have to find a way. Terrorblade and Batrider are gonna be back, and Roshan is back up.
Yeah, Phantom Lancer's dead for 10 seconds. You can try and make a play like really quickly, but my guess is Sand's just gonna wait and just kind of stay together, hold that ward vision that they have here, and once PL's up, we'll see them move back into the top side of the map here. They'll push the lane in and then start threatening Roche.
Yeah, gonna have to contest this one this time on Shenzhen. If they let this one go, this is Lear up, and they blink up to the high ground. Hara still alive though, the silence, but stand up on the Puck. Yeah, you should still be fine. Hara, not too much. The call comes out, jump to the side. Phoenix, oh, and then blink forward with the overgrowth. Another, okay, that's YP going down. Phoenix, not on the world either, they get him. Could not get enough distance. He just jumped them and killed them off one by one. Shenzhen not ready for that move at all.
No, I mean, they didn't bring the whole team into the triangle, and they're just casually walk up to check for the ward spot, and the whole team of Saiyan is there. And like I said, this was like perfect map positioning from them. They just want to be able to stay under that ward vision and look for a pickoff, turn it into Roche. This is now third. Refresher now available. Going to be going the way of the Tidehunter, almost guaranteed. So he's just going to let him rip, man. As soon as he sees a hero, Ravage number 1, then Ravage number 2. Kaiko does manage to find Zone on the bottom side of the map, and he just instantly BKB TPs, wants no risk at all. But with that increased cooldown, I mean, that's a 90-second cooldown now.
Oh god, yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
We forgot about that, but it's such a significant change. But he did not know what might have been following there, so just sent the Razor to deal with the lanes. Got caught by the lasso. At least they got something there, but I don't think they have too many issues just waiting for Razor to come back naturally, and then they can just roll in.
right. Phantom Lancer on his way to Abyssal. Is it completed? It is. So that's a big one.
Oh man. Quite how I expected this one to go. Like, ultimately, we kept talking about the Terrorblade and how strong he is, but it only matters if he's actually there fighting. Not if you lose 3 of your heroes without with Terrorblade and Batrider being somewhere else entirely. So, not really making life easy for themselves. So they have to give up another melee Rax.
The Lotus Orb's just there to always protect them. You got the overwhelming blink with the refresher, so Tidehunter really difficult to deal with.
Yep.
And yeah, it's gonna be barracks to barracks. It's just exactly what we saw in the last Aegis timer. They get this and then they just start taking towers. Terrorblade did manage to get middle tier 1 tower by split pushing, so that's, wait a minute, 12 HP.
Can you get it?
Wait a minute.
Oh no, he doesn't click the
Alright, Tree and Protector, what a hero. Did they lasso someone mid? They did. They got the Phantom Lancer. That's the Aegis. Can they kill him twice?
Lotus Orb, actually. He was snowballed up due to the Lotus Orb, now forced to fight. Kind of stuck in the ice shots for the moment here. Silenced, dragged back, but he's so freaking tanky, and Geico's not clicking away at him. Nowhere to be seen. No Metamorphosis either for another 10 seconds, so... a little bit rough. Taking an Aegis away at least makes MS think twice, but that was the lasso committed as well as the coils. They can't do that again in this fight. They have to do it the old-fashioned way, just butt their heads and hope that it's enough.
Yeah, they're just committing big cooldowns, right, to try and slow this. It was the lasso, now it's the meta. But as soon as this is over, again, I think we're going to see Saiyan just run around on the high ground. They just do it anyway.
Ravage connects over, and that's such dead air. It doesn't have buyback. He's not going to come back. Nobody's coming back. There's no points. GG, just like that.
Can't come back if your whole team's dead and you have no buybacks. So that's one way to do it. Who needed the second Ravage?
My god, alright. I was doubting the draft, but I should not have doubted the team, I suppose.
Yeah, Team Saiyan, man, looking good. The Phantom Lancer, exceptional performance from him this game. I mean, that was pretty much dead on. 6, 1, and 9. Not like a super impressive number or anything, but in terms of his farming this game, like being able to stay in front of the Terrorblade from minutes, basically from, I think it was like 6 minutes into the game, and never fall behind after that. I mean, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
So
Speak up.
we're back. Yeah,
think?
I'm back on the panel, back here with you guys, joining you for this post-game panel. But yeah, Saiyan taking it 6-1-9, maybe not the most impressive numbers, but when there's 18 kills at like whatever timing where it felt like kills came at a premium.
Into the game or something.
Yeah, it was half a kill per minute at times. It was very methodical, I guess would be the word. Maybe a little bit slow, but that was their plan to game time, right? Like that was exactly what they needed to get the W. And the Phantom Lancer finding really the openings needed to get the victory. And well, you know, saying it is that old SAG roster. They did not do that well last tour, so this is certainly a game to really get the ball rolling on. And Ricky, what did you see in game one that was the most important factor for Saiyan to win?
I mean, they needed to not lose the lanes. I think more than anything, there was like this time where they commit their whole team top, right, to take the top tier 1 tower, and they get baited. Like they just got really baited by the Treant Protector, thinking like, yeah, we can take it much faster than we should be able to. Phantom Lancer reveals his diffusal blade, and they pretty much wipe the side of Phoenix. And I think at that point, or not, they don't wipe the side, they wiped Shenzhen. Phoenix, I think, was the only survivor. But at that point, yeah, you're really far behind. You're not getting the objectives, and then you're just kind of forced to play this like split push game the entire game. Like they never felt confident running into a 5-man engagement, and it showed. Like they just literally watched as their racks died.
Yeah, and Drag and Drop, I guess the opposite question for you, instead of what were the tools to success, what led to Shenzhen's downfall? Was it the laning? What in particular did you see that was like the crucifix or crutch in their game. I don't know what the phrase is. I'm not good at this phrasing thing.
I think it's what you mean. It's I think they were a little bit hesitant about using their own strengths when they got them. Like they were kind of reacting to Shenzhen, and they were finding some decent team fights. When they were forced to. Cyan going up the high ground, and then they get the lasso. Might see one. I think this is exactly the highlight I'm talking about. Actually, they find the lasso on Son Goku, they burst them down, they were protected by the BKBs. But then they kind of stopped relying on this sort of a play. They were still afraid to go in. And especially in that third Roche fight, they needed to be there, and they needed to win that fight to be in a much better position in that game. And I was very surprised, because at first they were hanging around all together, and then Kaiko and Dolme ended up being somewhere else entirely, and they lose 3 heroes instead. This is not that fight, this was before, I believe. It was a little bit more back and forth, just one of these things where you kind of press all your buttons and see what sticks. It wasn't going to be easy for Shenzhen in the end, but I think them being hesitant is what did them in.
Yeah, it definitely was a lot of hesitation. I think also a couple times YP hindering his team's fighting capabilities potentially when he would snowball in, and the Lotus Orb seemed to be on point on the back end of that game every single time, where it's like, Phantom Lancer, we just lassoed him, we put him in between the tier 4s, let's kill him again. Snowball, Lotus Orb, okay, he's safe. Yeah. Until the team can kind of take that step up, and I believe this is the final fight. They get that one Ravage out, that's really all they need, and they clean up everybody. Kaiko, no chance to even get off Asunder or anything like that. So it felt very dire for the Radiant squad, and ultimately MS is your MVP in this first game, and it's 6 kills, 9 assists. Goal to damage ratio is 1.17. I'm going to assume that's really good. Hopefully, is it God King getting kick numbers? Is it higher or lower? I don't know. I will
he did mostly
never
building
forget.
damage this game, and this is the thing that's so weird is Team Saiyan never actually fought Shenzhen head on, except for that one time in the triangle, because they were just dodging them the whole time, and that was Phantom Lancer's only death. They get the lasso onto him right away, and they actually do manage to bring down the Phantom Lancer. So they do have the damage on the side of Shenzhen to do it. They just lack so many other teamfight heroes outside of Lasso to do anything this game. And I think part of me wants to kind of blame the Pugna for this. He was definitely going to go for the Wraith Pact build and that same similar build we saw all last patch, just Pugna sitting back, dropping down the ward and Wraith Pact, and then suddenly your team just takes so little damage. But this was massively nerfed in this patch for a good reason. And I think Shenzhen might just need to pick something a little bit more, I would say, risky in terms of their draft. I think if they just change it up, maybe go for something new, could work out. But yeah, I mean, put it in perspective, Kaiko did 10,000 more damage than the Phantom Lancer this game. He did a ton of damage on the Terrorblade, but they only ever took one fight, and then they just watched their whole base die.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I don't think we were wrong when we said the Terrorblade is the better hero. I still believe that. But it's still always going to be a matter of whether you can actually employ him at its peak performance units in the best situation possible, because that is still required for that to show its strength, as it were.
Yeah, and definitely makes a difference what heroes are around it. I mean, Terrorblade in that situation, when you're behind a net worth, Phantom Lancer is going to crush you every time.
Yeah, so
that's just how it's going to go.
Well, this time Shenzhen, they get the short end of the stick, and they end up losing game 1 to Team Saiyan, even though they've done more damage. Game 2, they'll have to think about and see if they can avoid the 2-0 sweep from Saiyan, and if they can bring it back to a game 3. But we're going to take a short little break before we come back for that second game. So guys in the chat, everybody around, get yourself a drink, a snack, come right back, because we got game 2 coming up. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
All right, and welcome back to more Chinese Division 2 DPC action. We've got Team Saiyan, and we've got ourselves Shenzhen ready to go into game number 2. As well, it was Team Saiyan that took game number 1, and now Shenzhen, the team that had finished higher on the standings in the last tour, well, they're looking to save themselves from getting 2-0 swept, which is something maybe a little bit more rare to the Division 2 genre of games. That game, sticking to the similar genre, as it is, a 45-minute game. And we do have a draft, I believe, ready to go and ready to show you guys. So we'll switch on over. We'll Phantom Strike our way over there and see that we've got ourselves Dawnbreaker and Razor for Shenzhen, and then Treant Protector for Team Saiyan. So going back to that Treant, but now we've got the Dawnbreaker and still that Marcy first phase ban. Ricky, what are you looking at right now? Do you like the Dawnbreaker? Are we still kind of evaluating with the Marcy and also Visage, a first phase ban?
Yeah, I think Visage is a fine ban. Enigma, Marcy, we're probably going to still see banned. It's a little bit surprising that they're still prioritizing the Enigma even after the cooldown increase on the demonic conversion, but just the threat of what Black Hole brings to team fights and like a really like 5-hero snowbally lineup is like something that you have to respect. And I think a lot of teams just don't like pushing high ground against, an Enigma that's in the game. It is what it is though. In terms of Dawnbreaker, I think this hero actually got a pretty decent buff. I think she lost some like base strength or strength growth. I'd have to double check the notes entirely to be exactly sure. But in general, I think this hero is pretty good.
Yeah.
Razor, kind of just a safe pick overall.
Strength growth reduced from 3.6 to 3.4, so still decent, but crit damage increase on luminosity by 5% per level. Solar Guardian cooldown reduced by 10 seconds at level 3, so it's... I kind of like that hero. I like the Hammer Mommy. It's a pretty solid laner. You have your annoying Starbreaker, whatever it's called, the stun thing, and you have the global mobility from the ultimate, right? That's perhaps the biggest thing, just the ability to reinforce any sort of gank attempt that your team is making. It's just one of these things that once again allows you to be more efficient across the map. It's similar to the idea of an IO +1. They can just farm one side of the map and still be part of a team fight. Dawnbreaker can do the same thing. You can farm jungle, you can push out a lane, and then still be there if they need you.
So now going back to the Faceless Void ban, Mars has been a pretty typical first phase ban. There's the TB getting banned out by Shenzhen, and Void Spirit actually getting banned. Was it what? I already forgot because my memory is the size of a goldfish, but I believe you guys said that maybe Void Spirit doesn't feel as strong in the mid lane anymore. Was that one of you guys, or did I make that up? I don't remember. I'm doing a bad job at this.
Yeah, Ricky said it earlier. I do share that sentiment, though. I've been of that opinion for quite a while. Like even last season or the season before, we saw a lot more Void Spirits in general.
Mm-hmm.
We did not see it succeed all that much because it's just one of these heroes that, he's kind of slippery. He does do a good amount of control, but his damage just caps out rather quickly. And there was a time when games tended to go a little bit longer, and you needed some more DPS out of your mid lane. But the moment BKBs come out, the moment that his damage doesn't scale as well as the damage of some other mid laners would. That's the main issue, I think.
He just felt like the weaker of the Spirit Brothers.
Yeah,
I think is why and if you're gonna pick a mid lane Spirit, like ideally the 3 spirits all kind of fill a similar role. It's like there there's very, very few games where you would pick the Void Spirit over the Storm or the Ember, unless they were like both already banned. And then by that point, you're like, I'm just going to go Puck instead. So it was just like, it just didn't get a lot of attention in the last season. I think with Storm Spirit's recent nerf, as a result of the Null Talismans, you're going to see a little bit more Void Spirit come in, because just Spirit Heroes in general and what they do to the game is just vital. Like, a lot of teams are going to want these in their drafts. I still think Ember is probably the strong. You got the Sleight of Fist range nerf. Dang, they actually murdered both of Storm Spirit and Ember Spirit. Yeah, Void Spirit might get a lot more attention this season. I just went completely full circle there. That's the explanation essentially as to why. Because the range nerf on Sleight of Fist 50 is actually pretty significant.
Okay. So who do you think is the weakest Spirit brother?
Earth.
Overall, Earth. Okay, so that's what I am in my family with my brothers. Okay, I just trying to.
That feels bad, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where I stand in my whole family hierarchy at the moment. But I was just like, yeah, so I'm 5 meter Spirit. That's cool. Who do you think is the strongest Spirit then, Ricky?
It's probably Ember Spirit, I would say. Ember or Void. I don't know. I haven't played the new Ember Spirit. So, because one of the things is, like, when you change the range on an ability like that, it can really mess with a player, because you rely so heavily on, like, the Sleight of Fist into Searing Chains. So if you've gotten, like, really accustomed to that range and now it's reduced, it can cause you to make a lot of misplays. So I think you might see that happen actually pretty often, which, could be annoying. But I'd say Void Spirit I would say Void Spirit is probably the most powerful right now, at least until we see more games on the Ember Spirit.
So now we see the Jug come out for Team Saiyan, and then back to the Nyx Assassin coming out here, I believe, although it was Nyx on the other side. So Jug was a carry that you guys were talking about. Do you like it with this lineup here for Team Saiyan in the moment?
Yes and no. It's always a bit questionable to pick up a hero like that into a Razor, because standing Link during the fight kind of makes things a bit awkward, but it's not like that's something you couldn't play around. And Juggernaut's one of these heroes that's never really terrible, but it's also never really outstanding. It's the white toast, the white bread of carries, what I like to call it. It should be good in lane, though, if that is a Dawnbreaker Nyx offlane. It's going to struggle a little bit more if they shift the Dawnbreaker into another position and just send the Razor there, but yeah. I think they should be able to farm him up eventually, once again, with Green Protector kind of extending the game.
All right, Tiny, DK, pretty standard heroes around the year we've seen. And now we're seeing the Band of the Monkey King again. So focusing on those carries. It looks like it's going to be... Well, actually, what's your thoughts, Ricky? Are you more of a fan of an offlane Dawnbreaker or a 5 Dawnbreaker? Or we've seen in China the 5 DK. Would you rather the DK 5 or 3? Or maybe mid and Razor 1? Like, what are you thinking right now with the Shenzhen lineup?
I think Dawnbreaker is definitely like a flex pick right now, because whether or not she can be played as a carry is hard to say. Like, I think her only like real carry role is probably off lane, but you could potentially flex her as a mid in specific lineups. Like if you just want like a wave clear, like flash farmy mid hero that just plays with global ult. But for the most part, I would say Dawnbreaker is probably going to be played as a support. So more often than not, we'll probably see Dawnbreaker as a support. She's still just kind of the same thing as she was last patch. She just does slightly more damage off of Luminosity, which, isn't huge by any means. It does technically mean more healing as well, though.
Would you rather it get priority in the support position where we're knocking Nyx down to a 5 position because it was the 4 for Saiyan last game, or do you still just want it, or would you rather see it just straight 5 and keep the Nyx in the 4? Because I know you guys were saying that Nyx Assassin needs a little bit of priority, needs to get those levels to be effective. So that would most likely more so happen in a 4 role, right?
Yeah, I think Nyx... I'm really surprised that this Nyx hero is getting picked up so much more. Maybe they're just doing it as specifically as the puck counter. Like Phoenix had to play into it last game, and he realizes how annoying that is to do. But yeah, I mean, I would say you don't really need to worry about prioritizing either of these heroes farms too much. I think they're going to offer a lot with just some like one basic item. Like, to be honest, like a lot of times it's just Holy Locket for the Dawnbreaker and an Aghanim Scepter if you eventually get to it. And then Nyx Assassin's just, boots into Blink Dagger with like a casual wand. So I don't think it's like they don't need a ton of farm. And with nowadays, like the change to like supports not having to spend as much gold on like support items, in terms of salves and stuff, you may end up just getting those items a little bit faster.
Yeah, so salves, of course, not being effective, being passed from one person to the other or being put from your 5 onto your 1. So stop pinging me in games, please. Thanks. Appreciate that. Because it's annoying. It is. I had a couple of games before the patch where I had this one carry who's like, "Where is my salve?" He was yelling me in voice, and I was just like, "This is insane!" Like, dude, grow up! Come on, stop! Please. Don't yell at me like that. I'll give you the salve, but please, would have been nice. So last pick here for Team Saiyan is the Dark Seer. Somewhere Lyrical is very happy. He loves that hero, and for the right reasons. I do enjoy seeing a Dark Seer in games, and he got a buff, right? Like Vacuum does more damage early on. It got moved to like from 20 to 100, if I recall correctly, on that Dark Seer.
Can double check quickly. Base agility got increased by 1, so that's good. Surge mana cost reduced. Scales up to 50 now from 35, and vacuum damage got increased significantly, actually. At the first couple of levels, so from 40 to 100 at level 1.
40 to 100, yeah.
And the last pick ends up being a life stealer here for Kaiko. Is this a lineup that gives you confidence, guys, in Shenzhen? Well,
Apparently not.
That noise may have given it away. I don't know if I need Ricky's answer anymore, but
I kind of get the Lifestealer pick, but I also kind of don't, because it is like a massively. If you look at just the carry matchup on paper, like Lifestealer is not good into Juggernaut. Like Juggernaut pretty much always wins that matchup. But It is very good against the heroes like the Tiny and, of course, the Dark Seer lane as well. So whether or not like they have other answers for the Juggernaut is what it's going to come down for, because like your Lifestealer is not going to be the one that kills him late game. Like Juggernaut's going to absolutely dominate you.
So you in on Saiyan or Shenzhen?
I'd have to say I'm going to go Saiyan again. I think they have good team fight. Once again, they have Coil. They have Overgrowth. Like, Tiny's going to have, like, good tossbacks. Or no, this is for Tiny, huh? Oh, whatever. Yeah, he'll get Blink and just toss people anyway. It's going to be fine.
And Dragon Drop, thoughts?
All right. I don't hate either lineup. I think I'm just going to go with Shenzhen just because I want to see Dawnbreaker win, Kind of a hero that we haven't seen too much of recently. And yeah, I mean, you still got the Razor, right? Lifestealer, maybe not the best counter to Juggernaut, but if you have a Razor next to you, that kind of amplifies every hero as well, every carry hero, because of the minus armor that he does with his ultimate, just the craziness that he offers in the middle of a fight. So I think the lineup as a whole can come together quite well for Shenzhen.
No, and I think I'm going to go Team Saiyan. Chat was kind of giving us a little bit of flack for all saying Shenzhen in the last game, and I fold to pressure very easily. So chat is put the pressure on me.
Just pure pressure Beakoff, and he'll do it.
Okay.
All right, cool.
It's so easy to just panic me and anxiety me out. So yeah, I feel like I have to go with Saiyan. Even though my last prediction was based on the fact that they went 2-5 in the last tour and Shenzhen was the better team. I know they've picked up different players, guys. I understand that in the drafts and blah, blah, blah. That's not my analytical prowess. It's how they did in the last tour, and that's pretty much it. And I take a lot of guesses. I don't know if you guys watched last year. I was getting predictions from the coffee beans and the clouds and how everything was trying to tell me what team was. I thought my stats were good. Nobody took stats. But I did remember that I did okay with predictions. I don't know.
It's a good way to lie about you doing well.
Yeah.
No one actually confirmed these numbers, but I'm pretty sure they were good. Yeah, okay, buddy.
Exactly. So the stats are there. in my mind. But yeah, we are here in game number 2. So guys, once again, start the cast off and take it away.
Thank you very much. Taking it away, all the way to somewhere. I know Lizard has been philosophizing about where we're actually taking things, you know, and I think his point the other day was like, all we settled was like some very nice, comfortable couch, you know, when we're watching the game, something like that. It's a comforting thought, if nothing else.
Yeah. I think for the most part, we're already seeing like what the strength of this like Lifestealer Dawnbreaker safe lane is. Like they are just playing so aggressive onto this Darkseer, just applying a ton of pressure. Nice toss though.
That was clutch actually. Sangoku would have probably died at that Starbreaker. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah, if that Starbreaker hit, he maybe doesn't die, but it'd be very close.
Yeah.
Tiny again, a 0 armor hero does not like playing against a hero like Dawnbreaker that just clubs you with a giant mace. So,
yeah, 60 damage, not the worst thing in the world, not at all.
I really like the decision here from Shenzhen. We haven't actually talked about this yet, but they have gone ahead and placed Phoenix mid on the DK and the Razor into the off lane. This is one of the best matchups for the Dragon Knight in the mid lane. Puck hates playing against this hero.
Yeah.
And on top of it, when you look at the safe lane matchup, it's Razor and a Juggernaut, which is a miserable matchup for the Juggernaut as well. So they should have really strong lanes here. And yeah, if Shenzhen can kind of snowball the lane stage, the DK gets like an early Blink Dagger with an early Shard. Like they have a lot of pick-off potential. Really good at punishing these heroes. So I do like what Shenzhen's doing here just to start this game.
Absolutely, right? It's what we flagged out earlier. And Dolme even got himself a Quelling Blade, and he's been spending like pre-horn, pre-0 minutes, just cutting all of these trees. They respawn now, but they made it a lot tougher for Tree Protector to to just click away and be annoying in the first couple of waves at the very least. And then add some of these creep dragging shenanigans from the supports, and yeah, Razor should be in a pretty good spot, all things considered, as the lane goes on. Yeah, mid lane, obviously, Dragon Knight, like, puck and click him all he wants, it's not going to do anything. But then bottom, Hara might be in a bit of trouble here, gets interrupted, toss forward, and yeah, it just ticks out when Hao gets the last hit.
It's really smart to play around that timing. They just got the extra level, right? Top lane, they're also going to find a kill on LWW there, which, I mean, is you could say quote-unquote space, and Juggernaut does actually need this since he is into that Razor pick, so he's able to just try and farm underneath that tower. Ultimately, not that big of a death there for the Tram Protector, and you know, a little bit of trading gold. It's not the end of the world. But in this bottom lane, though, they did play around that level 3 on the Darkseer, so those 2 points in that Ion Shell actually allowed them to bring down Hara there. So very smart play.
Yep. It is quite the upgrade. Like Kaiko, if he gets going on like that, he can always rage and not take the damage, but Hara can only get away so far with this Celestial Hammer.
Yeah, I mean, Kaikyo can pretty much fight 2v1 into those heroes as long as he has rage available.
Yep.
He's always going to be very happy to do so.
And that though, because this pressure's not going to let up, you know, the more points an Iron Shell come in, the more dangerous this becomes. On the flip side though, Kaiko, as long as he gets right click, he can also click away quite a few health points here. Tiny in a bit of a rough spot at the moment, but looks like he... Oh, toss back. There's some mangoes in Dawnbreaker, but no distance. Maybe with a hammer he can get close. The courier bait! The courier bait, it's happening! It worked!
Hara finally chases him down and gets the kill. Nicely done.
Yeah.
So Dolme, okay, I like this a lot. He's got his boots, he's got his extra value point in Storm Surge, so now there is just no way this Juggernaut can get away from the static link. He's just built 1-2-1, and we'll be able to just... you only really need to steal like 20 damage or something to be able to bully out the enemy hero. Like, you don't have to get a kill. The whole point is to just try and like steal a little bit of damage, be able to deny and CS freely. So
Will help if he can get kills on Treant Protectors. Also, one armor hero, not a whole lot. The healing ward this time helping to keep him going.
I'm watching Hara like animation cancel the Starbreaker, and it does like a full swing. So you think he's like actually Starbreakering.
Okay.
It's really deceiving. I've seen him like 3 times. I was like, did he just Starbreaker? And he didn't. Like either of the times. Like you actually have to watch the like. What is it like the? Oh, whatever. I can't remember. There's
thing
like
in the icon with.
not the icon. There's like a on the attack itself. Like it has like some particles or something. My top lane goes down though. Nice rotation there from the tiny.
Yeah, at least
That's
the
the particles.
particles. All right. At least Dolmy did get 1 kill for the road, and meanwhile Shinjan looking at mids as they do see Wen Hao. Phoenix still secured the double damage, no bottle to actually help him out, but they necessarily needs it. Plenty of region without that.
Yeah, who needs bottle on
Dire's bottom
Dragon Knight? You just go 1-1-4, get level 6, and then just click the tower. It's a good time.
Yeah, bit of damage done with this first ultimate. Might see a bit of an exchange up top again here, making a play onto Dalme. And can't get away from the spin here with the extra slows coming through. Nice stun there, but Yanni's not bouncing over towards YP. He'll give us life, but for a good cause. Dalme barely gets to live there. And
It's all about time.
I feel him, you know, as a Juggernaut player, occasional Juggernaut player. I do feel this. You never bounce where you want to.
Yeah, that's always a rough run. I mean, at the end of the day, you still get the kill. You still like push him a little bit back. Ooh, he actually just whiffed the wall bottom lane there onto Kaikyo. So Goku, he's just like, oh, no one saw him. I'm just gonna go cut the wave instead. See you later.
Whoa? What's whoa? I never casted it. I don't even know what that is.
I didn't even put a point in there.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's my evil brother.
Just highlighting the wall. Don't do it. Mid
Puck.
lane.
Alright, follow stun.
He's
This
out.
get cancelled, so Puck gets to walk away. The coil. Bit of a panic, no actual follow up for it.
This is the Treant Protector. Once again, I mean, this tower would probably be dead by now if it wasn't for the Treant constantly dumping these living armors into it. Is the Dragon Knight just able to keep this corrosive breath on top of it? He might be able to finish it off. He's still got about half the duration left here, so mid lane tower probably gonna go down here. Dolme able to make it out again from this Blade Fury top lane though.
Gets the illusions. Also apply corrosive breath, which is very funny. Gotta make sure to not get this one denied though. Glyph comes through. We're now fights initiation over onto the Dawnbreaker. So that'll be Hara. Not going down, he's fine.
attack.
Absolutely no problems whatsoever, as the craziness got enough space for Phoenix to finish the last hit on the tower. So a nice series of events there for Shinjan. Whole tower still in max health, so it's kind of what you wanna see as a benchmark up against a Treant Protector, especially.
Yeah, that's the DK effect. 30 seconds, he's gonna rotate top and start taking top tower. This is why like Puck hates this matchup, because A, you don't get to CS well into the lane at all. You just get
Try again, Dolme.
Coiled up.
Starting to fight around a little bit, but it doesn't have the health points to resustain.
They're doing a really good job of shutting down the Razor. And this is really all you can do on Puck. You already lost your mid tower, so you can just go ahead and freely rotate. Like, there's no other objective that the DK is trying to take right now.
Yep.
But what I was going to say is, like, the DK just denies you in lane constantly. Breathe fire spam, like, you just don't have the damage to CS, and he just denies freely. Out CS's you and then takes your tower. And meanwhile, Puck has to invest into, like, a bottle, has to invest into, like, rotating to other lanes to try and help out. But yeah, DK just doesn't have to do any of that.
Yep.
And here we are. He's got Dragon Form back up, and he's in top lane. It's exactly as expected.
Gets give you some analyst points, you know.
Dude, there's this hero. Like, I've played so much DK this last patch, and I'm like, yeah, I get how it works. I played a lot of this guy.
Are fortified.
I think he was like my second most played hero of the last patch. It was like Sand King and Dragon Knight. Play a lot of offlane, you know.
Smoked up. DD bottled on Park another coil in a couple of seconds. Don't want to let this Wilson go for free. Even Juggernaut smoked up with them. Kind of looking for some sort of backstab here away from the creeps as the coil now connects over to Phoenix. He snaps it, gets tossed back under the tower here. He's so freaking low. There it is. MS shows up, finishes the kill. Very high value target.
Yeah, big rotation. They even actually bring Kaikyo up here as well. I think if the Lifestealer is keeping bot depushed and farming, this really isn't that big of a deal losing the DK. But the fact that you bring the Lifestealer up top means that you will now have to commit to this top lane. And it's similar to what we saw last game, right, with Shenzhen. They really wanted to get this tower, but the Tree Protector just makes it so difficult. Coil on cooldown now means that you might be able to do it, but it's not easy still. So Dragon Knight's going to come back, but I mean, that Dragon Form's on cooldown for like at least another 30 or 40 seconds.
Dolby is also joining in, so that's exactly as you said. They just want to bully it down.
Yeah, 30 more seconds on the Dragon Form, so they're just going to try and take the tower here with the help of the Lifestealer instead.
I'll get it eventually here, but this much, I mean, it's the entire team
Just
up
5
here.
heroes. It's massive space for the Darkseer.
Yeah.
I mean, this is great for him. But overall, objective definitely taken, absolutely essential. And back to farming they go.
And bottom gets clicked down, one punch. Yeah, Son Goku having the time of his life right now. Says, yeah, I'm just playing PvE. Just enjoying life, you know, getting money. And he's going straight for the Dagenham Scepter, which...
That's pretty much the standard
pretty
nowadays.
strong, yeah.
Yeah, 2 charges, bonus HP. It's good stuff.
Can work quite well with Juggernaut, with the Puck to some extent. Like, there's a lot of heroes that can be in people's faces, you know.
It's really good with the Jug. I think a lot of times nowadays, like the Juggernaut's build is still definitely, you play around your Blade Fury more than anything. Especially if you're playing against, like Razor, Lifestealer, DK, like you're definitely going to be going for like the Blade Fury build this game, which is like Maelstrom, Eye of Scotty, Blink Dagger, stuff like that, like Manta style. Like that's kind of just like your build nowadays, but not going to be as impactful. Ooh. Hara? He's out. Okay, coil down then. Not bad.
Tanks it, and then Nyx Assassin being killed off on the other side of the map, though. I kind of liked what Hara was doing there. It was just like, oh yeah, I'm just going back and forth, kind of keeping an eye on a couple of Science heroes. Not enough of them to really protect the Nyx Assassin, I suppose, but that's good to keep him busy, even gets the coil out of it, as you said. It's not the longest cooldown in the world, but it's a moral victory, if nothing else. And if they were thinking about going for some sort of aggressive play, then that would have been nipped in the bud, right?
Yeah, I think we're kind of right back to where we were last game, where both teams are kind of just wanting to farm up at least for a little bit. Like no one has like a next objective anytime soon that they can take. They need to get to these power items. You do have the armlet done on Kaikyo, obviously, and he's going into that Sanj and Yasha. But Juggernaut, he needs like a couple more items before he's like fight ready. Like outside of Blade Fury, he doesn't do a ton right now, so.
Yep.
Darkseer
is he's gonna do a ton though. That's a very early Agnum Scepter. It's this bit of a skirmish in the rune spot.
Yeah, so MS already has the Maelstrom on his way to that Manta. So yeah, pretty much the standard Jug build here. Like this build feels it's so fun to play. Like I think it's not as fun as like there was like a Magic build a while back. You go like Spirit Vessel Radiance, like all sorts of wild stuff on this hero. But yeah, this build is really cool. I like this one a lot. It feels real fun. Man, this Razor, it's poor. He's getting closer and closer to the BKB, I guess.
Yeah, he's putting on a lot of pressure. Like the kid running at him in the top lane.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that he's a little bit further behind, which is unfortunate because it's one of these heroes that can really build a lot of momentum if he just keeps up, you know.
They got their eyes on MS. The question is, they have the damage. I mean, you have the Blink Dragon Tail to follow here, but the rest of Saiyan actually just smokes right in.
Yeah, Phoenix doesn't get out here. This is Dawnbreaker helping out though. Coiled together. And now, jump in on Wen Hao. Coil snaps actually on the Omni-Slash on 2 heroes. Just cuts them to pieces.
Yeah, that feels good. I mean, if your Juggernaut is like taking a fight near where your Juggernaut is farming there while he has his ability off cooldown to just go for that Omni, and you have like this brand new completed Aghanim Scepter off Son Goku. There's no BKBs on the side of Shenzhen. I mean, this is as good as it gets. They kind of got baited there because the Nyx Assassin, you know, finding the Juggernaut being like, yeah, let's go for this smoke gank, but Saiyan actually just read it perfectly.
Yep. Well, they're ready to go. They initiate first. They get a couple of really good kills.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah, all Shinra can do in response is try and farm up as much as they can. The remaining
There's
core
no way
heroes-
they can keep up, though. Is the thing. Like this Darkseer is going to be enormous this game. They are not going to be able to slow this guy's farm down, and Juggernaut is going to pull way far ahead of the Lifestealer at this pace. So,
Yep.
Puck, pretty easy to recover on that hero. I really do worry for Shenzhen if this goes like, if this trend continues for like the next like 10-15 minutes. But Dawson, yeah, just get in there, buddy.
Oh, I love that. Who needs blink daggers? You know, just charge forward to Tiny so we can toss the tree in. This
Classic
team play
Tiny
right
Airlines.
there. Yeah.
So funny. There was actually like a recent thread on like how to fix Tiny Airlines being a thing.
scanning.
Like used to like grief people, and I think they actually, I'm not sure if it was actually implemented, but they said it was going to be implemented on this patch.
Okay.
So it's actually kind of neat. So if you disable help on toss, you can't be tossed if you're the only target within range of toss now. Does that make
Okay.
sense? So if there are other targets, you can still accidentally toss an ally even if they have disable help on, but if you are the sole target near Tiny and he's like clearly griefing you, it won't allow him to toss an ally, which is actually like a really cool fix, I think.
That does make sense, yeah, because there's no situation, or a few situations, I suppose, where... yeah, there's certainly no situation that if you disable help that you want to be tossed by Tiny.
Yeah, but the whole thing before, the reason it was never patched out was because like you have the accidental situations where you toss an ally, and it's like that's like it's like that takes away from the gameplay. Like that's not how it's intended to be used.
Yeah,
but,
it's to stop griefing and not to help you make sure
Yeah.
you don't get mistakenly tossed, right? Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Ooh.
If I coming in, the Blink Dagger reveal here on the Darkseer, trying to burst him down, Dominic with the BKB,
what
protecting himself,
a
beautiful stuns, and the follow-up is there from Hara. Son Goku will die first, Wen Hao soon to follow. It's all 5 heroes
right.
on Shenzhen collapse.
That is a really, really, really good kill there. Yeah, they just kind of got caught back. They get the Darkseer, which is like he was the most farmed hero in the game. It's now Juggernaut, but yeah, it's a really good find. Really well done there by Shenzhen.
Good recovery as well for the Razor. Is now right up there with his Dragon Knight. Still a bit behind Darkseer and the Juggernaut, of course, but off to a good start. The BKB reveal, the Blink. First reveals the Blink, I believe, as well. Not sure. On Phoenix. So they have... Yeah, both teams are getting these initiation items now. There's a Blink Dagger coming in on Treant too. Park has it as well, just now.
It's the same
Tiny
build as
also
last
thinking
game,
about
right? Just rush Blink on your 5 Treant.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I guess he doesn't have to buy a ton of salves anymore. He ends up just being kind of farmed. Dude, I mean, this legitimately will change the game in terms of like what 5s are being picked, because we're going to go on a lane stage with like 500 more gold than you had previously.
YP.
Like good old smoke break there, nicely done. Tumbler Toy, very good jungle item.
Still going straight into Roche.
Yeah, you can do it. The Ion Shell is no joke.
Radiant are scanning.
He isn't. Wow, yeah, it's just melting.
Yeah, it's a
3
lot
Iron
of
Shells
damage.
going. It's like, what?
It's a lot of damage.
They know though now. Hara scouting it out. Can they do something about it? Is the next question here. They're kind of sitting around.
No
Roshan is almost dead. It's going to fall now.
Yeah,
Hara.
it was really smart too, because even if you go in,
Double Blink Overgrowth catches a couple here, focusing on Hara. And it's just a target of opportunity here. Kaiko finishes up the tree in turn. What? That was the Omnis there. What happened there?
Omnis-
Ignis!
Yeah, he's into the
Infest.
infested Nyx.
Now the blink stun over on the Juggernaut. Can it trigger the Aegis right away? Nice stun here. Also catching the Darkseer. Much better target to kill off, and one that also stays dead. Juggernaut gets a bit TP out as a result. Still, great fight for Shenzhen, even though they still have that Aegis disadvantage now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good Roche grab for the side of Shenzhen. Like, just in general, like having it on the Jug now is really nice because I think this is going to be probably just a farming Aegis, to be honest. Like one of those ones where it's like, if you die, like in a team fight while you're farming, not the end of the world.
Yep.
Juggernaut can always just like blink TP out, or not blink, sorry, Blade Fury TP out. There's no BKB piercing disables on the side of Shenzhen to stop him.
Yeah.
At least until you get like a Basher on Lifestealer, which is is absolutely essential later this game.
He has it queued up right now, in fact. So.
Oh, does he? Okay, yeah. I was like, I didn't think he'd go for it this fast, but yeah, Sanj and Yasha right into Basher, it seems so.
Yep.
Makes sense. And Juggernaut's actually the same thing. He says, I got Manta, my turn for a Basher.
Yeah. Also feels very fun.
What talent did the Juggernaut take at 10? Did you see?
He
Is it Blade
got
Fury Radius?
no +5 all
He would-
stats.
Dang
He
it.
got the Blade Fury duration. No,
Yeah. He'll go the Blade Fury duration for sure every time. The 5 all stats, I see it's kind of like a 50-50 toss up a lot of times, but pretty good.
Well, Basher only a couple hundred gold away for the Juggernaut, actually. A little bit further for the lifesteal at the moment, so. Let's see how this one goes. Up top, Hara. I kind of like how far forward these supports are playing. You know, we saw YP scouting on smokes. We see Hara just constantly running around alone. It's what we said earlier. Like either he gets gone on and killed, but then it's fine because he's just a 5. Or he can still always join when there's a team fight elsewhere. And he's just getting
Such a
so
good
much
smoke.
information.
They're like baiting MS bottom. Like again, he has the Aegis, so he's just kind of free to do whatever he wants. And the whole team just smoking down to him. They want to just try and force the objective here on Saiyan.
They're not falling for it though.
Yeah, not at all. They might just settle for mid tier 1 though.
Yeah.
They already have fort up, so it really doesn't matter. Like pushing tier 2 bot, they
Radiant structures
they
are
get the fort
Yeah.
anyway. So
Dire's
So,
top
but
tower is under
I really think just the
Radiant's
fact that
middle
Tower is just providing so much information up top
Radiant's middle
means that they
tower
could
is
feel the
falling.
smoke out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That, and I'm not sure where this smoke might have also the water mid might have also seen it. But either way, you get the tier 1, which not the worst thing in the world here. 23 minutes in, still
far
farming
now
up.
it's
this
pretty
Juggernaut,
even,
yeah.
dude. I'm a little bit surprised by this. I
Yeah.
thought Shenzhen would be a little bit further behind. At this point, I mean, they had really good lanes, right? But I thought that it would kind of deteriorate and Saiyan would start pulling away. But is that BKB committed on Dolme, right?
Yeah, just to get out, but still chasing him down now.
Yeah, MS is
Well,
hungry.
coming, yeah, he's very dead now. Surely he
that's a
jumps
toss-up.
forward into cover
Oh,
right
first
click.
bash.
It did find Puck though in turn while that was happening, so it was a 1-for-1 trade.
Dire's top tower
Yeah, it's
is
pretty
under
good.
attack.
The Blink Dragon Tail, once again, really good at dealing with Puck. He has to go a Linken's this game. It's pretty much like his most important item is a Linken Sphere. So we'll see if like how long it takes him to actually get there, because you still need to get like the Witchblade and stuff for damage and armor, but yeah, you'll have to get to that Linken Sphere this game pretty quick.
Yep. Alright. BKB also ready to go on Dragon Knight. Has an AC queued up next. Bash is now on the way for Kaiko as well, so there's that extra threat now for the Juggernaut.
Yeah, very nice. And Juggernaut's actually about to have his Blink Dagger completed, so that's a big, big upgrade. Aegis about to expire. They've got a bottled DD rune. We might see them smoke up again once this Blink Dagger gets delivered, or like try and make a play behind the Jug, but
Dire are scanning.
we'll see in just a moment.
It's not actually buying it.
Oh, he's not.
He's
He's going,
he's
he's
going-
going Lincoln's.
Yeah.
No, okay.
No. The fake guy. Yeah,
I'm like, all right, that's interesting. I don't know why. It's like I get it for the dragon tail, but
I think Zone just dodged the smoke with the phase shift. I'm not sure if that was intended either way.
they had a ward there that scouted Dolme, I think. Yeah, they got him.
Yeah. Oh, gets a beacon out. Oh, gets cut to
Good old
pieces. though,
Basher.
yikes.
As a DD rune. They see Phoenix as well. And that ward on the high ground is giving them a lot of info. They're pinging it, they're like, all right, they have a ward here for sure.
Yeah.
That's a big kill. Razor down once again, slowing his item progression.
Yeah, DD Jog, very scary. It's very fast and very hard. What's his willing to work with? So Hara, can you get on top of him? Seems like he might dash. Just only slashes, sure. He's
Why
just
not?
done with the shenanigans. It's like,
Is under
no,
attack.
just get out of the top lane.
That's the Blink Dagger, man. That's what makes it. That's what makes the Blink Dagger so good here. Is the mobility you have on Jug is so sick.
Has been killed.
So we're gonna see Satanic as the next item for Kaikyo. I think most of this is to just get rid of silence from the puck, so he always has his rage active, right? You don't want to build Manta on this hero, but you need to be able to get out of silence. You don't want to have to build a BKB either, so he's gonna go Satanic, and then obviously he'll have rage to follow that up.
Yeah.
Also makes him a little bit tankier.
Yeah, it's pretty good, you know.
And we're
Strength
almost
hero,
Lincoln's
so he
on
gets a
zone.
bunch of damage from it too, so it's... Why the hell not?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know, I do have to wonder though whether Shenzhen should not have been, or should not be a little bit more aggressive now. Like, we've seen the Lifesteal infested now into the next assassin, but it's like the first and second time we've seen this. Maybe the first time that they're looking for a kill with it, but they might find a good one here. Zone goes in. Yeah. Thanks for proving my point. These kind of plays can be quite helpful, you know, to try and throw a wrench at the science plans.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Would like to see more of that.
Yeah, this puck needs to get to that Lincoln's fast. I mean, like, he still might get caught by, like, a couple stuns here and there, but it'll make his life a lot easier. But they've done a really good job at slowing him down, and again, this is kind of just that DK effect from the mid lane. It makes your start so slow, and it's so miserable to deal with. Goku actually just goes right for the Aeon Disc. Interesting.
Lincoln's block Impale. I do not believe so.
Nah, if you ground target it, I don't think so.
It is a bit weird because Burst Strike
Like,
is being
Bro
blocked.
Strike, yeah, it does. I don't know, honestly. That's like a weird one.
Yeah, Burst Strike is being blocked. I know that for fact. Yeah, if you ground target it or not.
But Impale is not hero targetable at all.
Yeah, that's the
And I
thing.
think that's the difference.
Maybe that's the difference.
I think it's
And-
only ground targeted.
Yeah, and with Lion, it's like depending on whether you click
One
the
or
hero
the
or they
other.
click past it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, which still
It's the
seems
same
weird to
thing.
me, but
It's the same thing with Sand King. Like,
Yeah.
Bro Strike's the same way. Like, Bro Strike's blocked by Lincolns no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll have
Still
to find
so
out.
weird to me, but
Just a billion interactions in Dota. They're all
Yeah.
different.
especially because those spells are very similar, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
Impale and Earthspike are literally the same thing. Burst Strike, the only difference is that kind of brings you along with it.
And the only, like I said, the only difference being is that you can't target the Nyx Impale.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the difference with the Lincolns. I mean, we'll find out, right? We'll see what happens when he actually uses it on a Lincoln Sphere target.
Yeah.
My gut is that it does not break
Yeah.
the Lincolns, but we'll see.
All right.
Dire are
Razor.
Speaking of Lincolns,
Pretty strong as well. It's got the refresher, so no, no extra items in between.
Hara's got an Axe. Actually went for Axe before the
is under attack.
Holy
Damn, yeah.
Locket, so
Yeah.
just went right for that. Gives you a ton of evasion, if I'm not mistaken, the Aghanim Scepter.
Reduces channel time, increases healing, total duration, causes allies in the destination area to have evasion while Dawnbreaker's airborne.
Yep. That's what makes it very good.
It's-
The healing and everything is
yeah.
good. The evasion is a massively underrated part of it.
Especially in a game like this against Juggernaut, right? So
Yeah.
you can
How
only
much is the
slash,
evasion? Isn't it like 70% or something? Maybe that's too high.
Say
I might be able
60%.
to.
Yeah.
60%.
Very
Okay,
close.
I thought it was close. I knew it was a pretty high amount.
It is ridiculous if you think about it. It's like more than half of Juggernaut's Omni Slashes kind of missing. It's crazy.
Alright, smoke up from Shenzhen. Infest into Phoenix. They want that Dragon Tail opener. Both teams going to be aware of the Roche that's respawned.
Yep. We're gonna make it up to the high ground here. See what they can see.
Will. Razor's got his refresher and is a big
It
power
is.
click. Alright, it's settled for the Tiny. Yeah, it's definitely not a bad pick. That does give you the ability to still threaten Roche now that you have hero advantage. Hara, though, needs to be careful here.
This is
Your Jug's not close enough, though.
Tower is under attack.
at some point you gotta shift from playing alone aggressively to playing more defensively, so you have that Solar Guardian ready to go to help out your team.
That was a cheeky play there by Goku. He tried to vacuum them onto the high ground, but Kaikyo Rage dodged it.
Since vacuum cooldown is still crazy. Not gonna have that for a little while, but Shenzhen's still a bit timid about full committing into Roche, but they can just leave Kaiko in there. It's gonna go down sooner or later.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, Lifesteal's not the best Roche taker. Definitely slow, but the Satanic will allow him to heal a lot of the damage.
Yeah. It's gonna be fight ready here. Cyan goes in. But they really rather prefer being able to catch somebody else beforehand again. Tiny's already back. They're smoked up in the back lines. Hara can brushing top. Like again, he can always join in whenever. Unless he's the one being gone on. So that might be a strat for Cyan if they can somehow find him. But instead, okay, what? He blinks away.
Look at the blink!
He's so fine right now.
that was
Fuck him. Isolated up on top. That's a wall to finish up the next assassin. Menhao dies in front of the pit, but Dragonite still being gone on, bashed here, even as he's BKB, but still tanking up for the team to come in. The infant to save him, and now the Dawnbreaker ult as the Omnislash comes out. Juggernaut completely.
Such a sick
ineffective
buyback
here.
from Hara.
That was insane.
This is exactly what I was talking about. The Ags evasion is so good to deal with the Juggernaut. They basically bait it, the buyback right into that Dawnbreaker ult. Like they just sit there, heal up completely, tank all of the damage, and Juggernaut has pretty much committed everything at that point. And now Shenzhen, they get the bonus kill there on the Train Protector and Roshan as well. So this is a really, really, really sick play from them.
Brilliantly planned and executed. The spoils are a shot for the Razor, which is
Actually, they gave Shard
it's one
for
of the
Razor?
weaker ones. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems meh. It seems like a worse version of the passive that he used to have, you know, with the random damage throwing out.
I actually don't think it's that bad. The Razor Shard, like it does help you farm quite a bit because your farming speed like is definitely reliant on like Plasma Field and your ult, and this just gives you like one extra tool to help cleave down waves and jungle creeps. So it's not the worst. It's definitely not bad.
Yeah,
It definitely is a little bit weak. It feels.
I mean, Dragonite already had it. Dawnbreaker shot. It's just magic immunity for Starbreaker. The support maybe not that big, and Nick's Assassin shot is Vendetta. Is fast and also reduces target's magic resistance. So I guess it's just that the alternatives were even worse. Well, not as good, I suppose. But yeah,
Really scouting for this puck in the top lane here. I mean, YP has just been spending his whole game hunting him, and ooh, oh, did he find him? Got the blink out. All right, well played by Zone. He did actually catch him on the Spike Carapace, but he had already blinked, so
Yeah.
smart play.
Dire's top
he's off to
tower
the
is
side, a
under
little bit too far away, out of the trees, but this tower will go down. Opening up the outpost as well. And Cyan's gonna try to match that sort of play down bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's TP it from Lifesteal though, they want to defend this one. Kaiko not afraid at the moment.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
This Lifestealer is super farmed. He's got the open wounds. He's got the Mind Breaker as well, which is just such a good item on this hero.
Oh, yeah.
He just attacks so dang fast, and he's queued up himself a Silver Edge. Play a little bit of this sneaky boy.
Yeah. Silver, just such a comfortable item. I think that's.
It's just good. It gives you crit damage. Like it's such a sick item.
Yeah. It's the best way I can describe it. You know, it's not so much about the invis necessarily, because especially in pro games like this is gonna be detection. Certainly when there's Nyx Assassin anyway that you have to watch out for. Sometimes it can still make a difference in the heat of a team fight when there's no gem, no sentries. You can maybe get out, but it is mostly about
Dire's
that
bottom
break
tower is under
could come in
attack.
handy in this game against, but it's not a game-breaking thing. But just that crit, having the extra stats, and just all-around utility is very nice. Very easy to build it into as well. Someone really needed to go to the toilets in the middle of a game, sure. When nature calls, then what can you do, right? So how much do you think they can actually do with this Aegis now?
I mean, I definitely think Shenzhen wants a fight. This Dawnbreaker Ags has actually blown this game pretty much wide open for them. Like, they don't have a good way of dealing with like anyone who's just sitting inside of the Dawnbreaker ult. So she's actually priority target number 1. You have to kill the Dawnbreaker before this fight starts, because she doesn't have buyback. She has no way back into this fight. And without the Dawnbreaker ulti, I think the fight is pretty favored for Saiyan at that point. It's either that or you bait the Dawnbreaker ult and disengage. Like, that's like your two options. You can't fight into it. So overall, I still think Saiyan have like a better carry matchup. Like Juggernaut into Lifestealer is always like going to be Juggernaut favored, but they have a very like commitment based lineup. There's not like kind of baiting. You go in, you commit back wall, or you go in, you commit coil, you go in, you commit overgrowth. Like, these are all super long cooldown spells that are just like, you can't be like, oh, we're just baiting, you know? Like, it's like, no, you used an ult. Like, that's just how it works.
You're just trading is the word you're looking for. But even that might not be enough, because Dawnbreaker has a refresher orb queued up. I'm only 300 gold away from it, but there's a bit of fight going in. They toss him around, and this ult is a little bit too late. Razor is down, and okay, Hara.
I mean, you can't cancel the Dawnbreaker all once it starts. So that is the one thing that happens. You know, you press R on Dawnbreaker, you're going there. There's no stopping it. That's how that works.
Well,
so
you was close to refresher, now not so much. So.
Dawnbreaker now without buyback, dead for a long time. Obviously, this is the dieback timer. So this is what we're talking about. This does make a pretty big opening for Saiyan here, and with both those heroes dead, they should be able to grab the tier 2 in the mid lane. Maybe try and threaten high ground. There's still a minute left on the Aegis, so that's going to end pretty much right at the respawn there of the Dawnbreaker. But yeah, you got to be feeling very confident now on the side of Saiyan. They do not have a lot to stop you. They'll have to save fort for the high ground. You can't commit it on the tier 2 here. So they might just take 2 towers instead.
It seems inevitable at this point, unless maybe they can get something here. Tree and I don't know what he was thinking.
He was just trying to go hide in the trees and didn't make it in time. That's an unfortunate death there. Yeah, you need him there for the overgrowth. And it looks like Saiyan maybe on 2 different pages there, as some of their heroes were heading bottom or into the jungle while like they were trying to get set up for top. So unlucky there.
Perhaps slightly unnecessary, but it's not the end of the world. Again, they got 1 tier 2. They got, and it was still on the back of having some pretty good kills. But Dawnbreaker is going to be back in a couple of seconds. And now Shenzhen all ready to go once again, except now the Aegis has expired, so at least does not have that extra bit of protection. It's another Lincoln Sphere and Juggernaut now, so there's 2 of them running around. Darkseid has an Aeon Disc to protect him. Inside the Blink, BKB, and the Trickster's Cloak even, so... Oh, there we go, going in. Actually find the Nyx Assassin as well as the Dragon Knight, but Kaiko's also there.
Right in the wall.
Idea. BKB to protect Phoenix. Meanfest to build some extra health, but they realize this is not a great fight. The Overgrowth connects on the Dragon Knight though. It's gonna need some help, and that's the Dawnbreaker ult here up against the Omni Slash. Is gonna be enough for the toss back and the extra nukes. It is not. Kaiko now forced to man fight here up against MS, but he's too fast. Have to settle for the Tiny. Ryan not leaving though, they're still hanging around, seeing if they can't leverage their numbers advantage still if Shenzhen were to chase, but they're not doing that.
Man, I thought that was going to go way worse, but the magic burst that came through from the Tiny there actually helped secure that kill onto that Dragon Knight. Because yeah, the Omni Slash was not doing enough. He could queue up an MKB this game. A lot of times you see Aya Scotty when you go this build, just mainly because it applies off Blade Fury's auto attack, right, with the shard, and it makes it very difficult to get away from the Juggernaut. Also, healing reduction against heroes like Dragon Knight and like Lifestealer, especially underneath this Dawnbreaker ult, is essential. So, oh, he's going the MKB. There it is, right away. He says you'd rather just have that damage inside the Dawnbreaker ult, so
yeah,
that's one way to do it. No more evasion, or at least massively reduced now.
Yeah.
He still probably goes back for the Abyssal Blade. You might still want to go Aya Scotty eventually. I just don't know what you would drop for it.
Yeah. It feels better to just finish up some of these items like Mjolnir and Abyssal rather than trying to replace one of those. I mean, it's already got no boots, right? So it's quite something. Wait the blink dagger as well eventually, so there's some ways for him to go. 20 seconds until road respawn, or potential road respawn, so Shenzhen already hanging around this pit trying to create some sort of control over that area. And Cyan, ain't no timer just as well as we do, so the smoke up is 5, and they're gonna make their way into that same general area. It's a very quick road respawn actually, only a couple of seconds.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The teams figure that out though, that's the next question.
I mean, the smoke here, if they manage to find the Lifestealer, is huge. He does have that completed Silver Edge, though. I don't know if they've quite seen this yet. I mean, I feel like they had to, but
Radiant's bottom tower.
Science
do have the Ags on the Nyx Assassin. This is a huge power spike as well. Playing into that burrow is so nasty. And he actually has a Psychic Headband as well. So the cast range on these spells are going to be coming from downtown, dude. These things are nuts.
Need to go right now, though. Science already in the pit. Roshan down to half health. They're still sitting up on the high ground here. They have no idea.
Dude, this Axe for Juggernaut is so good, too, if they can get it.
It's too late. Could get it for free.
Yeah, they give the Ags on over to MS. Dude, the Swift Slash here is so sick. Like, it can bait the ultimate just from the Dawnbreaker with a quick Swift Slash into Blade Fury out. There's no real way to know the difference unless you're literally looking at the Jug, but yeah, this is a big deal.
Still, I'm
this
surprised.
Is a weird DK build. I have not seen this. Overwhelming Blink Orchid.
What?
I mean, it's to pop Lincoln Spheres. That's the only thing that I can think of. He needs to like use the Orchid to pop the Lincolns into the Dragon Tail.
Oh, that's not a real one.
What a bait.
Oh, the bait was real, and now the call catches the company fighting into the Nyx, who's axed up, and that makes things a bit awkward here. Get rid of the healing ward, drag them to the high ground. He can burrow right there. No one forced him away, Joe. And can't go in the front. He's still alive. Satanic to keep him back up to full strength zone. Gonna get right click down, and now the Madfight up against MS. The Overgrowth will hold him in place and keep him safe for the moment, but he's already casted the spells, and now to find the bash on the right hero. He's gonna return, packed with a buyback. Trying to make his way into the fight, and he does. There's another bit of control. The Dawnbreaker ult finally coming out, and that's a big problem here. She's being eaten by MS, desperately trying to keep this Juggernaut alive. A random bash comes out, but now the spin ends, and he gets stunned immediately. Goodbye, Jug. Goodbye, Tiny. He gets a couple of spells out to buy space for the rest of his team. But Shenzhen, how do they take this fight?
Burrowed Nyx, man, that's literally what this fight was. Like, I actually can't stress how good the Burrowed Nyx assassin is. He sent out so many stuns. He started the fight by catching the puck with a Spike Carapace, mana burns, and then like impales like 3 heroes on the backside. The Omni Slash only managed to take down the Razor. It didn't really find Kaikyo. And again, Hara with that ultimate managed to keep his team topped off for the fight, the reinitiation, obviously, after they had committed Blade Fury and Omni Slash at the same time. Like, your Juggernaut's completely left with nothing in the tank there to keep him alive. So really sick play, and they just go onto the high ground. They're going to be the ones to take first barracks. Despite being down 5k?
Cax here trying to annoy the Lifestealer, but it's kind of hard to bring him down. A lot of health points to eat through, and then he can heal himself right back up Satanic if he needs to. So now, vacuum wall. Alright, good start here. Dawnbreaker holds, and the Razor's just straight up dead. Stun though! Connector and Juggernaut trying to get to him, and they have plenty of control. The dieback damage to stun on Puck as well! Dieback for Chuck, that's a big damage, so big overgrowth, but Kaiko still alive! He's hitting! He's living! He doesn't give a damn! Oh, okay, maybe you should now. Finally goes down. Buybacks coming through though. They know that there's no Juggernaut. Mass buybacks actually. They want to end this right now, and with this much committed, they need to end this right now, but they don't have a TP spot into it.
Zone needs to get these waves taken care of stat. Bottom and top are all the way pushed out. They need to get this mid wave, but they've already TP'd out on the side of Shenzhen. I mean, they bought back the whole team. Yeah. Basically for this. They bought back all 4 remaining heroes. Obviously, it was a dieback on the Razor, a dieback on the Jug. This Nyx Assassin is destroying the side of Saiyan right now. Like, he happened to catch the Juggernaut there in 2 stuns in a row. And at that point, there's not much you can do.
Just stepping up though, 8k damage on that fight, 7k from the Puck. And 60
they have a
seconds
ton of magic damage. Once those BKBs are done, once the Rage is done, they have a lot of magic damage to help find these kills, so you cannot underestimate that. But it's just YP being back on the backside here that is going to be the big problem. They don't have the wall quite yet either.
Just going for the racks here. I'm slightly concerned. Another normal punch.
He just open wounds it, gets all of his health back.
Yeah. Another Hex. Slowing this down here. 30 seconds on the clock. Another couple of seconds for the overgrowth.
Oh, the Abyss! They caught him!
They got him! And that's a dead Darkseer. Surely, there's no way he lives. Yep. Good
he does have buyback.
Though, yeah. 10 seconds on the clock for Juggernaut. They have to leave. And now,
Blink overgrowth?
Overgrowth. Can they actually get out? Nyx doesn't try to burrow in, but yeah. Still alive, healed up by the Dawnbreaker. Hex before he can actually burrow. But now him and Hara are kind of stuck here.
These are 2 really big kills they can get him. The Hara has to die as well. Normal punch comes through, so that's 2 diebacks. This is the thing. You've committed so heavily here on the side of Shenzhen to try and take this advantage. You are still 8,000 gold behind. Yes, you did manage to like get the dieback on the Jug, but it cost you 4 buybacks, mind you, for this.
They didn't even need to buy back. They got the kill, then they died. They could have just let it there and just respawn normally. Sign would have taken some time.
I've been talking about how important this Nyx Assassin is to their team fight, how important the Dawnbreaker is. It is really the supports that carry them in these fights. The core matchups themselves are terrible for the side of Shenzhen. So with both the supports being dead, this is literally go time for Saiyan here. You get mid racks, you go throne. I think you don't bother with bottom, but it looks like, yeah, they're going throne. You have to. This is the absolute like best chance you're gonna get to try and end this game.
Oh, here we go. They're gonna try and get rid of the Juggernaut immediately. Force him back to bash. The controller's there. All right, off to a good start.
He's just dead.
Yeah.
Blink Abyssal, Blink Dragon Tail. I guess they have enough things to hold him down, and they forced. Like, did they force staff him into the tier 4s?
They did. Yeah, certainly did. Who has the wait? Who?
It's an allied force staff.
Oh, allied force. So
yeah, it's like there's no one else. It was an allied force staff by mistake.
Treant has one. Tiny has one. But none on the side of Shenzhen is up top. Oh, they get another one. That's also dieback though. Son Goku.
All right.
For the
I
god,
think
just
off
like
of
that,
this one.
Dandelion swings again, and
Yeah.
the other one going for the ride.
Yeah, they have no fort. 2 heroes on dieback. You have Dawnbreaker who can ulti in, Nyx Assassin who can vendetta across the map. I mean, this game is over. Saiyan lost it.
I guess it is, yeah. Nothing left to throw. It was so close to losing this one.
Wait a minute.
Well, I guess it's not over just
Satanic.
yet, Kaiko, though. Yeah, he's fine. Gets the rage. They get the click away. There's nothing to stop this, but I was very worried there for Shenzhen for a while. But then they get that extra kill and Jug. Turn it back around in their favor. What a game. What an end to the game. It's crazy.
I have never seen something quite like that. Just more specific to my dumbfounded voice, the Jug. I've never seen a Jug just get controlled that easily. Just,
I mean, all the way up in the game, up until that point, it had been the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin was the main hero that was finding the control onto the Juggernaut. And the thing that's so bizarre about this is, like, you basically go to tier 4s, and your Jug is just right there, but your team should have, like, it's 3v5. Someone has to go in before the Jug, right? Like, someone has to go scout these other heroes. Like, he can't just go in there without help. And yeah, they just watch the Jug die under tier 4s. Like, that was crazy. I don't know. They just didn't expect him to get bursted that fast. I didn't expect him to get bursted that fast, but hindsight's 2020, man.
yeah. And then once the Darkseer died top, there was no chance that they had to save that game, because he was doing a lot with the vacuum walls in those later fights, especially the one over bottom when they were able to get Hara as well as the Nyx Assassin and YP. But like, it just, 3 fights in a row, Jug just gets completely controlled and isn't allowed to do anything, but nobody's there to really save him or help him or do anything. Like, it just, I don't.
Yeah.
Was it a quick tilt? Was it like just aggravation when you're a like full strength Jug and you feel like a level 1 Jug in this game? It was it was ridiculous.
It's just one of these things where you think, oh yeah, I'm so strong, and then you forget for a moment that the enemy team is also strong.
It
and
just
then
felt
you pay the
weird.
price for it, you know? Yeah.
It felt super weird. I think the MKB was just like, they were desperately looking for damage inside of the Dawnbreaker ult. And even with the MKB, it felt lackluster. And MKB does not tank you up at all. Like, this is a Juggernaut with probably like close to 3,000 HP at the end of this game. Whereas like normally you'd be wanting to hover closer to like 4,000 HP with like some little bit more stat items. And yeah, that was rough, man. He just got bursted incredibly fast there. Lifestealer's damage is definitely not to be underrated in the late game.
Yeah.
Very
got a bit of a buff
ridiculous.
as well with their percentage-based damage increase, right, on the feast. So tends to help out.
I felt at times that Kaiko was able to just like, oh, okay, I'm at a 1/8 of my health. I'm healed. I'm back up. Here we go. And again, all right, I'm full. All right, cool. Keep coming at me, and I will continue to heal myself and make this
This was
really
the first
easy.
big bait. This fight was so sick here. Like,
They have
this
so
was like
much
the
to
first
stand.
Dawnbreaker Ags reveal. This was like the Infest bait as well, and they just completely shut down Saiyan here. This fight brought Shenzhen back into the game.
Yeah, it's crazy because there were a couple times, especially towards the end of the game, where Saiyan have a 14,000 net worth lead, and it still feels like they're the ones struggling because MS is finding himself in positions that they're just losing the team the game. I guess it's almost similar to, I don't know if you guys remember, but it was like the first week of the first DPC season. MS is on LBZS. They have a 40k lead on Vici, and they don't know how to finish the game. And they end up throwing a massive lead. Like, they just, it didn't look like MS was comfortable in these positions at all. Like, he just didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do in these spots. Especially this fight, it felt like the team as well is just,
This was just all Nyx. I can't stress enough like how incredibly strong this Nyx Assassin is.
Yeah.
Like, he spent the whole fight burrowed, throwing out stuns. He gets the initiation onto the puck. Like,
Bros
It
again.
on the retreats, like
Yeah.
you just watch it now. Is they're trying to make their way out. Eats the cheese.
This stun
and
is
then,
crazy coming
Yeah,
up.
perfectly timed. What is that? Where's he even? It blinks in for the stun just in the perfect time. And it's just, yeah. There's some
What can
amazing
you do?
gameplay, honestly, from a lot of them. For both these supports, like, again, I want to shout out Hara for the way he's been playing for the most part, always ready with the Dawnbreak ultimate in the end when he needed it.
This
And
is
even
again
before
Nyx
that, getting that
Assassin just
information was-
oh my god. Like that dieback on the jug there, he just TP's in instantly stunned by the Nyx. It was just so good.
And this fight gets salvaged as well by saying if they had the jug, if that waning rift comes in just a second earlier, maybe they're able to keep the jug alive. They kill everybody and they get all these buybacks. And at that point, you're thinking Saiyan can't lose this game, right? Right,
I mean,
guys?
You think so?
Nah, but that's when-
you would think so right here when both of
That's
the
win condition,
key
right?
supports die, right? You're like, this is it. We've got both the supports. These two are like absolutely controlling us up in fights. The amount of survivability Hara is bringing to the team. But dude, I mean, I want to see this again. Like just how
minute
fast he
without
got
Dawnbreaker.
bursted.
What is he doing there, and why is the rest of the team so far behind?
They just BKB and kill him. I mean, that's literally what it was. They just press BKBs on other cores and kill the jug, and it worked.
Yeah, that was honestly crazy.
And like in hindsight, you would say, yeah, he needed to be behind and then counter initiate with like Blink Omni Slash or something. So kind of force him to go on somebody else, but it's a bit rough to make that
You
call.
should be Blade Fury hitting the tower, 100%. I think, right? Like if you're gonna go for that tower, you're popping Blade Fury on the tower and hitting it rather than just auto attacking it. But
I guess, yeah.
it's
My default.
he's the one hero that can't afford to die there for sure.
Yep.
And he does. And when you look again, it's the team with the higher damage ends up losing again. This time the discrepancy way bigger.
Yeah,
Not-
I mean
not
they
just
ended
the
the game with a
10,000.
net worth advantage, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
They did. They literally had a 3K advantage and still lost. Yeah, this was just. It's like one of those moments when you like get a little bit too cocky, or like you get a little bit too excited. Maybe you're like, "All right, yeah, we got this." Like, oh my god, it's such an intense game, and so you just like you kind of like lose that focus for just a split second, and that was enough to get capitalized on, and Shenzhen tied up. It's well done by them.
Yeah, it just felt like a couple of those fights almost making them a little bit desperate to get these kills, especially when you see the Dawnbreaker ult, and it's just like, all right, cool. Well, I guess we have to try even harder to get these kills. It's like when you go for a tower and Trian's healing it up, and you're like, I guess we don't get this tower. Except in this case, it's, I guess we don't get these three heroes that we were just taking down to 25% health. So unfortunately for Saiyan, they lose the game, and they end up giving it up to Shenzhen, and it pushes us to a game 3, which will be coming up next. We're going to take a quick break, so we'll see you soon. Again, grab a snack, come right back, and we'll have game 3 ready for you in just a moment. Stay tuned.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome back, guys, to the Chinese DPC. We're back with some Division 2 tour with you guys here with Shenzhen and Team Saiyan. We were having a conversation on who would actually win that race. I don't think it's going to be Phantom Assassin. I think we all think it's not going to be Phantom Assassin. Yeah, it might be rigged. I feel
it's
like
the weirdest part is what Dragon Drop was saying. I can't believe she keeps winning. That's the weirdest thing. She wins every single time.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you guys are all in chat asking F10K and who got first blood. It's all about putting all your channel points on who's going to win the race at the beginning of the entire broadcast anyway. And if you picked anything but PA, your points are mine. So I appreciate
it. There's a 100% win rate so far. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very impressive.
Never going to lose.
Goes to show what training can do to you now.
It definitely shows what the training can do if you get it right. And well, if you don't get it right and you don't know how to train those fingers and train those hands to touch the right keys at the right time, you end up like MS, dying 3 times in a row and losing the game and ultimately being pushed to a game 3. You know, very recent history with that burn, but it's always nice. It's just...
I was going to say, speaking of getting it right, where are the Shenzhen doubters, you know? Where are they?
Here... chat, don't tell me who to pick this time, please. Thanks. I would have gotten it right if I just said Jen like I was going to, but I was peer pressured into making a poor decision. That's what peer pressure does. It puts you in a poor decision making.
Thank you for that object lesson, though. It's been very educational.
Yeah, I got you guys. This is Professor Coppola. That is not Copulo, but call me by my right name, and I'll teach you guys some life lessons. I don't know if you could see my red mark right around here, but that is literally from me watching MS and physically doing this really hard and just going, oh my God, he's died again. Like that, dude. I have never reacted. Like, I've definitely reacted like that before, but that was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. I was so stunned. Like him.
I also facepalmed. I did as well. Like right when he died at the tier 4s, and I was like, he's dead. And I like actually facepalmed, and I forgot I'm wearing glasses now, and like almost smashed my glasses. It's still
how low do you facepalm yourself?
I was just like, oh boy. Well, it's like, you know, the heel. Like I almost like the heel of my hand almost hit it, and I was like,
gotta go more horizontal.
Yeah, it's like now I realize it's gotta be more horizontal.
Yeah.
Joining I'm learning, you know.
with the fashionable glasses. Press 1 in chat if you think Ricky's glasses look the best. Press 2 in chat if you think Dragon Drop's glasses look the best. Or press 3 if you think my glasses look the best. Yeah, see, a little chat interaction. I like it. We get back to where we were in the first panel, so it's always nice to come full circle. And we'll see who takes this now BO1 series, I guess it would be. And Ricky, what are your thoughts coming out of Game 2? But also taking away what we did from Game 1, what are the keys to victory for Shenzhen?
I mean, Shenzhen just need a good draft. Like, I do think that they are the better team. Like, they made way better map movements in Game 1 early on. They were just, like, at a disadvantage. Game 2 here, they had really good decision-making, but in my opinion, their draft was not as good still. So, like, if they have, like, a good draft here and, like, continue to like take the fights like on their own terms, I think Shenzhen are likely to get it. I mean, I think we have never mind, sorry, go ahead. What do you think, Dragon Drop?
I think you hit the nail on the head there. No pun intended. As you're gonna see right now, we do have the Hammer Mommy again for Team Cyan, though. Yeah, Shenzhen, they've been looking pretty good. Again, I want to point out again the movement of the supports in particular. Again, YP just constantly breaking smokes, constantly getting information. Hara on what he was playing Dawnbreaker before, really getting the most out of that global potential. So just getting that information, keeping the lanes pushed out, and then shifting into that other role once the game progressed past that point, and where they needed her to actually stay alive and get that ultimate out. So yeah, I would agree. Shenzhen have been looking pretty strong, especially bouncing back from game number 1, which wasn't all that successful for them, of course. Yeah, it basically means that they're coming in with the momentum in game number 3. So if they can show up the draft, if they can come away with that well enough, then I would probably favor them for the series as well.
Right now, Shenzhen going to the DK as well as the Hoodwink, and then Puck Dawnbreaker for Saiyan. At least with the DK Hoodwink, it's a little bit of potentially control going in succession, where maybe you've got a Dragon Tail, then you've got the Bushwhack to come through. I do like this combo. I know that Hoodwink, ever since like TI quals last TI, have kind of found a way, like it's found its way into the Chinese scene a lot more. I think a lot of these 4 positions really enjoy playing Hoodwink. That being said, with Saiyan, maybe they're thinking, hey, we just saw Shenzhen destroy us with this Dawnbreaker and its heal and its Ags and everything like that. We're going to do that this time and make you guys kind of struggle to keep up with that. And again, Visage first phase, Marcy first phase. Maybe I'm going to have to take a look. I don't know what it is about the Visage. It's got to be something in particular, or I would think, yeah. Is it just that it's straight up broken, or is it?
It's just incredibly strong in lane, and we're in a death ball meta that like wants to get active around 25 minutes, and that's like peak Visage, right? You get like you have like usually a couple like aura items. You were building Wraith Pact, and I think this is still one of the few heroes in the game that might still be building it pretty regularly. The Aghanim Scepter on this hero is incredibly strong as well. Like it's just everything that Visage is fits very well on this patch as a core or even just a support, because Soul Assumption's like a 400 damage nuke on a 4-second cooldown. But the one thing about this draft already that I'm actually really concerned about for Team Saiyan is the fact that they actually pick the Puck into the Dragon Knight, which is a massively favored Dragon Knight lane if they decide to just run the DK mid, which I can't imagine they wouldn't at this point. And this frees up the ability to pick a better off lane later in the draft, probably last here for Shenzhen. And Hoodwink is just an incredibly strong 4. This hero is really, really, really fun to play. I've been playing it a ton recently and feels incredibly strong. So not all that surprising.
It's one of these 4 positions that can turn a lane into a kill lane if you add a decent off laner to it, you know, and just constantly harassing, doing tons of damage with Bushwhack, and then setting up for any sort of follow-up.
Is MS trying to like style on Kaikyo right now and be like, watch, I'll show you how to play Terrorblade? Because there's a lot of picks still left in the pool here to pick a Terrorblade right now.
Yeah. I feel like Cyan has been doing that is I feel like Cyan has been doing that as well. Like they keep stealing heroes that Shenzhen has played before. Even in game number 2, they got the Puck that Phoenix was playing in game 1. Now in game 3, they get the Dawnbreaker that Tower was playing in the game before, and now the Terrorblade as well. It's like they don't have up until the Venge pick, I guess. It was like they didn't have any ideas of their own. But TB Venge, Aura, minus armor, etc., it could buff them up. But
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't help you against the Brewmaster, right? Yeah.
No, like this is like one of the worst matchups as a Terrorblade, because you have to get a BKB super early. Or you can't fight, because Brewmaster is going to split. He's just going to throw you into the air and kill your whole team. And there is just nothing you can do about it. He also doesn't really suffer to you in the lane at all. Cinder Brew is super annoying to deal with. And it's very easily triggered by Hoodwink. So, yeah, I'm not 100% sold on this Terrorblade pick. I think Brewmaster is going to have a great time. I'm not sure if you go for the Spirit Vessel this game, just because it's not fantastic against Terrorblade, because Sunder isn't affected by healing reduction.
Still good against.
It's still good against
Dawnbreaker,
Dawnbreaker, though, is the thing. So that's why you might do it.
You-
They ban
you know
out
what
PL,
I'm-
they ban out Jug. Faceless Void is already banned as well. So they do actually protect the Terrorblade in terms of the core matchups.
I'm interested to see this Winter Wyvern because I feel like it sets up really well. Because if you're Dawnbreaker, you're obviously bringing yourself into the middle of all your team, and then boom, Winter's Curse. I feel like that's kind of a counter. Does that make sense?
Would like to see it in action to see how.
You know where they're
effective
going.
it is.
Like you know where the target is gonna be.
Yeah.
You know where you're gonna want a Winter's Curse. If you can keep yourself back, like it's never. I don't really think it's ever gonna. And it's about the same size, right? So if you come in on the center, Winter's Curse immediately. I feel like that's a lot of control.
It seems like it's more of a situation where Dawnbreaker wants to ulti in to help his team. And the same situations where Winter Wyvern wants to go in and cast a curse, right? Because it's as Dawnbreaker, you want to hit multiple heroes and help them all out in a big clump in a team fight, and Winter Wyvern also worked like that. So yeah, I can see your point there.
I like the Abaddon Phoenix bans here. It actually makes it so that they can't really afford to run. Okay, they are going to go ahead and run on. I was going to say it makes it more difficult to run the Dawnbreaker core, but I think that's what they're doing here, and they pick Undying as the 5 instead because he is one of the few heroes that is actually pretty good at dealing with Brewmaster. So this is a pretty smart change in the draft here, and it will allow the Terrorblade to have a little bit better lane. The question is now, what carry can you pick here for the side of Shenzhen to still do well? I mean,
Anti-mage, go.
I mean, honestly, Anti-Mage is it's kind of a free AM game, but he's pretty heavily countered by Terrorblade.
Is he countered a lot by Terrorblade if he's countered by the Brewmaster?
He just reflections you, and you just like burn all of your mana instantly. It's really lame.
Yeah,
it's just such a bad feeling.
Maybe we'll think of Gyrocopter.
Gyro's not bad. Though heroes I'm looking at are like TA and probably Medusa.
TA would be good.
What about
Medusa? I think would be your 2 picks here.
Yeah. Medusa's also always a bit awkward against Terrorblade. Like you have to really make sure that you have some sort of dispel for the reflection, or else you're just going to kill your own team.
Yeah,
I was gonna say Monkey King.
Can I get it?
Yeah, there's a Medusa. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Back to Medusa gaming. I'm always down.
I think with the new Medusa build, where you go like this, like very aggressive build instead, your like third item after like Manta, Scotty, Dragonlance is basically just Swift Blink, and you just like press R and Swift Blink into the middle of their enemy team, and like Terrorblade can't actually fight you. So I'm curious if that's what they end up doing. Overall, I do like Shenzhen's draft a lot. Again, I think this mid lane Dragon Knight, it's reversed this time. But yeah, he's just gonna absolutely own. Or no, it's the same. Yeah, Phoenix DK versus Zone Puck. Yeah, he's just gonna run away with the lane once again. DK is just very good when he is in that situation. So.
All right.
Cyan, they have a few things going for them. Like they have like Puck, Dawnbreak, Undying team fights that can hit quite early on. But it's also going to lose some of that its effectiveness as everyone gets tankier and can be counterplayed, especially by Dormy Brewmaster, some Winter Wyvern heals coming through. Like they have, as the game goes on, they have a heavier focus on the physical damage, while also just the classic Winter Wyvern heal comes in, the Cold Embrace, to just offset that and buy more time, if nothing else, and negate a lot of this pressure, a lot of the damage it's Cyan actually have.
So it looks like you guys are both going Shenzhen then. All right. Well, I'm not going to get peer pressured, but what did chat say most recently? Oh, man. The most recent prediction was 2-1 Saiyan easy game. So,
Okay. So you're going Saiyan.
Great.
I would like, before you make that prediction, I do want to remind you that this is an off-lane Vengeful Spirit. So just use that information as you will.
I didn't make the prediction. well, this guy did, and I guess I have to stick with it, right? Or no, wait. Most recent one, Alexander 2170 said Shenzhen wins. We're good. All right, I'm taking Shenzhen. We're in. Thank you so much for saving me on that. Oh my god, perfect, great. This is how I predict games. This is how I'm an analyst. I mean, it works out every single time. Truthfully, I don't see the problem with it. But it looks like all three of us, totally not casters, cursing this. Shenzhen should probably, maybe, potentially take game number 3, but it should be a close game 3 as these teams have been pretty close. Both games 1 and 2 have shown to be pretty close in action. So I'm ready to see who we get to win game 3 and to win the series. And to do so, you guys got to cast the game. So I'm again going to throw it your way as our Cryptic and Drag and Drop cast away.
Yeah, thank you very much. And by the end of this game, we're all going to look either incredibly smart or incredibly stupid.
I mean, you guys made the mistake of choosing the same decision that I made. I have predicted nothing correctly tonight. Everything that I said would happen did not.
I'm 50-50 though, right? So
yeah, you are.
It's kind of offsetting a little bit, maybe. It's actually Shenzhen for both games, right? So we'll see. We'll see.
So we are going to see the core Vengeful Spirit off lane here with the Dawnbreaker into this Winter Wyvern and Medusa. It's actually not that bad for the Venge. Like, she has a lot of damage on this hero. She did get a 2 base damage buff or something, not something substantial by any means, but it does help with last hitting and denying in the lane for sure. She has great agi gain, plus of course the Vengeance aura.
Yep. Well, that extra minus armor can help out. Like, you can throw it in towards the side if power is a little bit too far forward, and then Dawnbreak has all of a sudden even more damage to throw into the Wyvern. So, see how that goes. Like, they definitely want to try and keep the creep equilibrium in favor of the Medusa, so she doesn't get bullied out too much. But again, Medusa, one of these heroes that can, after a few levels, transition into jungle and not care too much about these lane matchups anymore. Yeah, then we have mids. Classic, you've seen this one before. Puck's gonna try and last as much as he can, gonna throw in some right clicks on a Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight's not gonna care. So not expecting any surprise up here, up top though. Alright. Bit of damage down to Kaiko. Nice sidestep there though on the Starbreaker. Leaves us with bottom lane, I suppose. Undying already being as annoying as he can be, but the wave pushing into the tower means Dawnmei should be safe enough.
Ooh, Undying. Gotta be a little careful there.
Was it some strength just expiring? Because it looked like he took a lot more damage than he should have.
Yeah, that might have been what it is. Anytime that decay comes off, you do lose that bonus health, so it's a little bit more difficult.
Alright, where do you think the first spot's gonna be?
I mean, mid lane, there's not going to be anything super exciting here unless we see the support to rotate for it. Phoenix is going to do the same thing he's been doing, which is deny creeps and get CS, get level 6, push mid tower. In terms of the side lanes, I could actually see the Medusa going down. You do have a lot of damage that comes out from Dawnbreaker and Venge, so if she managed to get like double stun, she could fall. Bottom lane, probably nothing too out of the ordinary unless Undying falls too low. Then Hoodwink's damage is pretty good.
Yep.
You can definitely pop her.
Hoodwink also tends to be a bit squishy, certainly against the Terrorblade if he has Metamorphosis going, but there's no real control, no slows to really make sure that he can keep hitting. Certainly can always turn around for a Bushwhack to buy yourself some space. So. YP
yeah, I'm going to be curious
be
what build Dolme goes for here. My guess is he might still go for the Urn, just because it is still very strong.
Yep. The alternative would be to go straight for the Aghanim Scepter, right? Which is also incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I mean, you usually have to get something before the Ags just to get stat-wise and regen and everything. And that's usually where the urn comes from. But
Yeah.
he's got Tranquil Boots. Just going to rely on that to stay in the lane.
Okay.
We'll check back in with him later, I suppose. Mid lane, a little bit of a repeat of last time. 10-11 denies now on the Dragon Knight. And very fun to play with.
Zone doing a decent enough job, at least securing the range creeps here and there. So
Actually went for 2 points in the Breathe Fire. That is incredibly surprising.
Top lane. And how? Kind of low, but so is Kaiko, and can't really stand up against Son Goku. It's actually kind of funny because a friend of mine is also named Goku, and Vengeful Spirit is his favorite hero. So this is a bit
Very
tricky
on brand
here,
for your
obviously.
stacks.
Yeah.
Mid lane
This might have
rotation.
happened before, Son Goku playing Venge as well, and I might have told my friend about it, but I'm gonna have to do it again.
Yeah, I'm really surprised on Phoenix's Dragon Knight going for that second point in Breathe Fire. It's costing a lot more resources, and he's not able to like sustain the lane as easily from the spell damage from the puck. But I guess he values that extra like magic nuke to try and push the wave against like puck doing the exact same thing. But yeah, gets level 6, goes Dragon Form immediately. Both supports are actually here on the side of Shenzhen, so they really do not want to give up this tower.
Yeah. Also want to secure that 6-minute rune if they possibly can. Of course, it spawns on the other side. Tombstone goes down, the coil as well. Dragon Knight perhaps a bit vulnerable here. There's some help coming, but without also joining in. Starbreaker, but the first one's actually going to be going to Phoenix. Just clicks him down.
I think you're
That's a
still
bit awkward.
pretty happy with that on Saiyan, because this Dragon Knight, level 6, didn't do any tower damage. Your tower is at full health here because this puck has just been spamming out waves. They refilled the puck bottle mid lane once already, so he's been getting the power runes and the water runes, and he's just been constantly spamming the wave to make sure the Dragon Knight could not apply any pressure. So first Dragon Form is down without any tower damage. Yeah, you do give him First Blood, but honestly, this is still a win for Saiyan, because that means the DK can't rotate on the second Dragon Form.
Yep. Same time, Undying also now making the rotation up top. Medusa did get a little bit of space earlier here when the supports were in mid, because Kaiko and Hara were taking that time to just bully out Son Goku, just bring him super low, but an extra TP in from YP. They want to try and bait him in here towards Kaiko. Not sure if that's the right idea. He's kinda low. What's revealing themselves, and that Arctic Burn gonna be enough to make them walk away for the moment at least. But this lane's not safe anymore for Kaiko. Another stun. Now the Tombstone goes down. Bushwhack to buy some space, but Kaiko needs to run, but he can't run far enough. Yeah, exactly what I was worried about.
Really, really feels bad for that Medusa here, and they're actually just going to coil up on zone here. Hold Hara in place. Cold Embrace, buy him a little bit of space. Brewmaster's going to cancel the TP to the top lane. This is time for Phoenix to try and pressure mid if he can, though.
Snacks up the region rune, so they don't get it and run out. Stun connects. Has to walk in, doesn't quite have to Breathe Fire nuke. Jump away instead of for the Roach deny, but Dragon Knight not being fast enough means that that kill will elude him.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And Puck's gonna just, he's got, like, he has to fort this wave. Like, he can't not get any tower damage again. So Puck out of mana, meaning there's no wave clear. So Phoenix should be able to start cleaving down this mid tower pretty easily here.
We'll go down to at least half health, maybe a little bit less.
You should get a bottle refill mid here. Yeah, you will.
He's for Dome, I guess. He's got the one, the soul ring, I think his best life down bottom. Completely uncontested.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
Tower,
Yeah.
about a third of the health gone, so at least something. Now more pressure coming in. Cyan trying to take over the jungle.
Looks like Dolme might just rush the Ags. He's just sitting on 1,200 gold right now.
Yep.
Not looking to fight. Like I said, the Spirit Vessel this game, yeah, it is good at dealing with Dawnbreaker, but it's just so rough against the Terrorblade. And he's just sending out an Ogre Club, so
Yeah.
yeah, that makes me think we're going the Ags.
Spirit Vessel is good against Dawnbreaker, but it's not game breaking to not have it, at least not initially, right?
Yeah.
With the kind of lane he's having, it's perfectly fine for him to go Axe, and then if he wants, he can still go Spirit Vessel afterwards. And they're not going to have a significant disadvantage just because the Axe is so strong on this hero as well. But don't look to try and
Lots of
punish
TPs
him
coming
now. Yeah. To Tombstone, but Dragon Knight also
tanky,
coming
man.
in as now comes in. Coil and Tombstone to try and turn this one around. Though it's silence, not gonna last long enough. Primal comes out. Phoenix still very tanky, and they're gonna at least bring down this Dawnbreaker eventually. Lifting up the puck and then taking that space to walk away.
Not the best first commitment of that Primal split, but you do manage to get the puck coiled and extra TP to the bottom lane as well. So you are forcing a lot out of Saiyan to be here. But again, it's going to be another Dragon Knight Dragon form down without a lot of tower damage. Well, maybe he'll start chipping it in now.
There's a little bit of time left.
Oh,
Catapult's now
Puck
gonna
actually
come in.
aggroed the catapult. All right, nice. So
Oh, yeah.
they're getting a little bit of extra catapult damage as well.
Going fairly low, but when Hal's back, the Wyvern shows up. That's
Nice
a beautiful
burst.
burst.
You got a Dragon Tail coming too.
Yeah, over on the puck, but Dawnbreaker ult just to help them out. Healing them all the way back up, and now it's actually Shenjin's turn to try and run away. Phoenix off to the side. Zone does have another card in a couple of
Coil in
seconds.
3.
They won't need it from Phoenix. Is dead. Son Goku also just shows up for moral support. Swap and more moral support here. Swapping Hara into the fray. Should have more than enough damage to finish him off after the cold embrace. And yeah, big commitment. Tower took some damage, but it's still standing. You've got a bunch of good kills in third turn.
Quick smoke too. They are looking for this Medusa. All of this fighting has happened without MS or the Medusa, so they've been able to just try and farm. But Kaikyo is way further behind as a result of the lane, and they're gonna look to go mid here.
It was certainly a lot more contested than MS was. He provides an illusion rune to help them out more.
Oh, those are some stacks. Oh boy. Okay, those are a lot of stacks. I was like
Oh yeah, wow. The
triple stacked hard camp and a triple stacked ancient just got completely taken down there by Saiyan.
That is problematic. I mean, agents, a lot of them will survive, but want every single bit of gold pumped into Medusa rather than your enemies, of course. We'll try again down bottom. This time, Sign not in position to contest this one, so I'll just let this go. MS ready to trade up top, so classic exchange a little bit later than we normally see it. It'll happen regardless.
I mean, if I'm Sander now, I'm super happy with the state of this. You just got tower at the same time. Top lane Terrorblade getting pelted by his own illusions, but still has Sunder. Just gonna be forced to back out. He might get the Sunder on LWW though. Do it. Oh, he's just gonna get sapped. That would have been funny. Doesn't want to spend the mana though.
They would have had.
I mean, that salve feels like it did nothing. yeah. All right, very cool. LW walks back over. Is like, man, you're missing a lot of health there, buddy. What happened? Come on, it's just
Just read the patch notes. It's not good. I was gonna say something, but then I forgot. I can't have been that important. Oh yeah, like if they had +1 up top, they could have actually gotten the kill there on the Terrorblade. You know, Winter's Curse setup. If DK is also TPing in before the tower went down, you have the follow-up stun to prevent the Sunder. Speaking of stun, here shows off the blink with the extra nuke on Dawnbreaker, but there's a haste rune.
Any other rune, man.
Ah!
Any other rune, you get that kill, but Dawnbreaker rolls the dice and wins.
RNG's is on Science side, at least right now. Needs to use a shovel though. I'm very tilted right now.
Radiant's middle tower is
Oh
under
my
attack.
god, come on.
Smoke up
There we go,
here.
there we go.
Shenzhen, where are they going? Looks like they're heading bottom for the Vengeful Spirit. You do have Dawnbreaker ult though, so it's never an easy kill. And again, Venge is surprisingly tanky. 1300 health, 10 armor.
Yeah.
1 raindrop charge and 6 or 10 sticks, so
Very close to
Not
the
much you
axe
can
too, and this super core on core bench for obvious reasons.
Sharpshooter this
Spacey,
time
okay.
catches. There is no haste rune, so hate to break it to you here, but you will not survive this time.
I'm doing it safely from long range, so there can't be any counterplay either. And now perhaps they're looking at mid on the back of that. There's still a tombstone here standing around for a little while, so they'll have to find a different angle.
Radiant structure.
But they also have that Brewmaster doing the axe jack, yeah, 500 gold away. Bench about 1,000 on hers. It basically makes you have an Aegis, right?
Yeah, you just instantly are replaced with an illusion that has, you know, it's just you, but you're an illusion.
I don't think you can use items, you can still use spells, so... Very powerful up top though, do they have enough control? They certainly do! Goodbye Terrorlane! That's a pretty big one, LWW will be... cherry on top, I suppose. A very disgusting zombie cherry, but still.
I'm pretty zombieist of you. That's pretty weird. I don't know. I'm kidding.
Would you eat a zombie cherry? I wouldn't.
Probably not, dude.
That's
It's, probably, it's just that thing been rotting. It's just it's not good.
Yeah, I know.
That's how you get food poisoning.
Medusa, with that death, especially on MS, Kaiko able to claim the top net worth slot. There's been a little bit less pressure on him for the last couple of minutes, and well, that's a zombie
Quick
cherry
little
again.
Yeah, very nice. This is level 2 dragon form, so a little bit scarier.
Tier 1 still standing though, so enough of a threat to make them not want to overcommit here by the looks of it, but
Radiant's middle
we do fort again, Phoenix. Yeah, there's plenty of time left on the ult, so this will finally go down.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
All right, and now tower advantage favors the side of Shenzhen, which is entirely expected. They have the Aghanim Scepter now completed on Dolme, so they are going to fight now. This is go time. This side of Shenzhen is you also have the Shard finished up on the Dragon Knight, so that Fireball really good. Oh my god, if they find zone, like Dragon Tail.
Do they have enough damage
Fire.
here? Enough control? Couldn't make it too far. There it is. The break just connects. What's it called?
White Bee's an
Sharpshooter.
op main, clearly.
Oh, yeah. 360 no scope.
So this is one of those games that like the Dragon Knight Shard is so strong, just because there's so many other forms of like stun and disable that can keep people inside of that Fireball.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yep.
is under attack.
You have just the slow, the Cinder Brew, all these things just to keep them there. You have the Bushwhack, of course. The slows from Winter Wyvern, like it is so difficult to escape the Fireball. They did massively reduce the AoE. I actually don't know if they fixed it. It was bugged on release day. But either way, like being able to hold people inside that Fireball AoE is pretty huge.
Oh, Dome, yeah. Swap back, force into the ultimate. Team's kind of coming in. And Son Goku has his own Aghanim Scepter, so he would return even if they do get that initial kill. Meanwhile, the Inception are back. Zone trying to do what he can. Hara actually, yeah, with the extra bit of help from Wenhao, it does stick out despite the glimmer. Meanwhile, Kaiko with his own ultimate. Zone gets zoned out, I suppose. Wenhao coming through.
You've already committed Stone Gaze.
Kicking away, and now no more spells are left. They're caught inside the coil. couple of right clicks, but she just doesn't have the power anymore just yet, or does she? He's clicking away, Phoenix returning into the fight. MS though, still very healthy, and very powerful indeed. So huge victory being won by Cyan as Shenzhen just stick around for a little bit too long.
Yeah, that was such a sick rotation from MS. He actually just has first item Butterfly. You got the Yasha casually, just goes right into the Butterfly. Oh, Terrorblade.
Okay, nice one.
And if you're wondering why, that is why. It is literally the answer to the Wyvern. This whole game, if he just is anywhere near his illusions and gets Winter's Curse, he'll literally die to his own illusions. So he builds a Butterfly, gives himself his own evasion. It's a actually like super smart play here, and now he doesn't have to worry about getting Winter's Cursed.
Big brains.
I wonder if like the only counter to that is like Bloodthorn, because it gives True Strike. And you just like Bloodthorn Terrorblade while he's Winter Cursed.
I guess it would be, right?
I just don't know if it works on I don't know if it gives True Strike to like technically allied units, you know, that are attacking you.
I think it does, yeah.
So, but overall, they overstayed their welcome there for sure. Like they had committed Stone Gaze, and then pretty much zoned it out with the Dawnbreaker ult. So really good usage of that. MS joins the fight at that point. Yeah, really good time for the Terrorblade to show off that new Butterfly.
Yeah, it's just classic case of as well of these heroes having different power curves. You know, I mean, you look at them, yeah, they have pretty much the same net worth. They have their first couple of core items, like Medusa's finished the Mana Style just before. But Medusa's net worth right now is worth less than Terrorblade's net worth, just because he has this, the steroids of the Metamorphosis to also help him out. So he's a much more effective hero at the moment. That might change later on if they both have 20k, for example. But right now it's just Medusa not quite being strong enough just yet.
Yeah, you definitely don't mind fighting into the Terrorblade if you've got that Stone Gaze up, but as soon as that's on cooldown, your fight is super hard, especially if the meta's up. Like, there's just not a whole lot you can do there.
All right. Game's ready to go. Shenzhen need an extra moment, I suppose. Call of Nature once again. Where do we go from here now? Medusa keeps farming, I suppose, right?
Yeah, Medusa needs to get to this, like, Ayascati and, like, even a Butterfly of her own. Like, neither of these heroes love building an MKB, but it's not out of the question for a Medusa. You could also go the Maelstrom into Mjolnir build, which is also not bad.
Yep.
But either way, you definitely want to get to the Ayascati first.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna have a Ascati Medusa, maybe that's also an argument against Stormy going for the Spirit Vessel. Like you already have that healing reduction. No. Instead, he's looking for a straight Axe Refresher build, so you have all of the splits that you could possibly want.
The Fireball is actually still bugged, which is unfortunate.
Oh no.
So the old AoE was 450. It was reduced pretty heavily down to 350, but the Fireball AoE animation is still 450.
Oh no. Well, about the small indie company.
She could ulti out potentially, but she's going to save her ulti, it seems, and just accept the death here. But yeah, the Fireball AoE, like, on the ground is still the old one. Hasn't been updated to the 350 yet. Okay. So the edge is like there's a whole ring around the Fireball in which if you're standing in it, you're not actually in it, which is kind of odd. So they need to update that still.
Oh. It's a case for the bug tracker on GitHub, so go ahead and vote there for your favorite bugs. And then say goodbye to them forever. I think that's the general strategy there.
Or at least until the next patch, when they inevitably just come back.
It's very cynical, but also true at times.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it feels like every patch that comes out, observing like something breaks with spectating in Dota.
Yeah. Oh well.
Here from Saiyan. They happen to pick anything else? They got Sanj and Yasha done. Just got the blink on zone now. Oh, that's a good way to start.
Ara here. Stun connects, but there's no real follow-up. It's just instinctive from Phoenix, and it might have signed his own death warrant. In fact, it has. So 2 quick kills.
That's Roche.
Now Beeline's
You got meta up.
exactly.
Yeah, you go right in there. This is such a good movement from Saiyan.
Yeah, very quick pick. Bonus kill on a core hero. All Shenjin can do about it is just try and push away. Also, big mistake being made from Medusa. She sent some illusions out without split shot on, so it's,
Awkward.
yeah, that's. Kaiko was hoping no one would see it, but I did.
You've been ratted on, Kaikyo.
These ones should have split shot though, so yeah, there we go. That's much more effective at pushing out waves, farming some extra camps.
Dire are scanning.
Still gotta try and supercharge. Like the problem is, Terrorblade is doing just as much in the farming department. Like looking for a satanic by the looks of it.
Yep.
It's gonna be
Stand
incredibly
your
hard to
ground
win
build into the Medusa. It's really smart. Medusa typically goes like a similar build if you're playing into like heavy mana burn and things like anti-mage or phantom lance or stuff like that. You're like, all right, I'm just gonna go evasion and lifesteal, like evasion, damage, lifesteal, and that's the same thing Terrorblade's doing here. He realizes that he's gonna have to fight this Medusa head on, and best way to do that is going to be with an eventual satanic on top of the evasion from the butterfly. So,
yeah.
Did they just smoke under this ward, or were they already smoked?
They smoked under the wards. Yeah. Lion saw that one coming a mile away. But Hara... He got rid of an observer ward, but not not the one that's sitting in the back there, so... A bit awkward. Can Cyan pressure some tier 2s with this Aegis, or are they just going to be content with farming up?
You play for next
trying
meta,
to-
and I think once you have that, yeah, you just go tier 2s. You definitely want to get a tier 2. It's really important that you open up outposts to start taking away this dire jungle. And MS, now that he has meta up, he's going to feel comfortable like being able to like play pretty aggressively, because if they do manage to pop the Aegis, he can just pop meta and turn the fight around.
Yep. Dunking through this tower up top. No real
He's got
response
Satanic.
within, yeah. It's pretty scary. There's the now smoke up, they're making away bottom. And they might just intercept Shenzhen. Not the entirety of Shenzhen, they're actually missing Hara, which is a big deal. He has Blink of Winter's Curse to work with. He could TP in to the tier 1 tower. Or the rest of the team TP's out. One of those things needs to happen.
You're just following the courier to the Dragon Knight.
Oh no, Phoenix. Ah,
Yeah, swap there to
out.
cancel.
Yeah.
Betrayed by your trusty friend.
Yeah. Courier that it's... Oh no, it's the cute one too. Oh. The bright sky. Unfortunate, but yeah, that's a dead Dragon Knight. That's a dead tier 1 and possibly tier 2. There's no creeps here to disable backdoor, so they'll leave it be for the moment.
It's also your 9-second BKB.
Is that where it just got delivered?
Yeah, when the courier was coming out, it was his BKB recipe.
Yeah.
So they let him get it, he pops it, and then they kill him anyway. So it was like a really good bait play there from Saiyan.
Alright. Creeps are gone. Shenzhen doing a good job delaying this, but Medusa not really farming all that much at the moment. Starting to fall quite a bit behind MS at right here. But oh, Elven Tunic, it's pretty helpful. Some evasion of your own.
Very good.
And yeah, she's going for the MKB. Feels like she needs to have the ability to right-click that Terrorblade and threaten him.
Radiant are scanning.
Scanning, she's got them all out. Oh, the smoke breaks. LWW. Still give us life, but it's kind of his job.
Yeah, that's a very, very worthy death. Because they were going to run right into the Vengeful Spirit otherwise, and, you know, she gets out.
Yeah.
And again, they don't really have any of the lanes pushed in far enough to start pressuring a tier 2 tower. Like, mid lane is still pretty far away. So it's going to take a moment before they can do anything. And mid lane is like the worst lane that they could push. Aegis is going to expire there, which does give them, you know, maybe a little bit of a moment to start fighting. But you get the Refresher finished up on Dolme as well. So you now have the 4 primal splits as opposed to just the 2.
Yep. They haven't really been able to find too many great fights where they could actually use the primal split to their advantage, right? How much is that Science doing? Just taking the initiative and always getting that initial pick? And how much is that on Shenzhen kind of not being able to force them?
Yeah.
Bit of a question, but it might still change, you know. Brewmaster is always going to be useful, just going in, taking some hero out of the fight for a while. Iron. Too much to play for in terms of correct objectives here. Just poking for a fight. Maybe they can get the drop on Medusa. If nothing else, they just threaten her jungle, make her feel uncomfortable. If they can get a kill, they can transition it into another tier 2. Probably.
And both teams are so close to each other, under each other's own vision, they have no idea. They actually just got a glimmer of the Vengeful Spirit there, so they do know exactly where they are. But they don't have the vision on the high ground there, and you'd be playing into the hands of Saiyan, so it's really difficult to deal with.
Switching vision back and forth on my screen, it's like, yep. They see themselves, they have a ward on their own high grounds, but don't see each other. Ah, this is swap back though, Phoenix, protected by the BKB. Can it turn this one around though? Can it actually get something off of that? No, doesn't look like it.
Oh man, you would have loved to get like a Blink Dragon Tail off onto a hero and try and turn the fight, but Zone, he's got a Lincoln Sphere. And of course, if you initiate onto the bench, he just comes back. Ooh.
Come back in. Call snapped. Medusa, still strong. Only his Winter's Curse on a single hero. Clicking away.
That is a DD Terrorblade.
Already dead. Son Goku looks like he'll die once, but it's gonna be right back. Heiko now finally with that also coming through as she turns the Terrorblade into stone, as well as the Dawnbreaker trying to do the damage, but just not enough. Has to try and run, but can't do that either. Heiko is down for the count. The rest of this team falling apart, it seems. This Brew Split did not seem like it did anything there in that fight.
It purged a DD rune. That was about it. Which, I mean, that just means how much worse that fight could have been. But this fight started with a Winter's Curse onto... Gosh, was it Puck? I don't remember. Like, he Winter's Cursed a hero next to one Terrorblade illusion, and that was it. And that is not how you want to start the fight.
Vengeful Spirit. Like, they got Son Goku, but again, with the axe, it's worthless.
Yeah, and that is just a quick 2 lanes of barracks. The Terrorblade just making super fast work of these. With no buyback on your Medusa and almost no way to take these engagements, it is looking real grim here for Shenzhen.
I feel like they could have ended there if they wanted. There was no Winter's Curse, no Medusa. They went, I'm not sure if they realized that the Medusa didn't have buyback.
It is Roshan though, so looks like they're just gonna go ahead and quote unquote settle for an Aegis and a Shard.
Settle for 2 racks and the second Roche. Yeah, that's...
I think you definitely give this Shard to the Terrorblade. Demon Zeal is one of those things where it's like, yes, it costs health, but you do have the Satanic, which is pretty sick. Ooh, Coil.
Hara dead again. That's a big problem. Swapping back Phoenix. And it goes off to the side as they focus on the squirrel.
Alright, I'm gonna make a really bad pun here. Zone is in the zone right now, dude.
I get it.
Yeah, this guy is owning. Like that coil is so sick. The Aegis the Roshan dies the second he coils like 3 heroes as they're walking onto their high ground. Like he was just ready and waiting. That was such a smart play.
Well, I do appreciate you warning us about the bad pun beforehand, so that's
Yeah, if
soft
you
the
know,
blow.
it's like a trigger warning. You know, you can
Yeah.
mute, you can mute this, you can mute me for a moment.
All right. Saya now just following the book of Dota, not overextending, not going crazy with like, oh, we can end right now. It just taking Rax, taking Roche, taking a good team fight, pushing down the last lane. Is the glyph available
15K
for the high
gold
ground?
Yeah, you have 15k gold lead. You've got Aegis now on the Terrorblade. You haven't really been able to kill him once in these fights, and you're gonna have to try and find a way to deal with him twice. The only way is Dolme, so we'll see.
It's gonna have to be a monster Witcher's Curse here. Harris holding onto it for a moment, swapping himself back into it, or I guess Phoenix out, kind of stuck on the wrong side of the cliff here.
Dude, Goku
He's dead,
lives!
Come right back. Goku lives indeed. Kaiko clicking away, but you don't actually have the damage for the Terrorblade, even when he's stone-gazed. MS
He still has Satanic. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he's Satanic to his Aegis.
Dire's structures are fortified.
He's on top of the world right now.
Dude, that
No
raid
fear
pact
whatsoever.
People
Witch's Curse
still
is
forgot
still
about it.
available. The link is here to protect MS himself from it. Dolme kind of, yeah, even these Bruiselings don't even live long here if MS clicks them. And Kaiko is just tickling it away. The Witch's Curse in the back, but Dawnbreaker
Nice heal.
counter. Swap in. Oh, they swap Medusa right into the arms of MS, clicking away. No more mana. The Bruce was even cancelled here. Dolme cannot help. A second Dawnbreaker over for Schwab's Refresher. That's a buyback from Medusa. Stuns bouncing. Kaiko right there in the middle of it, trying to do the best he can, which is just stand and fight and right click. But just no damage. MS just straight up man fighting. That's a dieback on Medusa. Shenzhen out of the game right now. No possible way to turn this one around.
As just Megas, Terrorblade does not care. Dude,
It's
I
impossible.
cannot believe how long it took them to kill the Vengeful Spirit. The swap damage reduction plus the Wraith Pact was just ridiculous. He has a Halberd as well. Like, he was tanking so much damage on this Venge. And they just, yeah. Absolutely crushed him in this fight. Really well done by Saiyan.
I always believed in Saiyan. I knew they would take the 2-1 here. No one can prove otherwise.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I should have believed in that chatter. That guy in chat. I did believe in him, actually. You have no proof. Nobody clipped it. So I feel pretty inclined to try and take a victory here. I do have Saiyan ranked number 3 on my prediction list that is on Twitter. So I'm just going to say I believed in them the entire time, of course. But yeah, it really fell short for Shenzhen there. That was probably their weakest performance of the 3 by far. And it just never really seemed to click for them. And I will say on the other side of the coin, though, for Saiyan, felt like it was working on all cylinders, right? Especially at the end there. They just knew what they wanted. Son Goku knew everything that his team needed in that exchange. And of course, he's got the Ags. Even when he's dead, he's not really dead at that point in the game. He's just putting out so much in that exchange. And that shard is really nasty, too, with the double stun on the magic missile that I believe prioritizes heroes anyway. So it's just like, it's really gross. And just having that kind of control and the damage on it is pretty nuts, too. So, yeah, at the end of the day, it is saying that do take the 2-1 win over Shenzhen. Ricky, what fell apart for Shenzhen? What just was missing from their game plan here?
I mean, they were ahead, actually. There was like a point right after 20 minutes where they were looking really good, and then they got wiped in a fight. And it's like kind of the story we saw in the previous game, like kind of the opposite way, though, for the Terrorblade. Like, the Terrorblade team was the one that got completely crushed, but he caught them off guard with that brand new butterfly, and I think they were like just not ready for this at all. And yeah, it was just, it's not an item that you would expect to see on a Terrorblade like that early. There's just this Yasha right into butterfly, but really smart itemization there from MS. It's like the perfect Winter Wyvern counter. And Medusa obviously hates building MKB, felt like she absolutely needed to this game. So yeah, this was just really sick. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, it's literally like right here where they like kind of take their really big first engagement. They bait out that Medusa's Stone Gaze, and then they lose the fight right after this in the mid lane as well.
I really felt like, despite the Stone Gaze, Terrorblade was able to stand his ground no matter what. Like, there just wasn't really much stopping MS from standing there and continuing to just put on the onslaught even after being turned to stone. Not many people get to do that. In the Greek mythology, as well as in games against Medusa, you don't again, standing his ground, he turns to stone. He did it bottom in that last fight too. And in the jungle there, like, that is just not a common experience.
Yeah,
when you get to turn to stone and just win fights. So
your instinct is normally just, oh, Medusa's got ult, let's look away from her, but nah, he's just, I don't give a damn. I just A-clicking, hands off keyboard, honestly.
I do want to say, like, Zone on the puck, in my opinion, is the actual MVP of this game. Like, he found so many really good coils and pickoffs. Like, he was always finding the supports. The biggest thing is that the Wyvern felt incredibly lackluster this game. Like, Hara did not have as big of an impact as we did last game on the Dawnbreaker. Like, his Dawnbreaker last game borderline won them the game. Mm-hmm. And this game, you don't really feel his presence, and this is almost entirely because every single fight is like Puck looking for these Wyvern heroes and trying to shut them down.
Yep.
And it's really sick play from Zone this game.
Absolutely. Winter's Curse not nearly as impactful as we sometimes see, and neither was a Brewmaster split. Again, we were touching on that earlier, but weren't really doing too much. Like, we didn't see these team fights where a key hero was lifted up and then they win the fight because of it. It just never got into that situation. The only people who were really dying a bit more on Sion were the supports. And ultimately, it's not going to matter if that means that the Terrorblade can keep clicking away in a fight.
Yeah, it never really felt like Terrorblade was really getting touched. He had a lot of ways to continue to survive. Son Goku in that last fight, I really don't understand how he survives just walking up to a Medusa with no fear in his eyes, swapping Phoenix to the low ground. Hey, Medusa, you're cool, but like, you don't hurt me enough, and then I'm just going to walk away from you. Come back into the fight as he walks all the way down to the bottom and finds himself just throwing out magic missiles and getting everything that his team needs again and again and again. And it looked like it really paired up well. Good for Saiyan, the team artists formerly known as SAG. So they get their first victory. They take it over Shenzhen. They get the 2-1. And that is where we end our night in the Division 2, I believe, because we got ourselves a good one coming up next. RNG up against Dandelion. Quick before we go to break, guys, predictions. Ricky, I'm always starting with you. You're the one right next to me on the screen. What do you think, RNG Dandelion?
I mean, my gut says RNG. I don't know. For those of you who don't know, RNG do have a new player. He's a little bit of an unknown, kind of new to the scene type of guy. I don't know. Do you know who he is?
Ghost?
Have you heard about him?
Are you speaking of Ghost, or are you speaking about the man who holds a curse that you're selling your soul to get a support that's going to lead you here, and his name might be Kaka?
Yeah, it might be Kaka. That might be who I'm talking about. He's a little, like I say, he's a little bit unknown. People may or may not have heard of him, but pretty good player. RNG, I'm excited to see this roster play. Dandelion, obviously, we were super impressed by them in the last DPC season, but I mean, it's hard for me to doubt RNG in this roster. These guys played super well in Division 1 last season, and excited to see what they do this season.
Mm-hmm. And Dragon Drop, what are your thoughts in this series?
I think Dandelion will take a game, but they won't win the series. I'm saying RNG 2-1. Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see these two teams clash. Dandelion, they are going to, I believe, be making their debut up against RNG, who are also making their debut for the season. So, we'll see who takes the series, who will come out on top, because it's a big series for both these teams, going up against teams that look like they're probably going to be middle of the pack, potentially that fourth slot to the major. But we will be taking a break before we get to that series and switching it up here on the panel We'll see you guys in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome. We are now into Division 1, which means it is time to watch the big boys play. And we have ourselves a bit of an exciting series here, I would say. We have ourselves Dandelion Gaming versus RNG. Now, you guys might be thinking, Dandelion, you might not even heard of Dandelion, to be perfectly honest, and that would be okay. They're a Division 2 team, but last season they made a hell of an impression. They were one of the only teams to go 7-0 last season, which is an insane record. They also set records which echoed throughout the entire DPC. The highest net worth of any hero in a game, highest GPM, was set by Shylock or Summer on this team as well. So Dandelion, they are a team to look out for, and they're looking to prove themselves here in the upper bracket, and it really is going to be a baptism by fire here for this series as they have to play off versus the Titans of RNG, and this is a team that's just been on the up and up since they formed. They've been getting better and better. And yes, it has been a rocky path, but it's been a really, really fun journey. And these guys are just looking scarier every time we see them as they start to figure themselves out. Any team with Somnus, you know it's a big deal. So guys, I do want to ask, starting with Dandelion, what was the key to their success last season, Ricky?
I mean, in all honesty, I think it was like their kind of ingenuity in some of their item builds. Like Summer did kind of invent this tiny moonshard build that a lot of people were like doubting, and like you said, he ended up shattering records on this hero. Like there was a game he had like 26,000 net worth or something on a tiny at like 30 minutes. It was ridiculous. Like I've never seen something like this before. Like he was an absolute monster. But they've just played super well as a team. But I think Summer has been one of the most impressive carry players, I think, out of Division 2 that I've seen in a while.
Yeah, and that is a stark contrast to when we first saw him in Division 1, right, Black?
Yeah, I mean, we still got our old memes, right, with the Shylock Lycan and whatnot. It's actually crazy how much better he has gotten in just a year. And I'm actually kind of wondering what kind of resume or routine he went through to really get that much better. You know, because it's not easy to improve in Dota. We all know that. Yeah. And he suddenly just became like a very, very strong carry player, like out of nowhere. Maybe it's just the meta that fits him now more than before, because it was like a very active meta before, whereas now it is very, very good to just farm away, and he's really good at that.
Absolutely, yeah. His farming has been his kind of trademark for this last season, and he shows no signs of slowing down on that regard. But do you think he'll be allowed to get away with it in Division 1? You know, do you think there's going to be more pressure put on him in this bracket?
For sure there will be more pressure, right, Ricky? Like these teams are just so much better at playing the map and playing the map quickly. They'll punish your mistakes. You know, if you overstay for one wave, you'll die.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was like, in Division 2, you might be able to get away, like, farming one extra wave or farming one extra creep camp in the jungle and be like, it's fine. It's not that big deal. And in Division 2, that might be the case. But in Division 1, like, especially against someone like Kaka, he's 100% going to punish you anytime you're out of position. And those deaths add up. Like, those 1, 2, 3, maybe extra deaths a game that you normally wouldn't have make a huge difference in the total theme of the game.
So we talked about Summer already. Are there any other superstars to look out for on this Dandelion team who are up and coming and making an impression?
Do you want to, like, I mean, I think Beyond is really good from the off lane. I want to say he spammed like Brewmaster a ton last season, and it was so annoying. But this was like also a Brewmaster was like already pretty broken to begin with. But Beyond usually came out of lanes like doing pretty dang well. Like very, very rarely actually lost his lane. I would say, which is like probably the most stable thing you can ask from an off laner.
It's just the entire team, though, right? Like. Yeah. It's very hard for a carry player to shine unless the team plays really well around that, giving him like a lot of space and just having like a ton of team play to even enable it to be able to win fights 4v5 or go even in 4v5 fights, So the entire team as a whole actually really impressed me. And more than anything, I think all of their victories were like a really good team effort, which and some of those teams you wouldn't like really think that way. For example, most of the time when eHome wins, I'm like, yeah, Shiro was allowed to play his game. He really, carried his team hard. He's always like at his top 1 net worth, and there's like 3 enemies, and then his 2 other cores. Whereas in this team, they split their farm very well, and they trust each other a lot.
Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit more about RNG as well. I mean, you mentioned Kaka earlier on. Do you feel like this Kaka X Nova support duo is one of like the highest potential support duos in the region, Ricky?
It's got to be one of the highest. It's hard to say whether or not they're like the best like support duo. I think like Team Aster has one of the best as well. Siamese Cat and of course Bobica are just incredibly strong. Like they work so well together. They play like pretty unique heroes as well compared to some of the other like support players. But yeah, Kaka X Nova, man, this one goes back. It's hard to compete against these guys.
It definitely is. It definitely is. Yeah. And I mean, when we talk about this team as well, we have to talk about, that ever-changing carry position as well. They had God King for a while, didn't work out. Now they've brought in Ghost as well. I mean, Black, I'm sure you've been following his career like you follow every carry player's career because, Of course. Talk to me about Ghost. Where did he come from? And, is he the right fit for RNG so far?
Okay, so just to go back to the beginning again really quick, you already mentioned God King, and then they had like Fishman for like 3 games after they took in God King. They got demolished in all 3 of those games, and then they're like, okay, this doesn't work out. We need an actual hard carry player, which Ghost definitely fits that role perfectly because he has been playing hard carry in pubs for like many years. In all his professional teams also, he always played that role, and he's very, very good at his farming meta. The only big weakness I've seen so far from him is that the hero pool is pretty limited. Like, he needs to be very, very comfortable. I would actually kind of compare him to Shiro in that regard. If you give him his comfort and if you make his game easy, he will carry you. It's just, will that happen a lot in Division 1? Because that is always the thing. Can you play from even or behind? Because if you can't, Division 1 might be a little bit too overwhelming for you. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. I haven't really seen too much of him against this high level of play. So I'm very, very curious to see how he's going to fit into the team.
Yeah, and so far from what we've seen, there has been a lot of trust placed in Ghost. Almost more trust, I would say, in Ghost than they put in God King. And I think that's really interesting to watch because the biggest thing we kept saying was there wasn't really room for Somnus and God King on the same team because Somnus, I feel like he could also name himself God King. He's that kind of player, right? Where he is just so explosive and makes such an impact. And he takes up so much space in a team, and it didn't really work out. And the surprising thing for me about Ghost coming into this team is that he's actually being put on the forefront. They're not just saying, oh, Ghost, you're our carry, but Somnus is really the carry. You're just here to fill in the role. No, that we've seen games where they've been like, Somnus has taken a back row. He's playing stuff like Pangolier and things which can't carry the game and are relying on him. And it hasn't been working out 100% of the time so far, but that's to be expected. Do you see the potential in this roster, Ricky?
I do. Yeah. I like one of the things that we saw pretty much time and time again on the previous RNG roster is Somnus was the real carry on the team. Like in all of their like most successful games, it was Somnus popping off and pretty much carrying it into the late game. Whereas, nowadays, like they're, like you said, giving a little bit more faith to Ghost to try and, fulfill that role. And Somnus, like not having to, like allowing Somnus to play a lot more active early, I think is a big win for them personally, because he is such a skilled player. And if he's able to just like put himself on the map and apply pressure, he's a hero that can definitely carry you in that aspect. Absolutely.
So when it comes down to it, these two teams, in a lot of ways, from what we've all been talking about, they're very similarly matched in some ways. They've both got this hard carry player who kind of wants to play those classic heroes like, they love their Morphs, they love their Jugs, but even can move into stuff like Medusa as well, of course. And then we've got like a team which is just very balanced and very even. So what would you say the differences are between these two teams, Black?
Probably the most glaring one, or the one that people would say at least is the most glaring one, is just the individual skill should be quite a bit higher on RNG's side. But what I do think is going to matter a lot is that Dandelion just seems to trust each other a whole lot more, and the team play seems to be on a different level compared to RNG, at least last season. Of course, there was a lot of time to practice for RNG and get like into the correct tune with each other. So maybe that's not an issue any longer. But if RNG plays like they did in those China regional finals, I actually do think Dandelion stands a very, very good chance to take this series, maybe even very convincingly.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a big statement, but this team is undefeated. I know we do talk about Division 2 differently to Division 1, and for good reason. Obviously the standard is different, but this is a China region. I think this region has the strongest Division 2 out of all of the regionals, and I say that with a pretty large degree of confidence. We know from years upon years of experience that China invests heavily in their academy teams, in their upcoming players, and there is always so much competition all the way down in China, which is what's made it one of the strongest regions coming up over the past few years. So much consistency. Yes, they don't win TI over the past few years, but they're always having finalists there, and they're always looking pretty damn good. So yeah, I don't think this is one of those situations where you could say, they didn't drop a game in lower, but then again, it doesn't matter. It does matter. There are teams like Asta Aries there. There was IG down there, and Dandelion just absolutely handled them like it was nothing. This team is legit. Do not expect to stomp coming into this one unless they let the pressure get to them. But as you said, regional finals, I did want to visit that very briefly as well. RNG did kind of fall apart. What were some of the mistakes we saw in the regional finals which you're hoping for them to clean up on here, guys?
Black, you want to take that one? I actually wasn't able to cast that weekend, unfortunately. I had to.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't get to see it all firsthand. I got to.
I think it was a very awkward, we could call it transitional period. As Ricky already mentioned, like Somnus was always playing these hard carries that would like win his lane, and then he would just farm, and then mid late game he would carry the team, right? But then they got Ghost into the team, and then there was this really awkward transitional period where he was suddenly first picked Storms and Pangoliers and whatnot. He actually got hard countered, and then that entire space suddenly, bam, gone, But he still tried to play the same way. So what then happened is your playmaker is completely shut down, and your carry is farming at the same time. So most of the games just ended up being like a 3v5 because Ghost wasn't very comfortable with the team yet. He didn't really want to join early fights. He built Battle Fury and then joined early fights anyway. Everything was kind of a mess, very wishy-washy. And I would attribute that mostly to the team being very new though at the time. So I think after this period of time where they had time to practice, this should no longer be an issue.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Like a lot of teams, whenever they pick up new players, like there's definitely that transitionary period. I mean, from a different region, like to put into perspective, was like EG when they picked up Jax initially. They were dropping games to some of like the weaker teams in North America. They managed to bounce back by the end of the season. But yeah, there is that transitionary period where it's like things are going to be difficult, and you may lose games that you normally shouldn't. So, makes sense.
Makes sense indeed. Well, unfortunately, we are having some issues getting the lobby started, as is often the case in this region. Unfortunately, China servers with the different clients trying to work together, it doesn't always run so smoothly, unfortunately. But it doesn't mean we get a bit of time to talk about the patch. Black, I want to know what you think the biggest changes are so far, and what are you looking forward to trying out?
Okay, so for competitive Dota, the two biggest changes, in my opinion, are definitely the healing self change.
Yeah,
which is probably the absolute biggest, just for competitive Dota. I don't think it's going to matter too much in pub games, but the second one is I don't know how much is going to be picked or banned early on, but I believe Marcy is still completely busted if it's used very well. So the addition to CM could really rip everything wide open when it comes to drafts.
Yeah. I definitely agree. Yeah, Ricky, do you want to talk more about Marcy?
Yeah, the hero's broken. There's not much to say about it. Like, I actually cannot believe my initial thought process. I was like, all right, Marcy's going to get added to captain's mode, and they're going to completely remove Dispose, replace it with a different ability, and it'll be like some 25 talent or something to balance her out. And they're just like, nah, buff Unleash, put her in the game. And I'm like, what? what just happened?
Yeah.
Like, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I read. Like, it makes no
that's
sense.
crazy.
This hero is insane.
It's not fair. It's so versatile too. It can play many different roles. Even in a core position, it's amazing. As a 4/5, it's amazing. Like, if you step into like 500, 600 range outside of a tower, it just throws you in, and you can't do anything about it.
You just die.
Yeah. And she's so tanky too. So she can literally just
Really
jump
good
in,
trading.
throw you back to the carry. Oh yeah, let's kill Marcy instead. No, you won't. She has like 700 health level 1.
Dude,
Yeah.
we were talking about this. She gets like brown boots and a wand and will solo your like core with like 3 items at level 6.
Yeah. Unleash.
Like they have like Mask of Madness, Maelstrom Treads or something. She just has like brown boots and a wand and will kill you. And you're like, all right, that's cool. Fun stuff.
Is what it
3,000
is.
net worth lower and she kills me, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very fun hero, and it has been played mostly in the position 5. I did a bit of research for a video where I was watching a ton of pub games, and I was surprised at how much this hero was getting played. I mean, clearly people knew that it was going to be put into captains, so they were like practicing it in the pubs and stuff. But I think the biggest player who's probably Snakeo. From the CIS region. He was playing an absolute ton of Marcy, which would surprise no one because that guy's a lunatic. But yeah, I mean, literally same build every single game as well. Just going for the 1, going for the Aether, going for the Shard as well. The Shard is bonkers.
The Shard is so good. Like, that thing is so
good.
sick.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, basically you can toggle it, and instead of rebounding off someone, you basically nether swap. You throw them, but in any direction you want. So you basically
It's a
give
vector
your team a blink
targeted toss of an ally. It's insane.
What? But it requires no target either, so you can just yeet them into safety or yeet them into the enemy team, or you can do whatever. It's
Plus this
and they
pose
have
also, of course.
Yeah.
yes, yeah, and then she has two kind of maneuvering abilities for allies, and one which works on enemies as well, which it has to be broken. I can't believe we're not seeing it played. More,
Let's
to
not
be
stop
honest with
there
you.
though. Let's not stop there. She also has one of the best abilities in Dota. Like, she just gives you carry. How much percent lifesteal damage?
60% or something,
60,
right?
50%
yeah.
and 65 bonus damage for 6 seconds. It's
Yeah,
literally
that's what it is, yeah.
Monkey King's Jingo Mastery on 2 heroes. And you're like, how? And that coupled with Unleash actually makes the POS 5 be able to solo kill some of those core heroes out there. It is ridiculous. Let's see if some people pick it up or not. Maybe we're completely blowing it out of proportion. It's not actually that busted, but I can't see how it's not busted. Like, in my head,
all 3 games already.
Just for sidekick, you missed a small detail there. There is a 20 talent for sidekick, which pushes up to 75% lifesteal.
right.
Yeah.
Wasn't there
That's
another
pretty
one that
cool
makes
as
you
well.
magic immune?
Spell immunity, for 1.5 seconds on sidekick at 25.
Yeah.
So it's
Good
it's
stuff.
quite good. It doesn't dispel though, right? To my knowledge, it's not like Legion Commanders press the attack, so it doesn't have a dispel, but it still just gives someone magic immunity for 1.5
Yeah, it's like the really
seconds.
old repel of Omni Knight that didn't actually dispel, it just made you magic immune.
Yeah.
No. So if you're stunned, but still, that ability is ridiculous.
I think there's still a few heroes that are being slept on in the patch overall. I don't think people are underestimating Marcy at this point. Like, this hero is for sure busted, and it's going to be... It makes first pick actually really broken now, which is kind of like just this weird side effect of her being added to the captain's mode, because first pick, you're going to take it if it's in the draft every single time. So one team has to ban it, and so you're guaranteed to get at least one hero that you want.
I have a quick question about the hero. Wasn't this pose changed to a slow before? At some point?
It's been a stun. No, it's a
It's
stun.
been a stun always?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that was one of the changes I wanted. I wanted it to be a slow instead of a stun. Yeah. But it never happened, of course.
Yeah.
The
They reduced the cast range on it
looking for.
slightly, but I mean,
By
whatever.
50, yeah. It's still 300. I go, oh, you're in.
Get in there. Any other changes you guys like to see, or we're happy to see?
I mean, me personally, it's like one of my absolute favorite hero in the game is like very strong, so I'm very happy.
Which one's that?
Pudge.
3 base damage?
Ooh.
Dude, I said already
This
last
hero is
patch,
insane.
Pudge
I
can
can't
be,
believe it. I can't
It's
believe it.
such a good carry, I think, now.
I
really
literally
hope people
day
experiment
one was
with it.
like Pudge safe lane is going to be like top tier pick, and everyone says I was crazy. There's a clip of it, but whatever. I'm telling you right now, that hero is going to be absolutely bonkers. You go to lane with like 89 damage with some bracer components. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. I agree. It's a very strong hero.
No crawling blade.
Dude,
it's
one more
just
change,
whatever.
though. one massive change that could impact a lot is, of course, the null talisman change, right? So
Yeah.
heroes like Storm and stuff, they won't be nearly as good. Whereas heroes like Odie now potentially with that max mana increase could maybe come back. I don't know. Would be nice to see.
I'm just curious,
yeah.
like if people are going to be buying the casual null tallies, like we saw previously. Like there is a bunch of like non-int heroes that would buy null tallies just for the mana cost reduction, right? So
yeah,
that may not happen
it just
as much.
was a way to value. It gave you the mana region of a raindrop, but also the reduction. So
yeah, it's pretty good.
But very nice and some carries too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised they didn't make any changes to the 25 thing about like the braces and null talismans and stuff. I thought they were going to change that for sure.
Do you think it was too strong, or?
Yeah, I feel like the flip side with those things is that you buy them early on because they're a nice stat boost, and then you have to sell them later because they slowly get worse over time. And it just feels way too slot efficient now. It feels really unpunishing, and it means that you can go for early stats, and then they'll just turn into still good stats later on, which I don't really like. I feel like everything should come with a side effect, and they're just they're too just kind of good throughout the entire game. They're just a nice boost throughout the entire game now, which it feels a bit too good for 500 gold.
I wouldn't disagree. Yeah, like I mean, why even stop there? At some point you might just go tier 2 items now after 40 minutes get double stats, and tier 3 items after 50 minutes get double stats, and then the power creep never ends.
Yeah, I mean that's what they did for. Do you remember those like 10 patches in a row where they just kept buffing late game? They were like, guys, like we don't want to do any more 90-minute games. We're just gonna make this game end. We'll introduce the neutral items. We'll do all this stuff, and it did kind of put an end to. I don't see we don't see many games past like the 65-minute mark these days. That's for sure.
But it has been the argument, right? Like they put neutral items into make the game end at some point, but the opposite is also true, where they actually help you defend high ground so immensely. Like it's crazy how good some of these items are to defend high ground. If you have like a Seer Stone Zeus, you're never ending the game.
Yeah,
literally,
for sure.
Never.
But
it's true.
Hot take. And this is a really hot take. I don't think most of the competitive teams are very good at playing around 60-minute items because they never get there. Like in their pub games, getting 60 minutes is just it rarely ever happens. They're so efficient, they're so good at knowing their timings that in pub games those games just don't go on that late. And even in their scrims and stuff, I imagine it's the same thing. The only time we really see them going to that length of time is when you have games which there are a lot of mistakes happening, which is generally only really happening when there's a lot at stake, which is LAN, which is, playoffs and things like that. So we as a public see them much more than the actual players do themselves. So they're not used to playing with it. And there is stuff you can do, like you can, teams should stack Ancients, for example, when it gets to that 60-minute mark. If you stack the Ancients, get your entire team 60 neutrons, just charge at the enemy team. Like that deficit is so huge. But obviously, you
don't know how much I'm getting triggered, even like outside of minute 60 windows. Like if it's minute 16, minute 17 is coming up, don't farm that ancient stack, the triple or quadruple. Wait 1 minute, please. You get all the items instantly. And then they farm at minute 16. I'm like, bro.
It's like 59 minutes and they like take the stack and you're like, well, we could have waited 1 minute and gotten like 4 neutral items, but that's cool. Whatever.
It's all good. Thanks for trying, though. I mean, neutral items still, even after they've been in the game for so long, I still can't agree with their presence. Not in the way they are in the game, at least. I mean, they are nice in a way, but the RNG just ruins it for me. Like, it should not be random whether one team benefits massively from it or not. I think it's just too much.
I think they nerfed them enough for that not to be. I mean, maybe like Paladin Sword, and I think maybe Grove Bow are the 2 big ones, which are just like a little bit too strong still. But overall, I think the rest of them are all kind of weak enough to mean that they're not going to impact the game that massively, as we've just had the lobby fail to be made for like the 10th time in a row. We do apologize,
we're well
guys.
10 at this point, dude. We're into the 20s.
Well, what is actually happening? Like one of the players is always seeing, right?
So in yesterday's update, it actually caused some IP connection problems with private lobbies, and it's causing a lot of private lobbies to fail. And it has not been addressed. Just
How
like
about the Roshan
observer
thing? Has
settings
that
have
been
not
addressed?
What?
The Roshan tornado mid lane
Oh, I don't know if that's been fixed. I don't know if it's been hot patched. Any
saw it in a
tornado or
program
Yules
yesterday.
will teleport Roshan to the 0/0 pixel on the map.
I saw it in the SCA DPC yesterday. Just abused the crap out of it. I'm like, yeah, might as well. I mean,
Oh, they're
it's not
taking
their fault.
Roche? Boop. It's
Yeah,
gone.
exactly. Run to the pit, tornado, invoker. Oh, it's in the mid lane now, guys.
Weird.
I still want to see someone do that with the Tusk shards with the is it 25 talent plus Octarine means you can get permanent Tusk shards. You can just keep
yeah.
Roshan in the middle lane. I don't know what it would do. I don't know how it would help things, but it'd be pretty funny.
He would be angry. Roshan would be very mad. He just likes to go home, and you wouldn't allow him to.
Yeah, that's all he wants, and he just sit there in the shards, feeling like a big old dummy. That's what I want to see.
Speaking of Roshan, ways, are you surprised it did not get buffed at all? I think it's way too weak.
Yeah,
The actual Roche itself?
Yeah.
Like it dies too fast? I think so. Yeah. I think a lot of it's because we're playing like the meta is so fast that people are like 5-manning Roche on it like 19 minutes, right? Or earlier. And it's like that was not really what we saw in the past. Like Roshan usually was like it was, like an Ursa or a Huskar would just like kill it really quick, by themselves maybe, or like sneak the Roche. But now it's like full teams are going in there and killing it. So
yeah, it's also the items and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Everyone has a Vlad's pretty much, which makes Roshan like a joke. I feel like there should just be some effects that you can't use. Like lifesteal shouldn't work on Roshan or something like that. That would make it so difficult.
You know what?
Like an actual raid boss, lifesteal.
Arcane Orb.
Arcane Orb should not work on Roshan.
That should not hit. I saw an OD 6-hit Roshan earlier today.
Yeah, it's like what 700 damage a hit. He
was doing like close to 850 pure damage in auto attack. It was ridiculous.
But talking about things that end the game sooner as well, Roshan's another one. When he's got 4 items inside him, you're just like it's like a pinata. You just beat the crap out of him. He just leaks items everywhere. It's
confetti.
Great.
It's like 10k gold right there.
might as well at this point. He's not much more than a pinata. Just deal with it. Make sweets and confetti pop out of them. Yeah. What's another way they could make the game end sooner? Say games keep going a long time. Valve are like, right, we're putting an end to this. The game has to end at 17 minutes. What would be the best way for them to do that? Do you guys think?
Repair kit.
Repair kit. Bring it back. That's the opposite, dude.
That was the worst item ever made. That was one of those items where it's like you win or lost a game based on it, and I think that was just a not fun time to play Dota.
To make it faster, I feel like
I think the game's already too fast almost.
It's pretty fast, yeah. But just purely based on the discussion, to make it faster, if the outpost gave something more than just 100 experience every 5 minutes, but maybe 100 bonus gold or something every 5 minutes too. The game could snowball so damn hard, so quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, Outpost would be a good way because it would incentivize pushing that tier 2 way earlier too. Because a lot of times it's that doesn't get pushed until you're looking to go Roshan or something.
Mm-hmm. But I think I would agree with you. I don't like how fast games can end nowadays. I watched this Alliance series, Alliance versus Tundra, I think. They took the Meteorex in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that's not fun.
That is quick. That is very, very quick. Once again, we do fail to connect. We're just going here, by the way, guys. We're just going and going.
The whole screen. That's the best part. It's just us.
Yeah.
There's nothing else.
We're just reconnecting, trying to get into the game over and over again here, but unfortunately there are some serious lobby issues at the moment. So we will keep on trying to get into this one, and we will of course start the game the moment we get there.
A quick question to Ricky.
Yeah.
How many times did it fail in the first series?
Not this many times. We definitely failed every single time we'd start a game, but it was maybe 2 or 3 times before it finally worked. So something's off here. Apparently, from what it was noted, is if players are playing on same IP subnets or something, which all of the teams are basically, it fails to load, and I don't know what it is. So I think every player has to play on a VPN right now.
Wait, quick question also. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the first series was a Div 2, right?
Yeah.
Because it's very common for a lot of Div 2s to not be at a bootcamp and stuff too, actually. So maybe that wasn't an issue in that series in particular.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. This could be a long ride then.
Yeah. I mean, until they figure out what's going on, it's hard to say. I know that
Dude.
they mentioned it. What was it at the very beginning?
Is this connected to watching the games issue? I've been trying to watch a single game for hours and I could not get it to work. It just says waiting to watch game, and I just couldn't watch the game. Okay.
It could be. I don't know.
It's an issue. It's an issue.
Main cast.
Black. What is your favorite color?
My favorite color, blue. In fact.
Really?
Yeah, some nice, good old dark blue, like navy or something.
Ooh, okay.
Very nice.
I
How about
reckon
you,
Ricky's
Ricky?
favorite color is purple.
Close, actually. It's my second favorite.
Oh.
I thought pink.
I actually like pink too. My
Is this
whole
just because of
aesthetic's
the
kind of like
background?
that blue to pink like style of color, like bluish pink purple is always my like. But my favorite color is actually seafoam green.
Oh my god.
Seafoam. Wait, I'm googling it.
I hate you, Ricky.
I literally I knew you would be so mad at me for saying this. I knew you would hate the answer so much.
Good lord. That's like those you know when you buy paint to like paint your walls with and you go to like the fancy area where the paint buckets cost like £50 and it's like mole's breath and like, you know, gentle breeze. Like these aren't colors, dude. These are just
Seafoam
like
green is a color, man. It's a good one.
All right, dude. All right.
I grew up
Okay.
next to the ocean. It's a real color. I know what it looks like.
You know what it looks like. Alrighty, production, I think we're going to need to take it to a break here because this lobby is just not dang starting. But guys, we will be back the moment the game is live, so do not go anywhere. We will hopefully be into it pretty damn soon. It is RNG versus Dandelion coming up here in the chat DPC. We're sorry for the delay, but we'll see you very soon.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
That's true.
I promised you guys we'll be back, and I did indeed deliver. That's right, we're finally into the lobby. Unfortunately, someone was very, very naughty. We won't name names, but somebody was very, very naughty and wasn't loading, just chose not to tell everyone. So whatever, but it is what it is. Water under the bridge. We're now into the game, which means we can get into it. RNG versus Dandelion. The draft is now live, and we shall waste absolutely no time into strapping on our speedos and jumping right into the deep end. We've got ourselves a Hoodwink and a Dawnbringer coming out from Dandelion. Dawnbringer, not actually a hero we really talked about before, but this is another one who we've seen used to some good effect, and I would say, and Black would say, is very underpicked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What would you say, though, Ricky?
So I just saw this hero in all 3 games last series, and it is
so not underpicked. I'm a dirty liar.
It is one of the most defining heroes of the entire series. Like, it is unbelievable how strong this hero is right now. It's going to be played in the 5 position, almost guaranteed. And one of the things that I thought about earlier was the fact that supports are going to cut, like 5 positions specifically, are going to come out of the lane stage with like 500 more net worth than they did previously. Like,
yeah, they will.
That's just what's
will be weaker.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. And so now you can pick 5 positions that like can progress into items and farm. And Dawnbreaker does it very easily with just a couple points in Celestial Hammer. And you just rush Aghanim Scepter. That's it. You just go Ags. Yeah. And it's
I feel like it's just another hero like Marcy. It's very versatile. It can be 3, 4, 5. We've even seen it in a 1 at some points in some major tournaments even. Yeah,
I've seen it.
It's very versatile. And it's just so strong. Global presence, amazing laner, scales with items, has stuns, has heals, has everything. Like, what more do you want from a hero?
Not much. I literally can't think of one other thing.
Yeah, which is... it's crazy. They also buffed it this patch, I believe, right? Or did they nerf it?
They nerfed her strength gain by 0.2, but made her luminosity crit 20% higher.
Yeah, and cooldown reduction on Solar Guardian.
Yeah.
Can we take a minute to appreciate the drip here on Somnus? Look at this man.
He's got the cat ear still. That's what I like to see.
Yeah.
That's what I like to see.
Why are
Absolutely
DPC
dripping, my
players
boy.
so bad at setting up a camera? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, you see like half the head or like a shoe sometimes.
It's like when you're on Zoom with your grandma, isn't it? And they're just like,
yeah,
Grandma, further down. Turn your light on, Grandma. I can't see. You're in the dark, Grandma. Okay, all right, whatever.
Your thumb's
kind of impressive.
The camera.
Yeah, that's your forehead. No, don't put it to your ear. That's disgusting. Kind of impressive that the DPC players have the same technical ability as my grandparents, but it is what it is. And now we have a Tusk.
Hero also very good. Got buffed. I'm sure you're happy about
that. That kind
this
of makes me think it's going to be, 3 Dawn, right? 4 Tusk?
Unless we go to the mid Tusk.
Or mid Tusk, yeah.
Tusk. They do,
Not the biggest fan.
They do it wherever.
But we'll see. Mid Tusk against Puck. I mean, honestly, no disrespect to my boy Puck, but Puck is such a weak laner, you can put anything mid and farm. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Puck is one of those heroes that just like tries to farm and doesn't really like beat any other heroes in lane, right? That's just kind of like where Puck is now.
Yeah, you get 6, and then either they gank for you or you gank for them. That's pretty much it.
We didn't really talk about it, but what do you think of the opening of RNG here? Is this their 1 and 2 as their first 2 picks?
Nah. Usually when you pick
Tiny, probably,
Tiny with Puck, yeah, exactly.
Okay, good, good.
You have like this combo. You have just the coil break, which is pretty free. And Enchantress 5. But yeah, you know me. Tiny with a hero that's not super aggressive in the mid lane. I'm not the biggest fan, but we don't know the mid lane yet for Dandelion. So maybe, it will still be a really strong matchup for them. Enchantress. This lineup looks so weird.
Yeah.
doesn't it? Like there's no real synergy here. I mean, individually they seem cooking, and they also don't counter anything on the side of Dandelion. That's what's weird to me, right? It doesn't feel like they're answering anything. It doesn't feel like they're slotting together very well. I'm sure. I mean, I guess you mentioned the tiny puck is quite nice together, but yeah, it just feels like they're just going for what they want to play, what they feel like is good on RNG, which just nothing wrong with that, I guess.
So, I mean, they're going full lane dominance pretty much, right? Like
exactly.
Monkey King Eng, if they lose their lane, which is a very big possibility against Dawnbreaker +1, like those two heroes have nothing. It's a pretty scary draft that they're putting themselves into. Because if they don't win the lane, like their mid game is going to be crazy hard.
Hoodwink actually owns Monkey King in lane. Like that lane's actually not good for Monkey King.
Yeah. Until you get a level 3 or 4.
Hoodwink, you're in a lot of trouble, I think. Because Celestial Hammer's slow is pretty substantial, and she's really good at just getting far enough away from Monkey King so you don't get the Jingu stacks. And if you ever get bushwhacked, you're taking a Starbreaker right to the dome.
Yeah. And then like 75% of your health with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're liking the Medusa Black.
Yeah, they don't really have much damage at all until Monkey King gets big. It's a little bit scary against the 4 Tiny because of your slow movement speed. But with a Tusk there, which I'm just going to be assuming is the 5 this game, it should be pretty simple. Maybe they can even pick like an Undying to frontline even better for her. But if this Medusa gets free farm, like they can't kill her right now. I would definitely ban the offline anti-mage though if I was them.
Are you not worried about the lack of mobility on the Medusa and then in combination with the Wukong's command?
It is always a little bit of a problem, but you have Tusk to save, plus Stone Gaze actually makes you so fast. Like you're running at 500 plus MS.
And Dawnbreaker. You just press ult and you have 60% evasion.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and
that's
heals.
with the Axe, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, but the thing is, like eventually, especially if you're going late game where the Monkey King could fight into the Medusa, she's going to have Axe, right? And Medusa might have a butterfly as well. So you're going to have a lot of evasion to probably pierce at that point.
Yeah.
Quick question.
I want to really see them ban the anti-mage though. Like AM actually looks really good for RNG. Yeah. And Monkey King Tiny is a very strong duel and they can destroy a Medusa.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah, I think that's...
I actually think they should adjust no matter what. Decision. Like Monkey King Tiny is way better off in the offlane here. And you pick a carry that actually has good matchups against the Dawnbreaker as well. What lanes well against Dawnbreaker Hoodwink though?
Yeah, I mean that's so much. That lane does so much damage.
Dawnbreakers are ridiculous. Even the Acorn shot too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just go like Blightstone, Acorn shot, level 1, and like just casual like bonk someone for 100 physical damage, and they ban the AM. You were right. Look at the call, Black.
The call, but are they also going to put the Monkey King in the offlane? Is the real question, or do they just want to accept the matchup?
I mean, what's your only other option? Terrorblade here?
It's tough. Like, I don't see a great... Like, how does Lifesteal do? Like, you also just lose a Lifestealer. You do nothing much. Let's go through the pool. It's pretty scary.
Is Drow pickable? Not really, right?
You don't have last pick either, though, so it is a little bit scary. Because there's a Tusk too. It's a tough pick for RNG. Surprise us. Or Cookie Cutter.
Give me the Pudge.
Safe
lane Pudge.
Timber Saw. Medusa's one of the best heroes against Timber, though.
Just Mystic Snake spam, right?
Yeah, like, Timber's actually... Like, Medusa's one of the heroes that actually does well against Timber. Because level 5, the Snake spam is too much for Timber to tank, even.
Eventually, once he has 6, Medusa has to leave lane, but I don't think she cares all that much. She's just going to go jungle anyway.
Yeah, now the real question is how are they going to just run out the lineup?
I mean, we're looking at...
Yeah, it's a really luxurious position, isn't it, as well?
How about Undying, honestly? I feel like Tusk middle, you put an Undying Tombstone in a team fight, what do they do?
What about, like, Spirit Vessel Kunkka mid?
That would also be really good. Just some like team fight control.
Yeah, I'm like, if you just get like a Kunkka with that build Spirit Vessel BKB, like I don't know what you do on RNG here. You could even like go the Orchid build, like I don't know.
How about Necrophos?
Ooh. Or
Cheeky.
Veno?
Honestly, they have so many options right now.
They can do what they want. They can literally just say like, "What hero do you want to play?" And they can just pick it. Like, so nice. I want to.
You want to play the green guy or the purple dude? or maybe the pirate today.
Geez, ZC's got to be super stoked on this one.
It's like when you've been good as a kid and your mum takes you into the toy store and it's just like, pick whatever you want. You're just like, oh my god.
Oh my god, I just aced my exam and I get anything I want. Yeah, but not that one, it's too expensive.
Yeah. Nothing electrical. That's what I always got. Nothing electrical. I'm like, it's a 2000s, Mum. Everything's electrical.
Yeah, but not that.
All right, Dandelion. Let's see. I mean, they might go for something crazy as well. Like the,
all right.
Okay, if it's a support, I would have loved the Undying much better, to be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of the Ogre here.
Is this an offlane Ogre, though? That's my
question. They are doing the mid-tusk.
Are they going crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mid-tusk.
All right, interesting. So it's going to be...
So, are you guys still here?
Oh, I thought my internet just like crapped out for like 1 second.
Oh.
Apparently it's back.
I don't know if it was your internet. I also couldn't hear anything. Might just be.
Okay. That was weird, but we're back, and apparently, to you guys, nothing happened, I guess. But yeah, Dandelion, it looks super well rounded. I really like this draft, and it feels much more on the pulse than what RNG is showing us. So I do want to ask just very quickly before we get into this, what is the reason for this Timbersaw pick, as far as you guys can see? Because they didn't just pick it for no reason, right?
I mean,
you would hope so.
Yeah. My only thing that I can justify, like in terms of it, is you look at like RNG's lineup. They don't have a hero that like goes in to start a fight or like to a beta fight in some capacity. And Puck, like outside of Coil, is your only option. So Timber can kind of like just go in, provide vision, and hopefully not die, and then set up maybe a team fight. I don't know what else it could be though.
What if their answer is to just put the Timbersaw against the Dawnbreaker Hoodwink and just put the Monkey in the aggro against the Deucer? That
That's
just to absorb the pressure.
Really smart.
That has to be it.
Yeah, because
So
Timbersaw is actually
that's
one of the
all
heroes
I
I
can do.
could see potentially just be able to tank through it at level 3. But yeah,
It's
we'll
really
see.
strong. Yeah.
We'll see. I still like Dandelion's draft quite a bit better, to be honest. If they picked Undying last, I would say their draft is absolutely pristine. That Ogre, I'm not the biggest fan of. I mean, it makes sense they would do so, of course, with buffer, but yeah, it's no Undying.
It's no Undying. It's not quite the hero you wanted, but it's a hero you set off for. I mean, I like it as well. I think it gives your 2 right-clicking cores a really nice little buff as well, and I think that's a really good idea when you're running the Stormbreaker as well, because with Luminosity now, they've made that spell much better, so you can turn her into a bit of a beast in that regard. So I do like it just as much as the Undying, personally speaking, but we're allowed to have different opinions. That's what makes it so great, and that's what makes this game so great as we go into it. Whose idea is going to work? Will Dandelion be able to repeat the same success they had last season in Division 2 here in Division 1 against RNG? Let's find out with our first game as we jump into the match at long last.
They are saying they're lagging, though, so we might be in for another remake.
Please, no, come on.
Come
Just
on,
deal
man.
with it,
It took
please.
us 40 minutes to make this lobby. I don't want to start again.
Just deal with it.
But I don't know if you guys have the same thing, but when I try to move my camera, it's just stuck sometimes.
Yeah, no. So that was also another fun part about the recent update is if you're using assisted camera, you can't move the camera at all. And when you're not using assisted camera, it locks randomly if it ever stops moving. Until you spam the button a few times. There is no fixing it. It's just literally broken.
Oh, okay.
So you just have to like keep spamming a directional button to get it to move again, or like click somewhere on the mini map.
I think you can double click on the hero portraits as well, and it'll free it up. But
yeah, it'll just
anyway.
lock randomly, and there's not much you can do about it. Spectating is currently broken from lobbies.
Yeah. Speaking about Acon shot, by the way, which you have previously, Ange just lost half her health with one Acon shot. It's a pretty cool ability.
Very good. Very good.
Very nice. What, 75 mana too? Yeah, not too bad.
What
do you guys think about this headdress meta, by the way?
I literally was about to ask you the same question. Okay. Have you been seeing headdress a ton as well?
Yeah, not in China, but in Europe and America. Like they do it all the time. South America as well.
Yeah, I was playing with like Fog earlier, and he was just buying. He just went headdress on every single hero. Like he just first time of headdress. I was like, what is happening here?
It's strong, because it's so much about this region, right? Especially now that the healing salves are nerfed. Oh, Dusa, one more hit.
Summer?
Nah, she's fine. Barely fine. Interesting that the Tiny also took a tree throw level 1 as a 4. Don't see that all day.
Him.
Just plonking. Absolutely, yeah. The guy's ready to go. Also, interestingly, in the bottom lane, I want to point out, Ghost didn't buy any tangos. X-Nova just bought 6 and is fueling him. So it's not over yet for position 5. These greedy carries are still finding ways to get their regen bought for
He
them.
just buys one salvage like, you're buying me all the tangos, sir.
The tangos.
Oh, man. I mean, I kind of this earlier today, if I'm being honest. When I was playing offlane, I was like, give me a tango. I need another tango.
Sharing is caring though, right?
That is true.
Like, if you take one thing away, you gotta figure out how to give him the other.
Yeah, now, obviously, this will be X-Nova's thing, probably not Ghost's thing. You know, X-Nova's long time been an extremely sacrificial support in a lot of ways, but can play greedy as well when the situation calls for it.
Huh. Alright, this camera thing is...
Yeah, it's
How
very
do observers
annoying.
deal with this?
Try just only using middle click to like shuffle around. That'll improve it for
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've been having to do, is like hold down middle mouse button to try and move camera that way. And at least it's like smooth, but then your finger starts cramping after an hour.
Ha! Cowards. You need to go climbing more, that's the way it is.
Your fingers.
Oh, you do? Oh, we'll have to talk about that later. But in the middle lane, as you guys did predict, ZC so far doing very well against the puck. It's very even in CS at the moment.
Yeah, Puck really just can't pressure anyone. It's a hero that wants to get level 6 and then gets ganked, or rather ganks mid lane with other heroes, or goes to the side lane to gank. He has no real damage to offer in the early game. That all changes though when he gets Witchblade, and he suddenly deals a ton of damage.
Yeah. I like how the null tally meta for like a lot of these. Ooh, Ghost
Ooh,
bottom
monkey.
lane?
He's getting very low.
Yeah.
D.
We spoke about it.
Yeah, looks like it's gonna be
Yeah.
fine. This is what we're talking about.
He's
If he gets bushwhacked, he just loses all of his health to a Starbreaker.
Yeah. His farm right now is really good though. So it's not like they're losing the lane, but they have to be really careful they don't bleed away any heroes. And top lane is also getting crushed, the Dusa. So if Timber is really far ahead in net worth and levels, Dusa has no chance in this lane. And with the trajectory this is going right now, this might actually come to pass.
Yeah, I haven't really been feeling the impact of like this 4-position Tiny with this, you know, tree throw level 1. But
He's been putting out the pain.
yeah, he's putting out a lot of damage.
What I'm disappointed with is just the Ogre. He can't do anything in this lane. Now, if this is Undying, I'm just telling you, if it's an Undying, this lane is over. And he 1v2s this.
Yeah, 2 melee strength heroes.
So
That's,
if Dandelion lose this, I'm gonna have to call the coach. If they have one.
Picked Undying, bro.
have words. Do they have a coach?
Good question.
Yes, they do. But none I've heard of.
What's the name?
Jiumi.
Jiumi. Same, haven't heard of it.
X-Nova! Oh my god, that was so close to death. And now, Ghost is looking to try and finish the job, but he's going to be able to do exactly that. Gets off the right click and also takes down Qian Ming a fair chunk as well. RNG,
Yeah.
getting it done in the bottom lane.
That
A little
was
bit of a suicidal
so
soul
much
ring, huh? Yeah, goodbye Ogre as well. Gets taken out by Timbersaw. Nice toss back as well. And yeah, now it's the scary time where Dusa, sitting at super low movement speed, is just getting ran at. Do they have the damage to kill her
He has
though?
Toss and another Avalanche in 7.
Yeah,
I
Dusa
think
probably-
that they get him here.
Ah,
SJ comes in. Oh, get down, Mr. President! Beautifully
Avalanche?
done. Kaka getting
fair
low
fight
as
too.
well. Oh my god, the ignite upon him. Can they finish the job though? Doesn't look like SJ.
Almost
got
done.
the fire
Oh, yeah.
brings him down, Jesus. Well, they had to work for it, but they get it done.
It's all right. All for it's all for Chalice here. He just wanted solo XP.
Ooh.
Rotation down.
There's your
bottom.
puck gank.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love that rotation, man. Like Dawnbreaker's whole game plan is dominate lane, scale into the mid that way. If you ruin her laning phase, her impact is gonna be so much less in the mid game. Very nice rotation by Somnus. Because he also knows Tusk, as I said before, I don't like it mid lane. Just for the reason that it doesn't really do a whole lot, in my opinion. Like, it doesn't
Just
gank
farms.
super well, doesn't deal damage, exactly, it just farms. It's a weird mid laner until you get your eggs. Oh, X-Nova though. I get punched.
Oh. Let's
Punch
see.
him. Oh, wow, the damage.
I don't think X-Nova's in trouble here.
Luckily, we just spoke about the amazing damage output of Tusk. What a hero. Why
One
do people
day,
still play mid?
Black. One day, people will discover the Echo Saber tag team build with the 10 talent and realize.
Yeah, I like that. I
Wow.
don't like this Axe Rush, actually.
Thank you.
If you're a mid laner, you should be able to deal damage and gank with it. Oh, Chalice is burning down a bit. 3 levels in the armor, though. Should be fine.
Okay, it's okay.
Oh,
Kaka actually
Crossface
coming back in.
Medusa. Someone says hi, too.
Yep, someone's opening up this fight with the coil coming down as well, holding the two of them. Chalice timber chaining himself away. I think he's going to survive through this. Kaka not going to fall either as ZC trying to come in and do something. But again, he uses the snowball, he uses the ice shards, and that's all his damage done. That's all his impact out the window. Doesn't get the kill with that, and well, now he's just kind of looking at them.
Now, okay, so we spoke about Puck and his glaring damage problems early on until Witchblade, right? So Witchblade is kind of your timing, your solution. What's your solution for Tusk? Like, you never deal damage, even after Axe. You're just a repositioner. He's still here, though.
He is. He's
This
gonna
time?
punch up. Chalice.
No, he can't get away this time. No way.
That was such a nice play by Kaka.
Yep.
Yeah.
He held the toss until the very last second.
Yeah, because
Yeah, if
ZC
the
was
snowball
ready to
comes out.
snowball him, right, to cancel the timber chain.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's still waiting here. You gotta get a kill here. Maybe Kaka is dead this time at least.
Toss back onto the Satyr, the snowball forward once again. Chalice trying to help out here a little bit. They will get the kill, but Somnus is coming in. He's looking for the rotation. They've already
He died
made
to the
trade.
snake.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
He
the
sniped
took like
Chalice.
30% off. Yeah, nice done. Well done, well done.
Yep. All right. Finally pays off.
Yeah, overplaying his hand a little bit. I can't believe he just sits there for 1 minute and it works.
It's like, bro, go back to your lane.
Ghost, though, having absolute free farm down here and is going into the Battle Fury. So his Battle Fury timing should be ridiculous, like 12-13 minutes.
Radiant structures.
And we've seen how hard Monkey King can scale into that late game.
He's one of, I think, the strongest late game carries right now. Like, realistically, like with the I have Scotty, Axe, Battle Fury build, BKB, like it is just so strong.
That's pretty ridiculous.
Yes.
Nova
Oh,
taking
it's
that.
not very good.
Ooh, nice stun in from Ghost. Not going to be enough to save the day, though. Pretty cheeky just using the Boundless Strike to cancel out the Starbreaker there, but unfortunately, that little fawn, it's not surviving through that any day of the week.
Oh, look at Kaka stalking someone in the jungle as well. Stealing all that juicy experience.
Sharing is caring, Black. That's what you said earlier.
Yeah,
Kaka really cares.
Kaka cares a lot.
Yep.
Someone, you're going the wrong way. You saw that he was there. Oh, no.
There's no way out of that one.
Yeah. They're really shutting the Dusa down.
Dusa was off to like a decent start the first like few waves, and then that one death has like actually kind of like ruined the lane.
Yeah, that's the risk of picking a Dusa into a Tiny, right? You're so slow.
Tusk? Ooh, okay, they're gonna
What
use
on,
the ultimate here on Beyond to try and turn this one around, and that's gonna keep the Tusk alive for now, but they're both inside that leash. They'll deal with Kaka, but getting very low. SJ coming in as well. ZC surviving
DD,
through
man.
things at the moment as Summer's up on the high ground, but it doesn't matter. The Tusk will fall regardless. X-Nova gets the double. Somnus chasing forwards here and actually jump onto the tree from Ghost. Very aggressive from this Monkey King early on in the game, and it's gonna secure the kill onto SJ.
They're just playing so fast. Like so much faster than Dandelion around the map right now.
Yeah. I also like that they're bringing the Monkey King to help out with the numbers as well.
Yeah.
Cause like at this point he really only has to mirror the movement of the at Dawnbreaker, and they will always be outnumbering the enemy. Just because Dusa has no game right now, he needs to catch up. Will always be 4v5.
Yeah, I love the read to turn up to that fight on Ghost. Honestly, that's really, really nice.
Yeah, we spoke about it earlier, right? Yeah, he had a lot of time to practice, and seemingly he seems to be integrating much better with the team.
Somnus has a Witchblade completed now as well, so
Wow,
you're
so early.
Yeah, it's like this is 11 minutes. The thing that we've seen a lot on Pucks in the last patch was there would be like one null tally, potentially a second into the Witchblade, and then usually like upgraded boots, but it's just so fast.
Well, they do find the setup here onto X-Nova. Tianming will take him down. And actually, with the wraparound here from SJ, I think RNG might have bitten off a bit more than could chew, but in comes Somnus. The damage is here, as with the leash, and they just tear that Tusk in two. And now they move over towards Yoga Magi as well. Nice little... I don't think it's going to be enough, though. The Bushwhack trying to help out
tower
there,
damage.
but
No.
Somnus gets him regardless. And yeah, Chalice just timber chaining away. Gets close, but not close enough.
Oh yeah, this game is looking pretty grim. Like, they have a very strong early game lineup together with Dusa, Dawnbreaker and Tusk, but they're getting absolutely destroyed. Beyond also, he has all the spells on cooldown.
Ghost.
No stun on him though. Yeah, run it off. Oh, he got stunned! Cut down on the tree.
Oh, the toss. Oh my goodness, he's dead.
Bot lane though, Monkey King in trouble as well.
Yep, he's been stunned, fire stuns out as
You're
well.
gone.
There is no more escape, and Beyond's going to be able to get the kill in the end there. So Ghost with a pretty unfortunate poor read onto the Dawnbreaker there, thinking he caught her out, but didn't have the damage in the tank.
That's a good kill. It's a really good kill. It's a ton of XP going their way, but you still aren't really getting a lot of gold out of it, which is the downside.
And the scariest part right now is just that all three of your cores are incredibly poor. What do you build on a Tusk if your game is this bad?
BKB. Like, that's like literally the only option.
But
like,
first?
Yeah, that's what I've seen. Is like they just rush the BKB when the game is this bad. But
Yeah.
then you're
I mean, it makes
like the no
sense.
damage hero building BKB.
Exactly. Like, I feel like the only reason why mid Tusk can be quote unquote considered broken is the super fast axe that you get sometimes. But if you can't get into that, you might as well just put a CM middle, would probably be more impactful.
CM mid is pretty good.
It is. It is. I've been, a big fan of that for a while. But people just keep picking Tusk instead in the mid. What about Pudge mid? You know?
Dude, Pudge is, that's a hero for sure.
I mean, you watched me the other day, you know what I can do.
Dude, I have been crushing all of my Pudge games this patch. It has been unfair.
It's such a good hero. I really hope it's gonna get into pro games soon. Actually, no, I don't, because it's gonna get nerfed.
Yeah, that'll get nerfed, exactly. That's the thing. It's like, just stay on the edge. It's fine with
Oh,
it.
shards.
Oh, nice tumbler toy, Kaka. He's ready.
Ankle
Still the most
breaker.
broken tier 1 item.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It fits more like a tier 2, to be honest, but...
And if you're playing Earthshaker or Tusk, then it is a bane of your existence.
Dude, getting that on Pangolier is just insane.
Yeah. Or on any hero that has like reach problems early on. And Timbers are so tanky now too with the Sancho already. They're
Tusk is
bringing more
in this,
heroes, but
they see ZC here. He's under.
Yeah, I think it's
2
baiting.
entries. Yeah.
I mean, ZZ is even like, yeah, nah.
It's just on 24 reactive armor stacks. Like, Chalice does not care. He's like, yeah, whatever. Try, dare you.
Alright, they find the squirrel instead, though. They'll start to go on Tianming here, and it looks like this will be an easy pick-off for the side of RNG. And now they can look to go for more,
Tusk too.
perhaps. That the
Get
try
around.
to start onto the Timbersaw, not really working out too well for him. He has got the snowball, but can't use it inside that leash, so will just go down. And now Beyond on the run as well. Cannot seem to get away. Silence is out. SJ coming in for this one as well, trying to get the stun off onto Somnus, who's landed onto his Chalice instead, but that will mean that Beyond has gone. And
they're going
they're not
in.
done. Yeah, they are not done at all. They're going to get another one on the high ground here as they take out SJ as well.
Yeah. Oh, Somnus!
Nice
Oh.
play. A little pick off there.
Somnus not quick enough on his fingers. Prime Somnus last year would have dodged that. He's a little bit too comfortable now, guys.
He's definitely vibing on the puck right now. You know, just having a good time, and then suddenly just gets killed by a squirrel.
He was probably just shopping, you know. He's like, yeah, I got a ton of gold, 2K, whatever. Buy Blink dagger. Okay, oh, I'm dead. I hate Squirrel. Such a
I
strong
love
hero.
this hero so much.
Yeah, because you like broken stuff.
Dude, no, I've been playing it mid. Like, I'm not abusing the support
Radiant's
hoodwink.
Mid lane's abuse too. You're picking the hero's abuse.
That's maybe.
It's like
fun,
picking
though.
Primal Beast or Marcy.
Could Mischief always turn you into a neutral creep?
Yeah, because you can hide in the neutral camps. Like, you kill one and then hide in as the third, as like the leftover. It's really funny.
But
We never
the
see
giveaway
enough
is that you don't sleep while the others do actually sleep.
Yeah, that's the only tricky part. You don't
Yeah.
get the Z's over your head at night.
Damn. People in my games wouldn't notice that anyway. I gotta try that.
Yeah, they're like, huh? Oh,
there was like a pretty famous clip actually a while back of someone killing the one of the ogres and then like taking its place and just like standing next to the other two ogres. And it just looked totally legit.
I mean, there was a super popular strat in Dota 1 cause Ogre Magi literally looked like the other ogre. Like,
Yeah, that's right.
literally the same. And you just sit there. And obviously don't sleep either. You don't have to ZZZ, but they're like, okay. How's our Dusa looking though? Dragonlance, almost Mantis. So he's sort of back in the game. It's very good for them. But now you're in this like situation where your Dawnbreaker and your Tusk are just glorified supports because they lost their lane so badly, or rather, the early game did go so poorly for them.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Dawnbreaker's going like the Blink BKB build, or like BKB into Blink. So it's like, it looks like Tusk is also just going an early BKB. So they just want to be able to pop BKBs, I guess, and stand in front of them as, like you said, these kind of glorified supports almost.
Ooh, they try and set up onto Tiny in the top lane, but interrupted. But the snowball comes through to try and break the leash here, and that is a very nice play. Gamon's kill onto Kaka. Now, can they get away with it? It looks like they can, those meddling kids.
Man, the new Timber Saw chain, the range decrease coming into play there. Otherwise, Beyond would be dead. It's okay, we're all getting still used to the patch, Chalice. I don't think he played any Timber Saw this new patch. No time. But it's actually quite significant. 50 range is no joke.
It's annoying.
Dude, I'm like afraid to play Ember after the 50 range change.
Exactly.
Oh, I think he's gonna be.
Oh,
in a bit of
it's
trouble.
very deep. What? Oh.
Gets beaten up.
That was
Gets
almost
beaten up
auto
well and
damage.
truly. Enchantress as well. Gonna get taken down here. That break gonna mean they can get through her, though. Saying that, the heal's still coming out thick and fast. What is this hero? Come on!
Oh.
There we go. Death
Remember
will
what we
come.
spoke about in the pre-game, where we said the team play of Dandelion is probably quite a bit better than RNG's? I think it's a very good display here.
Dyer's
They're just very sticky, and they always got each other's back.
Yeah, finding that opening kill onto Somnus is just so huge. Like, I feel like Somnus is the one who's making all the plays for RNG right now, similar to like what we've seen in the past, where like he is like probably the one that they have to follow around the map and kind of take pickoffs with. But as soon as he dies, that map just like opens up again for Dandelion.
Yeah, I think they just need Timber Saw to really be in the front for them, so Tiny and Puck can make plays happen on the like whoever shows themselves.
They're gonna smoke. Summer's got a Manta.
Yeah, Summer's suddenly pretty big. Like he's out farming a free farm Monkey King at this point. Monkey King almost has his BKB too though.
Smoke is slow. Might get popped here by Chalice. Let's see. Yeah,
Chalice is not that
doesn't
tanky if
care.
everyone's
Just
there.
walked straight into him, and with that break coming through, they might be able to bring him down. The damage is in. The hero is dead, and now they'll go for more. They're looking for Kaka here as well, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to get out from this one. Too much slow, too much damage. Kaka
Looking
is
for the
gone
edge
as well.
too.
Beyond gets a double kill. Now they get the bushwhack out.
King.
Onto Enchantress. Ghost is coming in though. He's going to pop the ultimate here onto a whole bunch of them. They've got those BKBs to work
And
with.
Ghost, he has no
doesn't.
BKB.
He just gets turned upon and getting absolutely destroyed. The Monkey King is dead, and Dandelion have found their way back into the game.
Dude, they didn't
They
just
just
find
baited
their way
him.
back in. They just crushed them.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Oh my god,
That
they
is
needed to wait for that Monkey King BKB. He was like 500, 400 gold off. It was such an anti-timing. So well done by Dandelion, finding that little timing window that they had. And now the game is completely back to 0. I would even give an advantage to Medusa probably, right? At this point?
Yeah. I mean, the double BKB on Dandelion there just did so much work. Like the Wukong's command comes out and they're like, yeah, okay.
They fought through it.
BKB and kill him. Like it was ridiculous the amount of damage they just dump on him. Like Monkey King is not a super survivable hero without a BKB.
Yeah. And this matchup is just gonna get worse, right? Like when Tusk has his axe, the monkey will never be in the Wukong. So you just get kicked out every time.
Yeah. Dude, Dawnbreaker honestly has everything she needs right now in terms of being a core. She has BKB, she has the shard as well. And oh my god, that shard is so good.
Oh yeah. Free movement
and magic immunity, so no more getting boundless striked. Like that Enchantress is dead every single time Dawnbreaker finds her. Like, especially with the luminosity crit increase, like it is so much damage.
Huh. It's very, very nice. Can you just break coil with it?
You can.
Yeah, you can. Absolutely.
Oh, cool. All right. You take it.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
There's certain like movement spells you're allowed to break coil with, which I've never understood why. Like Pango can.
Sniper Shard can.
Yeah, Sniper Shard can. Ursa can, right? I think.
Yeah, I think you can jump.
You can like enrage. You can like enrage, Q it, and like instantly dispel coil basically because you have like status resist if you have the shard.
Yeah.
It's very weird.
Or just Manta style like a real boss.
True. Or Yules. That's a good one.
Oh, they're smoking
up again.
Straight away again. Yeah, they have Solar Guardian too, courtesy to the new cooldown. And Medusa is in the neighborhood as well.
Are scanning.
Does Monkey King have his BKB yet is a question. The answer is no, not quite yet. So if they find him, this could be huge. But blink away from the Tiny is going to get him to safety. And Monkey King
Did somebody de-smoke and he blinked away from them, or?
The Hoodwink de-smoked, but he didn't even see the Hoodwink, I don't think.
Oh, so just a random sort of blink?
I think he just, was like, something's up and blinked.
Alright, BKB up now on the Monkey. So he's gonna be way, way, way stronger.
Yeah, that play actually works if he does it this time around, with the Wukongs on the high ground.
Yeah, gotta be careful though. If you get stone gazed, like they have a ton of physical damage with the tech team, the Dawnbreaker. It's no joke.
Yeah, and he's queuing up the Aghanim Scepter next, so pretty normal build.
And Kaka, gotta be careful.
Oh, he does indeed.
Well,
Yeah,
you're
he's caught
dead.
out big time in the bottom lane. He's not getting away from this one and absolutely blown up, but Summoner to the backline's trying to catch out the Squirrel. Can he do enough damage to the Hoodwink to bring him down, though? Definitely not with Beyond helping out as well, just dropping down the Solar Guardian.
Zetsy's
Keep
here.
everyone nice and
He's
healthy.
slowed.
Callus with the Timber Chain up to the high ground. That's going to get him to safety for now. And RNG, they are holding this high ground, but Dandelion very, very disciplined not to run up there, honestly.
Yeah. They're not getting baited into the Monkey King ult anymore. Honestly, the one where they ran into the triangle, that Monkey King ult was sick. If he had BKB there, the fight goes completely differently. So, as you said, very good discipline there.
Dude, and Summer is just pulling so far ahead now. Like, he's going to have the Butterfly completed here very soon, which, like we said, you stack the evasion against the Monkey King, it ends up doing wonders. He's got the MKB queued up himself, which I think he knows is like a necessity, especially against the core Dawnbreaker, who's will inevitably be getting Ags probably. But, yeah, Summer is going to be really hard to deal with.
Another 5-man smoke. Do you guys like, by the way, that he's foregoing the Skadi? They have quite a bit of HP regen and heal on the Radiant. Why didn't he go Skadi?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Such a good Skadi
More
game.
damage out of, like, the Butterfly, I guess, for now, is the only thing that I can think of.
And I guess like he wanted more damage just because they have a Tusk middle who doesn't really provide the most, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Skadi is like a super good Skadi game.
Also, by going for the Butterfly, you're basically forcing Ghost into his MKB, meaning he can't go for the Aghanims, which means the chance of him being able to play his own game and outfarm this Medusa go from like slim to none. I think that's really important. But RNG are going for this Roshan play.
It's going to be a big Roche fight.
Let's
But
see if they can
Medusa's
go
not
for it,
dead,
though. Beyond is running in. It's really low on Roshan. Are they going to get here in time? I think they will, but in comes Kaka, just trying to hold them back, actually throwing Beyond into the pit. Is that the play? It is. Ghost gets himself the Aegis. It's okay for RNG for now. Now, what can they do off the back of this? Well, the answer
Chalice is
get
bleeding.
themselves the hell out. Yeah, they get their Monkey King away from here. They're going to leave Chalice. The Chalice has got the Timber Chain away. It's Xnova who falls on the back lines. And
Snowball's a deep one.
Whoa, this is really...
Dude, that's a fast snowball.
He's got himself
Give him a punch,
BKB,
punch.
though. Punch in the air, and the damage is there.
That was like the last second of Bloodlust, actually. It was expiring on the Walrus Punch, otherwise he would have lost the movement speed.
Now, despite the fight going 3-0, I do still think it's worth it, because otherwise this Medusa would have gotten this Aegis, almost no doubt. And I don't know how you stop her at that point. So good recognition for RNG that they had to make this move, even though it's a costly one.
Oh, we're jumping onto
Dawnbreaker
Ghost
ult,
here.
is it
Ghost.
enough?
Let's see. I mean, it's not to save the Hoodwink, and Ghost actually just fighting 1v3
He has
at
no
the moment.
Wukong's.
But,
He has no
I mean,
BKB after this either.
He's just
Doesn't.
dead. There's still
He's gonna die
Stone Gaze.
twice. You have Stone Gaze.
Somnus.
Fight.
They need to do something here. Kaka jumps in with a toss back as well. Ghost just now in a 1v1 versus the Ogre, which is fine for him in the backlines. They try to focus the other heroes. I'll deal with Kaka, and now they turn towards that Monkey King. Xnova trying to help out as well, doing what he can as Somnus jumps through the sidelines, stays for the
Nice.
kill onto SJ, styling on him at the moment, and RNG do get the advantage in this fight.
Oh, denied on the Arcane Rune there. He was
Do you
swapped
think
the
they were a
bottle
little bit too
back in.
timid? I think if Deuce just
Yeah.
runs straight into the monkey is gone.
I really expected her to just walk onto the high ground and pop Stone Gaze and start
Yeah, same.
auto-attacking the monkey. Because, like, they can't do anything. But I guess they were more concerned about the puck, like, sniping their backline. Because, like, Kaka and Somnus went onto their supports, and I guess they were just more worried about that.
Yep. Could have been a thing
For
about
Edge again.
not knowing about Wukong's commands cooldown. You know, it could be up, it could not be. A bit of
True.
unsureness there, perhaps. It was 30 seconds, so it's not like it was super recent.
Yeah, maybe there. Oh, Ghost got Hoodwink again. Goodbye, sir.
Yep, that's silence.
this?
Wait, he's in.
Yeah, I was like, I wonder if he's just going to go in
Monkey,
this.
Monkey needs to get off the Wukong's command here. Still 2 seconds on the BKB, not
The
going
new
to get it
BKB
off.
change.
Ghost is gone. Yep, that 90-second cooldown hitting him hard as Xnova just kind of running into their faces right now, saying, "What up, dudes?"
I mean, Deuce are dealing so much damage now.
Yeah, he is
God.
going to fall Chalice as well. I mean, Somnus trying to just again find the Ogre Magi will do exactly that, but what else can he do
Do
here?
some
The
damage.
answer is, oh my
Oh,
God,
that was close. Dude, ZC, oh man, that was so close. He's kicking people hard.
Beyond
now,
versus
though.
Kaka.
Yo, what's going on here?
Kaka loses. Fatality. Flawless victory.
Good old Starbreaker match community. He was gonna go for like an Avatos and blink out, and instead just got wailed by a giant hammer, I guess.
And Summer is obviously listening to the cast, so he has that Skadi queued up. Once that Skadi comes out, I feel like he's 1v5ing this team.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about this early, like when the Medusa got picked, you're like, they just massively lack damage to kill the Medusa. And
Yeah.
you're kind of seeing it now in these fights. Like Summer has been borderline untouched, just gets to freely attack while the rest of like RNG has to kind of run away.
Honestly, that makes the item build even better, right? Because he knows there's not a whole lot of damage to kill him, so he's just going to those really aggressive scaling items. And now look at the net worth; it's replicating that.
Yeah.
Man, it's so weird how good he's become suddenly. What happened to him?
Dude, I told you, like when I think I was actually casting the game where he was like playing the Tiny and then just like shattered every record.
Yeah, but you weren't there in season 1. He was, and I don't want to offend him, he was really bad. And now he's just suddenly really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, last
what the
year
hell?
in yeah.
That is
It's,
crazy.
It's the growth has been an absolute pleasure to witness, honestly. Like he's gone from
Xnova, he played ZC. He trapped him in his own shards.
embarrassing.
Oh, Kaka against Beyond again. Let's go, round 2.
Ding ding.
He's got
Kaka wisely withdraws this time.
Yeah, it's not exactly a fair fight, is it? It's like a
Yeah, not
heavyweight
really.
going against a lightweight there. A bit mean, but Dawnbreaker, you know, she doesn't have mercy.
But who's the heavyweight? Tiny's probably heavier.
I don't
Edge
know.
is running through Dusa.
You seen them thighs, Black? Come on. You crazy?
Isn't Dawnbreaker's lore like she was literally made from the core of a dying sun or something? Like from like a dying star? Like
Yeah, and
It
Tiny's
reminds me
lore
of
is
Superman Prime.
he's a
Tiny's
rock
just
that's
a
not
rock.
thing.
But the snowball so fast.
Same as Black's lore.
He starts with Mindbreaker. The punch. Ooh, that was close.
dude, he's gonna get away. Like they don't have the damage to chase him like this.
Yeah, they might die if they keep chasing.
Well, they're going
Oh.
for it.
What?
He
The
gets
fast
the
one.
kick.
He's gonna reach.
Just for TP,
Ah, there's
it's
the
not going to
kickback.
happen. Kickback as well, but it's taking such a long time. Zed's even popping the BKB for this one as well. Chalice on the run. Can he actually get
Oh
away
my
from this
God.
one? Running out of resource on the side of the Dire. So much time wasted. He's back into the arms of his teammates, and now Kaka sees SJ. Although SJ, he wants to get this Tusk, who no longer has a BKB. Had to use it during that chase. In comes Unleash, holding
They
them
overplayed
down
their
here.
hands
and
here.
Kaka trying to finish the job. Dawnbreaker just not giving up on the Tiny, who will fall. Now Somnus, he's also trying to get himself away. Can they land the bushwhack? Doesn't look like it. The puck is long gone.
Definitely
was a fun
overplaying their
series
hand
of
here a
events.
little bit. But yeah.
That was nuts.
Endless chase.
China Dota always delivers.
Alright, so
Oh no.
do you just go into a moonshot now in the Tusk and play for the 25 talent? Or like an
I'd
80,
love
I
that.
guess, would make more sense.
Nah, you go Octarine.
Octarine? Just have
Yeah.
more spells ready?
You go Octarine because you have the Psychic Headband, and the Aether Lens combined with it gives you like 500
For the
plus
kick?
cast range on Walrus Kick. It's insane.
So basically this budget Marcy.
It's.
I mean,
oh,
if he was doing that, then I think he would have gone for the -6 Ice Shards cooldown, which is I'm very surprised he didn't, honestly. But
yeah.
interesting.
I mean, in
Interesting.
general, like if you go the Octarine build, it's mostly just for like constant Walrus Punch. Like you have 100% uptime on Snowball, basically. Once you get 25.
Someone's getting tossed in.
They are indeed inside of Wukong's command. Some are in a lot of trouble as Ghost spots a BKB. He's out of mana, but he's also
And the
able
kick.
to maneuver himself out of the Wukong's command. And
Hey,
turn around, the
Somnus!
puck's being caught. Somnus is gone. Chalice trying to take it into the front lines here, just running at this Medusa. They need to bring her down. Can she fall? The toss is there. The damage is out, but they will be able to get the kill. But Ghost's going to go down at the same time as well. Chalice trying to rip himself through the team fight. He falls. 3 dead on RNG. SJ is going to fall on the sideline to X-Nova eventually.
Is he?
Imagine, is he? In comes the Bushwhack as well.
Is he?
Standing his ground. Oh my god, they kill each other off. A hell of a fight here. But RNG are the ones who end up falling big time here. And they did lose their Medusa on Dandelion though.
Ooh. If Dusa's 25 there, she does not die. They caught her just before that mega power spike, but they're still gonna lose at least tower, maybe a Rex.
I mean, you have no buyback on Puck or Monkey King. I can't imagine you can stop this. Like, they have plenty of tower damage here. Or building damage,
Yeah.
rather, now.
Yeah.
And they even forwarded the mid wave to slow down Kaka from cutting it, so just trying to waste his time here. And they're actually going to TP back on the Hoodwink. Dude, if he actually catches him,
Ooh, nice force staff. Blink up in 2.
nah, he doesn't got it.
There were no... Well,
Blink away, TP out. Will Tianming guess it? No, he won't. They had the Bushwhack on cooldown anyway.
yeah.
All right,
But
nice play
now,
from the Tiny.
massive advantage to the Dire.
Yes.
Well, they already had a massive advantage, but now an even bigger advantage. Honestly, Dusa dying there is really good for the team because they're all really high level and net worth now. Look at the Dawnbreaker overtaking the Monkey.
Dude, look at Tusk. Tusk is now 24 after that fight.
Yeah. I want to see what
He's-
item build he goes for, really.
I really hope it's the Octarine. I really do. Like,
Octarine sounds like the most fun, too.
Octarine, when you get to the 25 Snowball cooldown, it has like basically, it literally has no cooldown on Snowball. And then on top of it, like your Walrus Kick is just so impossible to play around.
Yeah, the range
Like
on
you just
the
get
Walrus kick as
snowballed,
well.
Walrus punched, snowballed again, kicked, and then snowballed. It's like you just don't get to play the game. It is so impossible.
Uh-oh.
The range is
Smokers
really
will
nice on the
move
kick
in.
as well, honestly. They've got a double damage on
Chalice
Ghost though. Let's see what happens here. Kaka trying to help out on the low ground here, but Chalice, he's just getting his life melted away, and there is nothing they can do. And the kickback as well onto X-Nova, going to get them the extra kill
Ghost has
here.
DD?
Is it? There's a lot of damage coming through with the Monkey King Ghost. He pops a BKB, but in comes the Stone Gaze from the Medusa,
the stone!
and he steps himself up. Ghost, no! That's not how that was meant to happen. Summer gets himself a double kill, one of them being that Monkey King, and that is a bad state of
Bleeds
affairs
out
for
to the
RNG.
vessel. Puck. Yeah, well, he doesn't really care. He has an Abyssal Blade. You deal like 20 damage per hit. Like, Beyond's like, where are you, pesky human? Well, Fairy, I
Wow.
guess.
He got crit 3 times in a row there on the Monkey King. I was
Yeah,
like looking at
but
the death
honestly,
summary. He took
like-
literally crit from Medusa, crit from Dawnbreaker, crit from Medusa, and was dead.
I think the only way he fights there is if he actually turns around and does the Wukong that way. But then, it's probably not gonna win him the fight either way. So now
there you
Medusa
go,
Aegis,
Medusa with an Aegis.
and the shard, free mana.
Just
looking
even
for
care
Puck.
about the shard. You just
Shard on Medusa is just always nice for the free mana that you get.
yeah, I guess that's true, huh?
Yeah, it's not great this game, especially because it doesn't have Axe, but you know, it's for free. Might as well.
Might as well.
Although-
Zenzi went Shadow Blade.
Oh, okay. No Moonshot even.
Wow, that's a twist. Well, whatever.
Hey, you saw what SingQ did. He went Moonshot BKB on a 4
That was
tusk.
very
even.
fun.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. So why wouldn't he do it on a 2 tusk? But
Yeah,
again,
especially when you've got
like,
Bloodlust already as well. Like,
I feel like in this team, really nobody plays for the glory of YouTube or something, you know, or Reddit. They all just want to win.
yeah,
They go for
yeah,
those like
you're
really
right.
good builds.
Yeah. There's no egos in this team. That's definitely what it feels
Yeah.
like.
It's so nice too, and none of these players got poached either.
No. Like we were. maybe
goodbye,
expecting.
Xnova.
Bye.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Walrus Punch,
Wow.
12%
Okay.
proc chance, right? That's not bad.
Yeah, and now Dusa, effectively what, 10k health times 2? Well, good luck.
Look at how they
need
move
one Wukong
together
to
as
kill
well.
her.
Really
That's a
beautiful.
Wraith Pact, you know, just for fun.
Yeah, just-
It looks so stupid. Oh, they're going all on Dusa.
Oh, throwback here as they just try to get onto Summer. Can they get on
Ghost is
Wukong's
getting
part?
ripped
They're not
apart.
using Wukong, so Ghost is just getting absolutely
no.
eliminated. Doesn't have the armor to fight
where's
off the
the Wukongs?
Medusa, and now they end up dying. Oh my goodness, no buyback available to Monkey King either. And the GG is cool.
Wow.
RNG tap out of game number 1. Dandelion pull it together and make it happen as they take the advantage in this series.
Dude,
Wow.
Hoodwink sniped that Monkey King for half of his health before he got the BKB off. Like a frame before he got the BKB off, he lost half his health to the sharpshooter.
Yeah. The only way this last fight goes any different way is if the Wukong is already cast preemptively. But even then, the Aegis respawn, Wukong's is gone. What do you do after that? It was pretty much an impossible situation to win at that point. So, but yeah, Dandelion, man. Great draft. Team play off the rails. Their beginning was honestly not good at all, but they recovered so nicely.
Yeah, they fell back to what it was. I think we were looking at the charts. It was something like what almost 5k behind it, like just over
It was
10
6k
minutes.
behind, I think.
Yeah, it
at
was.
most.
They fell behind really early in this game. But yeah, they just came back with a vengeance, dude. Summer had so much space to farm, and then that double BKB timing into that fight, like that smoke into the mid lane with Manta, dude. That was game changing.
But you can see where it fell apart for RNG, right? Like the first death for Summers on the top when he didn't pay attention just for a brief moment, and then mid lane he tries to do make action happen again. He dies one more time, and the entire gas is gone for his RNG team. It was all Summoners again, and perhaps some issues from the past are plaguing them once more. But this Dandelion team is amazing to watch. It was so fun to watch, actually. Reminded me of LGD at some points even.
That's big praise.
Yeah, that's huge praise. But I think well earned, honestly. Like they LGD's thing is like you never feel good when you're playing against LGD. It doesn't matter how far ahead you are. You always just know they've got a plan. And like the way they talk about games as well, like post-game interviews, you're like, oh, were you nervous when you were like 20k down at like the 25-minute mark? LGD always just say, no, we knew we were gonna win. We didn't really care. They're super cool, and that is what I'm seeing from Dandelion here. Like they were this far behind, and they weren't choking, they weren't panicking. They knew the plays they had to make, they knew their timings, and they stuck to them absolutely beautifully. This was a great game to watch from them.
It was. This is No. Okay. I thought it was like, is this the pickoff already? No. But you can see like they have it's 11 minutes into the game, just about 4K gold lead. And yeah,
it's shortly after this fight.
Yeah.
Where he gets picked off on Somnus. But yeah, it's again for RNG. I don't think you can like. I don't know if burdening is the right word, but you can't burden a single player with so much responsibility. You know, like I don't know if Somnus feels like he has to make all these plays happen all the time, but it feels so forced at times. You know, he's always going in 1v4, like trying to juke out the enemy and stuff. Mistakes happen. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, that's true. And
This
like
Dawnbreaker hero seems insane, by the way.
It does.
it's
Like
very good.
it didn't get picked once at the major, which blew my mind because it felt like I already felt like this hero was very strong, but it is just crushing it in every game today.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing it in China from the start, and these guys have been scrimming with it non-stop by the looks of it. Like, I'm fairly sure we can say that. Like, they have been scrimming non-stop with this hero. Same with Marcy as well. China very, very on it with being fresh, keeping up with the meta as well. And yeah, no surprise to see them absolutely mastering the hero in this game for sure. It was a huge impact. And I mean, it kind of felt like it was doing what the Tusk wasn't in terms of the team fights. Like, giving you that huge impact, you know, giving your team the backup they needed to be strong. And yeah, I mean, I do want to talk about Ghost a little bit as well. You know, I think we're seeing remnants of the regional finals version of Ghost coming out here a little bit as well. And I hope that's not too mean, but, you know, that kind of second guessing himself, you know, like not committing to the Wukong's command twice. In the last 2 fights, he didn't get off Wukong's command, which to me is absolutely insane. Why do you think that is?
It's always very hard to say. Like, he has never really played in a tier 1 team in his life, so he might just be pretty nervous to play with household names that they have on RNG, you know?
Yeah.
But, like, it's very tough to transition from a very high leader position in the MMR to actual pro games. Like, it plays like day and night. You can't even compare it. And maybe he just needs some more time to grow and gel with the team and whatnot. But, like, what you're saying is right. Like, the difference between Summer and Ghost in this game was very, very obvious. Like, Summer didn't play perfectly, by all means. But he's always very decisive when he chooses to do something. Like, if he wants to fight, he fights. If he wants to run, he runs. He doesn't, like, do this wishy-washy thing, you know, which is a very, very hard thing to obtain.
Yeah. Is it the Tusk threat as well, which means that he can't pop the Wukongs just on a mechanical basis, right? Like, if he gets kicked out of the Wukongs, then it's just, like, over, right?
Yeah, you do kind of need the 25. You actually do need the 25 talent this game. And that's like...
You do, but like you gotta trust your team, right? Like, because Somnus is not dumb. Like, if you tell Somnus, I'm gonna Wukong here, like, you gotta keep the Tusk in check, like, something will happen, right? Like, he has teammates too. But if you don't Wukong at all because you're afraid of one hero, then the entire reason why you picked Monkey is gone.
Yeah, you can't, dude. I mean, dude, those 3 crits right there was really good. You're exactly right. Like the fact that like as soon as that tossback comes out, like I feel like the Wukong should have been channeled already. I
can't believe he doesn't Wukong right there. Like that to me is just.
Well, that's the question though. Was it communication, or was it just him making his like own decision? You know, like,
well,
we don't know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she has the Aegis, right? We all know, we've seen so many Monkey Kings. You know, the idea generally is like, if they have Aegis, you want to try and kill them off before their first life, and then when they respawn for their second life, you've got the Wukongs on top of them, easy peasy, dead again. It's the dream scenario for a Monkey King. Unfortunately, in a game like this, you can't wait because you're not killing this producer out the first time around. Wow, yeah. 808 GPM.
I didn't know Shadow was this handsome before.
He wasn't. He's been through a makeover.
He transformed over the years.
Yeah,
the last 2 years didn't just make him a better player. He's a different person too.
Absolutely.
Look at that confidence, like vibrating, radiating from this face.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that pose. You know, I haven't seen other pro players make that pose before. All the others just have their arms crossed, but he's given us the whole the catalog, the clothing catalog look.
Yeah. Might have a new fan in me here.
He's awakened something in us. But yeah, big Summer fans over here. Changed his name, changed his gameplay, changed his look, and he is absolutely dominating right now. But of course, just the first game. I'd like to see a different draft coming out from RNG in game number 2 at the very least. I feel like just a lot of lackluster heroes in this one, and this Puck hero I'm yet to be convinced by. He had the best performance in his team for sure, and I still don't feel like it was enough. But that's kind of RNG for the past 5 months in a nutshell, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it might not even just be a hero thing. It's just Somnus is an incredible player and does some really good stuff early on. But yeah, it just kind of feels like things fall apart for them into the mid-late game. It's rough. I don't know.
Absolutely.
I do think the draft was a little bit weird, though. Like they do definitely lack a lot of control. And if you want to have some sort of synergy with Monkey King, I feel like your offlaner has to bring control to the table, and instead it's a Timbersaw. So I don't really agree with that part of the draft.
I don't know what the approach there was either. Like the drafts overall lacked so many things that it's. Yeah, I mean, they have been plagued by bad drafts in the past as well, So hopefully in Game 2 they can rebound from that. But the Timbersaw last pick just kind of felt like a Chalice call there. I want to play that hero, give me that. It didn't make sense in the draft, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like for me, the reason Puck just feels such a lackluster hero compared to before is due to the Ags change, right? Like, I feel like his new Ags is just kind of unbuyable, and his old Ags was so good, too good, really. And it's like the BKB just hard counters a hero too much now. Maybe he was now with the BKB cooldowns, I can just bait them out early on and make some play around that. I'm not sure, or whatever, but to me, it's just really unconvincing. Let's get the Somnus Lina back. Let's get the Somnus Spirit back. I'm
first phase banned the Lina. They.
Oh really?
Dandelion knows, man. They know.
Yeah. Any chance of us seeing a Marcy next game, Ricky?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, the real question to you guys: which team is the first team to give away Marcy?
LGD, 100%.
LGD.
Yeah, they love breaking things. You don't think they will?
I don't think they will. They lost the eHome, dude. They're not about to risk another series by letting Marcy through. There's no way.
That's the thing, though. Last season, they just kept letting Death Prophet through, and they kept beating it because they had an amazing idea on what to do against it. So that's the thing. LGD, if they know you're going to pick something, they see that as a bigger advantage than giving away a hero which is considered to be overpowered. That's their mentality, 100%. They did it with Death Prophet every single game last season.
I would love to see it. I have been theory crafting for so long. What do you do about Marcy in not just a pub environment, because in pubs she's absolutely broken, but she will be even more broken a competitive team environment. What do you do against this hero? I really couldn't come up with an answer yet. If they can show it to me, I would be oh, thank you guys. But I can't think of anything.
My pubs are salvaged.
My pubs are saved. Do you reckon we're going to get a Medusa ban out of this game as well? Because it has been for a long time one of the most popular heroes, which they love running on the side of Dandelion. That's the one they were really setting the records on last season. So do you think it gets banned out by RNG and they try to take a different kind of game?
I don't think so. I don't think it's necessarily worth the attention unless you're specifically worried about it. From an offlane perspective, if you have a hero that can't apply pressure to the Medusa, or something like that. But yeah, I would say for the most part, it's not necessarily worth the ban.
Yeah, it just felt like a really good Medusa pick, to be honest. RNG set themselves up for that, basically. They had the first 4 heroes, and Dandelion was oh yeah, Medusa looks really good here. Let's go for that. And then they just banned the anti-mage, and suddenly the only real answer you could have picked is gone.
Black, you're being told off in the lobby. You need to get into your slot. Oh, don't tell the broadcast. Don't tell the viewers, though.
It's always me.
They're threatening to kick you.
They said we're going to kick you. Oh my god.
These admins are done. They're done today. I don't really.
Okay, I don't need to just. I'm sorry, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
it's after last time around. I think they're just a little bit short-tempered because it's reasonably so as well. We had issues last time around, as you guys saw, but hopefully it's all going to be smooth this time around. So we've had our Dawnbreaker. I think that hero is very, very strong. Do RNG let it through again, or do they have an answer to it? Is there an answer to it?
Do they pick it themselves?
I think they're going to try and
answer.
Yeah, I think it's first pick material at this point. Every game I've seen it in today, it has been so dominant So I would assume it's going to be first picked. So
Marcy or Dawnbreaker, Ricky? If both are open.
you ban Marcy 100%. I don't even.
No. If both are open, you have first pick. What do you pick?
If I have first pick, I literally will like ban one and then pick the other.
Yeah, I know, but that didn't happen.
But like that's what happens, right? That's what you get to do.
We're theory crafting, Ricky. Come on.
Theory
Yeah,
crafting, I would pick Marcy first.
Me
Because
too.
the reason being is if you go to lane with Marcy, you kill any hero that shows up in the lane with like it just doesn't matter. It's ridiculous. Like your off lane like duo that you have, like Marcy just like sees a hero, tosses him into your off laner, and that hero's dead.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's like a guaranteed. What's like the best comparison? Like I feel like it's like a guaranteed no risk patch hook, like a targetable patch hook. You just get thrown back into the tower or next to your hero into a creep wave, whatever. Just sort of position mid lane. Like if you're in the middle of the river, you're literally in tower range. It's so dumb. What do you do as a mid laner? Marcy is missing. Oh, I guess I'm standing at my tower. Oh, she was just pulling. Oh, well, I lost 2 waves. Unlucky.
Is what it is. Is what it is.
We've been running a lot of Marcy Pudge off lane these last couple of days. Oh boy, that is. I'll tell you what. That's a real good way.
Marcy Magnus.
That's a real good way to win a lane.
What about Marcy Magnus, dude? Those 2 heroes in general should be going really well together. Imagine Unleash Empowered. Woo!
Sounds fun. What about
that plus like
get a tag team in there?
Yeah. Well, you just like dispose someone and then skewer them to your tower. You just even more fun.
Yep, absolutely. Alrighty, guys. I think we are going to throw it over to a break again, as it seems like those lobby issues are unfortunately raising their heads once more. So we're going to throw it over to another break, but I'm really hoping that we're going to be back nice and quickly for this one. We did manage to get it sorted out last time around, so hopefully we can figure it out in a decent amount of time. So don't go anywhere. We'll be live with Dandelion versus RNG, hopefully very, very soon. So we'll see you shortly for game number 2.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动， 有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome back. Yep, I told you it wouldn't be long and I wasn't lying. So if you're getting a drink or if you're having a wee, get back here. Just stop mid-flow because we have got a very exciting game number 2. And I'll tell you why it's exciting. Because we have ourselves a Marcy in this draft already. So let's jump straight into it and see exactly what is going down here. So Dandelion had first pick and RNG chose to ban the Pugnet and the Dawnbreaker. Interesting.
Right. How about you explain yourself right now, Ricky? Thank you.
Dude, come on! You're gonna call me out like that, man. Okay, so this is exactly what I literally was saying before. I was like, if you have first pick nowadays, which I mean, every team is going to be gunning for first pick, you just intentionally never ban Marcy and force the other team to do it, and they chose not to. And I'm going to say right now that RNG is going to drastically regret doing this.
I feel like you're not wrong. Oof. Yeah. I've been thinking a lot what's really good with Dusa or with Marcy. Dusa is just such a good hero with it. You just pose a guy, you stone gaze, and the fight is over.
Dude, you can also just, once you have the shard, your Medusa is just never in danger as well.
Yep. It's such a strong combination. Well, yeah.
I'm really excited to see what position this Marcy goes. I really hope it's 4, and they just pick a kill lane in the off lane, and they demonstrate exactly what I was talking about, where Marcy just tosses in like the support or the off or the safe laner, and then they just die.
What's best with Marcy off lane?
Pudge.
Yeah, Pudge. It
is unironically Pudge. I'm pretty sure Marcy Pudge is like one of the strongest off lane duos right now. It is unbelievable. Because Marcy just has like
play against anti-mage.
Like, I don't know what you do. You ban like Lifestealer. That's like about it.
Yeah. I'm just really excited to see Marcy and CM for the first time.
Yeah, same.
Let's go.
Awesome. By the way, what is the kind of like I don't know what it is. The thing in the middle of the floor on the RNG boot camp.
Let's see.
Massage table? Or what is that?
That's a medical gurney, you know, in case someone gets in trouble. I have no idea. Maybe it's a trampoline.
In case they lose, the worst performing player gets to go on that, and
they have to sleep there.
You know?
No, cot. They'll roll sleep. Away cot, you know.
Yeah,
they'll sleep forever.
You're not allowed to leave this building. You just got to play pubs all day, all night, and we'll tell you when you can leave, and that's where you sleep. Goodbye.
Good luck, sir.
Yep. And Ghost is like, well, I'm planning on doing that anyway, so sounds good to me.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
I've
never seen anyone be so happy about his punishment. What's wrong with him? Whoa, Somnus.
He's got that lead.
No more headset on?
That's Steve's guy. Look at him.
Gamer posture right there.
Yeah.
And the camera plays like just like the half of his head.
You know, something which was interesting was like talking to all the players at the major, and all of them were really nervous. You know, well, a lot of them were really nervous about being in front of a crowd again. And like something like a lot of the more experienced players kept saying was just like, just recreate whatever you do at home. You know, like remember how you sit and just try to copy that position, and like you'll feel like relaxed and in your element again, and it will all go away, and you'll be able to just forget about the crowd.
You say that, and then someone's gonna put their feet on the desk, and then no one
take
can
their pants off
again.
Yeah,
it's just gonna get real weird real fast. Yeah. I've
play
seen
like
gamer postures before. It is odd.
Wait. So let's go through the bans. They banned the Puck because it's a very strong combo with Marcy and Dusa. Okay, Ogre ban. Honestly, the Ogre looked really good the way the game went in the end, didn't it?
Yeah.
I'm still going to say Undying would have made the whole game much easier, but You got my respect anyway, Dandelion. You got it. And RNG has no time at all with the last ban already. This is problematic. It's Marcy potentially causing problems, guys, already.
Who knew?
How do we deal with this here? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the idea behind the Ogre and the Undying was the kind of the same, though, with like the big slows coming out, offering that control. That's what they needed. And that's what the Ignite gave them.
Here.
Pango.
Yeah. I like Pango against Dusa always, pretty much. Because Dusa's so immobile, she doesn't really like it. However, if you ever get Stone Gaze as a Pangolier, you just die. And with Marcy, Medusa actually deals a ton of damage as well. Because you obviously get the...
Side
how much damage is it? 65? Bonus damage or whatever?
For 50 lifesteal, too.
Yeah. Like, if you ever get level 25 on Dusa, you have a Psychic on you, you have literally more than Satanic lifesteal. Which is
pretty fun. Yeah. Pretty cool. Like that.
Yeah. Late game Dusa, buffed even more. Let's go.
Yeah. Free Satanic. I mean, you can get a Nullifier.
You can.
Oh, that's a Space Maker.
Oh my god. Dude, this time is so nasty, man. Viper Marcy in the offlane?
So, it could be Viper Marcy, but it could just be mid Viper into the Death Prophet, and I think it's Brewmaster Marcy offlane.
Dude, imagine if you're morphling against Viper Marcy, though, dude. Oh my god, you're so sad.
People still trying to make this hero work, huh? China region, this is your addiction, you know? This is bad. This is like me, and I took a really long time sucking my thumb as a kid. Got really goofy teeth because of it. This is the same thing here with the China region of Morphling. They just can't let it go.
Yeah, but we spoke about the potential weaknesses of Ghost as a player, right? Like the hero pool is not that vast, and he really likes to go back to what he knows best. And now Morphling is being played as a super hard carry, right? It's not this active E-Blade hero anymore. So it suits his playstyle very well.
Is Morphling even like good into the Medusa lineup? Like, is that? I was like, and on paper, I look at this, I'm like, he has like half the attack range. How does Morphling beat Medusa?
Yeah, it's not that good. Also against Viper. Like, Viper is surprisingly good against Morphling because you just deal so much damage when his stacks build up. Brewmaster is going to get into a Vessel or Marcy, depending on who plays support.
You can use another Toxin against the Viper, which is kind of nice for helping bring him down.
Yeah, it is. You can also break the Dusa with it. But again, they have so much mobility with the Marcy itself. Like, Marcy can literally save Dusa and Viper by herself.
Yeah, get you out of the Nether Toxin is very, very easy.
Yeah. Now let's see what the last pick is. The Void Spirit. Okay. So I'm just hoping that it is a Viper Marcy.
I think it's Marcy 5.
You think it's Marcy 5?
Yeah, because Viper Brewmaster is really strong.
Yeah, but I mean, whatever lanes they put, it's going to be really strong. So, yeah. What
Marcy's going to punish Tiny so hard.
Could it be a 5 DP? That's an Omni Knight. Okay.
All right.
It's got to be 5, right? They just want to protect Ghost.
And Omni Knight is very strong, though. Into the Viper, you just remove the stacks and get extra healing for it.
And extra strength.
Yeah.
So you don't just get, this Void Spirit's going to get an Axe, though, and then you've got the Panda as well. It feels like the backline invasion potential, which is not a thing I've ever heard or used before, is very good on the side of Dandelion, though. And I do worry if that's going to be an issue for the Omni Knight. What do you guys think?
I mean, you have AoE Dispel on Brewmaster, Storm Panda, right?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, that's also an issue.
I was like, Guardian Angel just gets dispelled as long as Brewmaster's in the fight.
I think this was purely picked for the lane only.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Ghost from the Viper.
But why wouldn't you have picked a Batten or something?
Don't know.
Oracle was already banned, which was a really smart ban from Dandelion.
Yeah, it was a good call.
I mean, it has some upsides, right? Where when Brew Split is on cooldown, whoever is repelled is very, very strong, whether it's the Morphling or the DP. So there are some upsides to it. It's just...
I like the burst heal as well, I won't lie. I do like the burst heal. It's a good kind of another option to save the Morphling if you just give him that extra burst of health to get him that strength morph off. That can work as well. So I mean, you know, it's Xnova. He knows what he's doing. That's for sure. He's definitely considered all the options, all the pluses and all the negatives, and arrived at this conclusion by himself. But yeah, is it enough? I don't feel like this is a convincing draft from RNG. But that said, I don't feel like it's super one-sided like we all felt last game. What are you going for in this game number 2?
I mean, if I don't say Dandelion, my whole speech earlier about Marcy being super broken means nothing. So I am going Dandelion.
Good. All right, we got one for Dandelion. I'm gonna go Dandelion as well, just because.
And make it 3.
All right, 3 for Dandelion. Wow, so we're all expecting RNG to get 2-0'd in their first match of the DPC, and more importantly, Dandelion's take it, and in they go onto some
He was about to throw him.
Connect with Dispose though, so close.
The hands were up. Hands up.
As soon as Marcy gets her hands on you, you're just dead. That's just the way it
The
works.
mana cost is 90 on all levels. Dude, all that spells cost so little mana.
30 seconds to battle.
What? Unleash cooldown was the buff, okay.
Yeah, they like reduced Unleash by 10 seconds each level, but slightly nerfed Dispose throw distance, which makes sense.
Yeah. Unleash is still rubbish, to be fair.
You think so?
Yeah, I think Unleash is rubbish. If as a support, which the heroes only play that at the moment.
You actually think so, unironically?
Unironically, I think Unleash is rubbish, yeah.
Battle begins.
I think he's gonna clap some asses and you'll see.
Yeah, I'm waiting until Marcy hits 6 and solos the Morphling. You know, that's what I'm excited
Oh, he wants to
for.
throw him up the hill?
He's like,
Yeah,
come on,
yeah,
get
he's
over
trying to
here,
clip
dude.
him.
Come on, Kaka. You want to come hang out
Kaka's
over
like,
here?
nah.
It was so funny. Morphling pinged in. He was like, don't do it, man. It's a bait.
He was about to as well.
He almost did.
So they changed up lanes a bit. And it's gonna be Marcy in the safe instead. Okay.
You're right outside
Now.
tower range, too. You got to be so careful.
Yeah. Like, you can already see the movement, man. They're like, oh. And, yeah. Look, I can already see the entire cast. I'm just gonna look at Marcy. I'm gonna be looking at Marcy the entire time. Yeah. Be a bit careful though.
Kaka's actually done so
Lord,
much work
damage.
with this tiny, just going tree grab level 1.
Yeah, he did it last game too. This
Yeah.
right click actually hurts.
A lot of damage. Instead of hitting creeps, he's just like, I'm a bonk heroes with it. It's fantastic.
Yeah, 2 iron branches and a fairy fire, and that's all it needs to go to work.
Oh, that's actually nasty. Wow. And one poison attack triggers the brew thing.
Yeah.
Cinder
Trigger
Brew.
Cinder Brew.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's annoying.
But also you have to double repel, so both gets removed from both heroes.
Very
Swings
nice.
and roundabouts.
I did not believe that Omni actually needed to change where repel goes on him and an ally. I feel it's a little bit too much.
I mean, that's super
Does it
successful.
apply the
so-
same status effect to both of them, or is it just a
Yeah, it
dispel
does.
on Omni?
With everything.
Alright, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Ability is literally broken.
Oh, it is the 3 Viper. I'm stupid. I didn't realize Viper was the 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's still outputting a ton of Harris. But you can just see how good the Heavenly Grace is once you have poison attack on you. And if you hit him as a Morphling, you get the corrosive haze on you, or the corrosive skin on you as well. So it's 2 debuffs that you dispel for the extra region.
Yeah. Once you get level 3 on Viper, though, I don't know if Heavenly Grace is going to be enough. Like, I don't know if Xnova can keep the mana up to deal with the...
Let's just do
amount
the
of spend.
math. So level 3, it's gonna be... what? Like 14 strength and 14 HP region per second.
Some
Pretty
good
nice.
mathing. Great job. I didn't believe in you,
Thank
I'll be
you.
honest. I was expecting you to give up.
I tried very hard.
That's what happens in most casts when people are like, oh, let's work this out. And then they get like 10 seconds in, they're just like,
Completely off.
you know what? Never mind. Yeah,
Next time.
Of course, Omni Knight hit with a massive nerf in the last patch. The 5% less bonus base damage at level 1 on Hammer of Purity. I mean, wow.
Yeah, but more on level
But it
3.
does more level 3 and 4.
And 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty
good.
Yeah, pretty sick. Didn't they do something else to it, or no? Is it just that?
Just that. As they
Oh.
get first blood. Down to the bottom lane.
Surprise!
Yep, Summer brings down challenge.
You know, I would say it's not a Marcy effect, but that would be a lie.
Yeah.
Wait a minute,
DP getting
Tiny.
tossed back in.
Go for it. Yep, there it is.
Oh, jump in, throw back. Kaka though looking to take
might
the
actually
ground.
find
And
though.
Marcy under the tower, yeah, taking heavy hits here. Kaka will not fall, and Tianming will. So a little bit of an overstep there, in fact, by the Marcy.
Yeah,
Didn't use the sidekick.
Has been killed.
they didn't.
Yeah, I think that was the difference. That extra damage would have killed the Tiny, I think.
Now here's the question also: how comfortable are all these players actually playing Marcy? Right?
Yeah, that's a big deal.
The new kid on the block.
Ooh, Kaka misses a toss back. That's
Radiant's
very rare.
middle tower is under attack.
How's our middle lane going, guys?
Mid lane should literally just be a trade farm again until both are 6, and then rotation should be coming.
Dire's cloak has been
Do you guys think mid lanes are
They
kind
have,
of boring at the moment?
Yeah. Ton
Yeah.
of what? Sorry.
Mid lanes, I don't know. Like, no one tends to die at mid anymore. Everyone just kind of trades.
Yeah,
farm.
there's
Been that
too
way
much
for a while.
region with the water runes and stuff.
Yeah.
This was the one thing in map changes that I was hoping they were going to make. I didn't care for any other map changes. I think the map's pretty good. But I was like, just change mid slightly, you know, in some capacity.
Yeah, I would like
Just
that
the
as well.
exact same.
Fight taking place as
Man.
Kaka's kind of low, but yeah, the spells were used onto the Tiny again, but they weren't quite able to bring him down. Big
Yeah,
old
top
rock.
lane Viper is doing Viper things. I mean, Morphling is still keeping up the farm somewhat, but the pressure is definitely starting to mount up. And again, X-No was actually out of mana. I didn't realize Heavenly Grace is so mana heavy.
Well, they did increase it in the last patch, and that definitely seems to be hurting them this time around.
Yeah, 15?
15 at
Level
level
one.
1, yeah, 15 at level 2.
Crazy.
Yeah, he actually just can't do anything in the lane now.
Yeah. Well, you picked this hero to win the lane, but you're losing it anyway.
Feels bad, man.
Oy. That feels very bad indeed.
Ooh, a bit of trading, bit of trying to catch there from ZC, but wasn't quite able to do so. Top lane, Xnova looks like he is going to go down. He's got the 5 stacks upon him. In fact, they're looking for both kills here. Look at the greed from Beyond, but a very good greed indeed. Was able to take down the Omni Knight and get a ton of damage out onto Ghost as well. Bottom lane, no.
By the way, I'm not a master specialist. What is the skill build? You just max sidekick? Is that it?
No. It's usually. I mean, it seems to be this game around at least. But usually we see them going for.
Or the psychic damage
Rebound.
or chalice? That's gonna be a lot of damage.
Throwing him back, but yeah, that's the problem. Like they can't take down Chalice really when he's got these Spirit Siphons going, and now with a toss back from Kaka as well. Summer getting very low here, but does have that
with the
snake
ping.
bouncing around. Mana Shield available as well, so turn their attention to kill with Tianming instead, and in comes Somnus Elf-Fetish to kill. Tianming is gone, and Summer's in trouble as well, trying to make his way through the tree line here, but only gets the snake off onto one. That's not going to be enough mana for him to survive this one, and Chalice will get the double kill.
Surprised we didn't see a counter rotation from ZZ here. Feels like I could have gotten a double or maybe even a triple.
Are fortified.
Yeah, no movement at all from the Void Spirit. He's just sitting in the middle lane, happy as can be.
Yeah, having a good old time.
And Kaka will just finish himself off and get that free regen. Do we feel like Ghost needs to change lane or go to the jungle at some point here?
It's starting to hurt, but I'm expecting a Summoners gang somewhat soon. As I said, he's actually almost going down. He has no swashbuckle, no mana either, no boots.
Let's see.
They have a ward to see him.
The Astral Step for a while, yeah, but they've got the rebound to get themselves across. And the Resonant Pulse will finish the job.
How much MS is that? 30%. No, that's slow. What's the increase? 45%!
Yeah. Top lane Viper, though, does end up dying. Rotation in there from Kaka.
Kaka, yeah.
Very nice.
Very much needed as well. And puts Ghost back on the board. Still incredibly underfarmed, but that's a good
Dire's
beginning.
middle tower is
Yeah.
under
Now you
Especially-
can finally go away from the tower a bit.
I would say typically, like when you play Viper 2, you like to rush the urn, but because you have Brewmaster, he just wants to build one as well. So Viper can just skip urn, and he's actually queued up a Force Staff.
4 step on Viper that early. Interesting.
Yeah, like very first item, which is a little strange.
Summoners might have to commit Rolling Thunder here. Yeah. That's actually very bad for them. He wanted to set up a gang with Kaka here. No, he couldn't. And now they're looking for Summoners instead. But they'll just find Kaka. Exorcism popped on the sideline though. The Centaur agent, wow! Viper is strong here, be careful, Chalice.
He's out of Spirit Siphons.
Yeah. Still chasing. Oh, it's a big turnaround. No mana. Get pulled in.
Random.
Oh, even Summer is dipping too. Wow. I noticed even last game, like the carries were very, very active. Not something you usually see as a Dusa.
Yeah, Summer getting into the mix a little bit. That's surprising, but he kind of wanted to move towards a triangle anyway and just kind of ended up being at mid, so I'm guessing that's why it was more a convenient stopover, I would say, as they move on to Kaka here. Both try the ZC and Qianming try to take him down, but they're out of spells. They didn't get the kill, so they'll have to back themselves away now as RNG bring in the heroes.
Yeah, I mean, so the game is still in a very good position for Dandelion. I just expected a bit more from Marcy. The Marcy effect wasn't quite there yet.
It's weird in this 5 position with a Medusa lane, I think. Because, like, also, Death Prophet is pretty strong against it because the Dispose doesn't break Spirit Siphon.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the Medusa is not like a kill lane. When I see Marcy a lot of times, it's like, I see this hero picked and then they just, like, literally run at whoever is in the lane. But
if like a Sven, Marcy or something.
Yeah. It's like Medusa doesn't really do that as much.
She also kind of likes the movement speed as well to get in and help people, and she hasn't had her boots until now. 10 minutes boots, it's a bit slower. So,
yeah. Honestly, I think Dusa Marcy is more like a mid-late game investment, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not looking to win the lane, but you're looking to get into a strong mid game.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why she went for this build of going for the sidekick over the active spells, just to kind of off up the Medusa, help her take stacks, that kind of thing.
I think you usually max sidekick anyway. It's definitely your first level 4 of like the basic abilities. It's either like 2-1-2 and then maxing sidekick, or just 1-1-4. I think.
Looking for Summer.
I mean, that hasn't been the case in pub game, like the top MMR pub games, but in competitive, I haven't seen enough of it to know differently. But
yeah,
when Summer's can actually get out of here? Oh, no way. It's a DD Pango.
I don't know. The Dispose is there, but it's not going to be enough. Summer will fall, and
the TP came really late.
Yeah.
I think if somebody came earlier, maybe. But yeah, overstepping his boundaries a little bit. That's what we spoke about in the pre-game as well, right?
Pre-game.
Yeah, getting out of position a little bit against these teams, you're gonna get punished. Like, this is something he has not gotten punished for in Div 2.
He plays in the middle lane, using the Fortify to stop ZC getting the last hit on the tower. But
now he just goes in and gets it anyway. Giga chat, let's go.
Yeah, I'm really surprised he didn't come in just
waste
to get
both
this,
astral steps for it. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, like a real
step
chat.
in, kill it, step out. Yeah, that'd be pretty Chadley. But they want to use the fact this tower is dead to make some plays happen here. And look at Qianming. He's just running straight into them right now. Doesn't actually see X over there, though, so won't be able to grab a Dispose. But
the range!
They got him on
to Somnus. And is he going to get himself away? The heals from the Omni Knight's not going to be enough by the looks of it. Somnus. Oh, never mind. It is enough. The Guardian Angel comes out as well, but finally down by that 5-pounder. Another move across towards X-Nova as well. I don't think they're getting him as well, though. They'll be happy enough with the Bangalore pick off, though.
Man, Somnus is not familiar with Marcy at all. Like, that cast range you could see, he's like, oh.
Dude, it interrupted the swashes, too. I thought that was going to happen in the very beginning of the game. Like, when he was leveling the Dispose, that was the exact interaction I was expecting to happen. But
Chalice is able to get off both of those Spirit Siphons, meaning that he is not going down here at all. They bust their whole kit on the guy, and he's just like, yeah, so what? I don't care. ZC having to run away beyond under the tower. Ghost is in, trying to get the killer. Will be able to do exactly that. Beautifully done by the Morphling, arriving exactly when he needs to. And now look at the Void Spirit. He's trying to get himself a cheeky little side kill, but just ends up dying himself. And that's going to be 2 clean kills for RNG in the bottom lane.
And the tower. Really good rotation.
It's giving Morphling a ton of space as well. He is almost on par with the Dusa now. Exactly what they needed. Nice rotations from RNG overall.
Yes.
they've been playing pretty good Dota the last like 2-3 minutes. Definitely outplaying Dandelion quite a bit.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, they're showing their potential, that's for sure. Again, you know, like last game, they played really well up to a point where, unfortunately, a little lapse in judgment and, yeah, the consistency of Dandelion, which they've worked so hard to grow, really came into effect. And SJ, those two supports just kind of giving Ghosts Truffles a bit of a ruffling. Ain't gonna do anything.
Yeah, I will see. Like, morphing late game is still very, very strong, right? I haven't actually seen a real late game morph in quite a while. So I'm not entirely sure how strong he actually is in the late game now.
Beyond's
why
game
does his-
is like really rough right now, actually. He only has a single point in Nether Toxin. So his like farm speed is a little bit reduced.
Yeah, and he's going for a 4-staff.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, guys, but the 75 waveform charges talent seems a little too strong on Morphling. I don't know.
Oh, for me it's 1.5.
Oh, you rolled low. What did you get, Ricky?
I got 1.5 as well, yeah. Unfortunate.
Plebs.
Yeah.
I'm just doing 75 waveform charges. My
Yeah,
Morphling's
what can you
clearly
do,
better.
man? Sometimes you get a good RNG.
Yep. Oh, mine's got up to 160 now, actually.
Wow. How did you just
Damn.
re-roll into a better number than that? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
don't
fair.
know. I clicked off it, clicked on it, and now he's at 160. I guess he leveled up, but yeah. Got huge waveform charges over here, bro. As they jump onto ZC. Not a huge commitment here, though. Somnus, though, he's coming around the sidelines here. There is still another Astral Step available, and they're going to force it out of him as ZC getting down to low ground here. So they turn their attention towards the Brewmaster instead, and I don't think he's getting out of this one, okay. Ghost will grab himself the kill.
Look for Beyond now.
Finding the pickup.
That was the defusal there from the Pango. It's like such a strong power spike for this hero once you get it.
Yeah, especially against his Radiant lineup. So mana heavy.
Yeah.
Oh, they found the Marcy on the sidelines here, actually, and she is getting absolutely beaten down. The disposal come out, but it will not be saving her life here as Chan Ming falls.
She unleashed her anger just as she died for the future battle. Yeah, but a lot of people don't know it's actually a basic dispel, so... You know, something can save you.
Yeah. If you pop it immediately when you get the diffusal blade on you there, I don't think you die, but...
Yeah. But again, I don't think most people are actually very familiar with Marcy just yet. It's gonna take a while.
Yeah, especially like specifically pro players as opposed to like just pub players. Like pub players will play, you know, because why not? It's just they're playing for MMR. Whereas like if you're on a team, like you're playing for, you know, what you're going to be playing in an actual DPC game.
Oh yeah.
You also physically can't pick it in captain's mode, but I'm sure these guys would have played all pick just to play it against each other before it dropped, so... I don't know if that's true, but
Maybe.
it seems like it
Radiant's
would make
middle
sense.
tower is under
I'm
attack.
just gonna say, I mean, no offense to any pro player, like you could pick, or you could let the best Marcy player on Earth stand in for your team, and he would be doing way better. And that's true for any team right now.
So you're saying they need to practice these heroes more?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just came out fresh, what, like 2 days ago? I don't even know if people expected it to be in CM still, you know, for the season or what.
They did. I mean, at least the CIS players knew about the hero going to be strong.
How did they know?
Well, I don't know, but they didn't know it was going to be
Hackers.
released. But I spoke to I think Seneko, and I spoke to Celery, and both of them said that they're expecting
They
Marcy
both
to be
knew.
very popular.
And what are their sources? Man, I need to up my game a bit.
No, they just thought it was going to be popular. They didn't know it was going to be released. But Omni Knight being down a little bit here, but he's going to be okay.
Primal Split? Wow, that's a very early one. Sniff him out of the... They know he's there!
Oh.
It's close.
Jump over. Actual gymnast here, Miss Marcy.
Yeah, that looked. That to me reminded me of some Heroes of New Earth, like Monkey King stuff right there.
Wait. He's going for a super early axe on Morphling. For what, exactly?
Ooh. Interesting.
I thought it was terrible.
Morphlings, yes.
I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I can't quite see it. So you steal 20% of the stats when you morph into that hero, but then you also have to be that hero. Does he just want to cosplay as a better Medusa, perhaps?
That's what I was wondering. It's like, is the counter to Medusa just be Medusa?
And make Medusa 20% weaker?
You steal.
Like, you could literally just itemize like Medusa would, right?
Yeah, I guess you just like steal 20% of her agility and 50% of her attack speed.
It's 50% of the stolen agility will be attack speed. It's
Oh, is that how it works?
what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's say at the moment Medusa has like how much? Like 125 agi.
Wait, do you actually steal...
Oh god, let's not do maths again. Let's not do maths.
Wait, do you actually steal the attack speed or you just get it?
No, you don't steal any attack speed at all. You steal agi and you
No, you
get
steal
attack
all
speed
stats,
based
right?
on the stolen agility. Sorry, yes.
Yeah. Wait, no. If it's agility, it will steal attack speed. No, it does steal attack speed.
Does it steal? Oh yeah, it does
Yeah.
say it will steal attack speed. I'm not sure that's how. But maybe it does work like that then. Yeah. my
And
bad.
20% of all stats stolen as
That's
well,
what
right?
it says. Yeah.
Alright.
The anti-Medusa build. Let's see if it works. This is clearly something which he's tried
He's
before,
out
but
of mana,
Somna's getting
Somna's.
pretty low in the middle lane. He's got to get himself away here. As Tian
He
Mei
tossed
is
him
chasing.
in! Oh no! Because Ghost wave was in?
Oh no, that waveform is rough.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
And now Ghost out of position completely, but
Yeah, he's getting healed up by his Omni Knight, so we'll be okay for now.
Heavenly Grace.
Heavenly Grace indeed.
Getting
Definitely
spun
a big
up
grace,
though.
but
Waveform in 3. Heavenly Grace of cooldown in 3.
Snow's good. He's got him. He's got him.
And easy to be out. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, we're supposed to make that bit exciting with our jobs.
That's fine. We're professional.
That's
I've just
they're
been
playing
sitting
around with each
here-
other a lot here. It's very it's a very tense game all of a sudden.
I've just been like trying to understand this Morphling Aghanims for like. don't know,
I think he's
half the
actually just
game.
trying to cosplay as a Medusa.
Yeah, I think that he is.
It must
as
be
well.
that. But the thing is, just look at the farm difference between the two already. And it's just gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Once that Skadi is up, you know,
He
Like,
needs
in
the
order to
morph
have
duration
some-
talent really bad.
They
That's
have
the
to
only
fight
that
when they
makes
have
it
the
good.
Zags thing, but let's see.
I mean, he will have the morph duration talent for sure before he finishes Axe, but... Oh, can he escape? Yeah, should be quite easy. Nice. Whoa. Playing with fire, that's that. But more space for the Medusa.
Yeah, well, they won't be able to fight without these, at least for a little bit, while these Astral Steps are down and out of mana on
So
the
there's a
Void
siege in the
Spirits.
tower now. They still have a glyph. If they can delay this long enough for Medusa to get Skadi, which is in 300, I think they can comfortably take that fight. Look, we're beyond the sitting. Beyond the tree.
In we go, jump in onto SJ here. They want to try and down before he gets off that ultimate. Can they do it in time? The Hex comes out as well. The damage is there, and they do get the kill. Ghost just sitting and standing and fighting in the front lines. What can they do? Well, they can do this. They turn around, they try to get the Void Spirit up to the high ground. Toss back from Kaka, though, beautifully done from the Tiny. And now they jump in for more. They're looking to bring down everything. Summer just getting right in front of the Death Prophet. But that doesn't matter. Charles has a BKB, so we'll just run himself away. So much healing coming out from Spirit Cyphers as well as they jump in on the
Now toss
Marcy. Marcy's gone as well. 4 heroes dead on the side of Dandelion. RNG are on the high ground, ready to rock and ready to roll. And Summer, all he can do is throw some snakes at him, and that won't be enough.
Yeah, they're running definitely an anti-timing here. Kaka's playing really well, but I feel like they shouldn't be throwing these bodies at them. Wait for your Skadi timing and then go. Skadi's done now, but they shouldn't be able to get their eggs. Probably not. No.
They'll back away.
Could be a lot worse, but yeah, like Dandelion has to be very careful. They just gave away a massive advantage for no reason. Like the Medusa was so close for her timing. Really gotta play for that. Axe is almost done. I really want to see what happens here.
Yeah, do you
You
think
gotta
they're
go
just
to the
gonna try
morph
and pull with
duration talent, right?
Mm.
Oh, it's 50 waveform range for me, by the way. How much is it for you guys?
it? Oh no.
2.
I've got 0 waveform charges.
This time I rolled high.
Oh, no.
Losers.
Imagine that talent.
Oh, yeah, for me, 75 waveform charges now too.
Okay, alright.
That's not fair.
guess
I'm
I
still at
re-rolled.
1.5.
Still 0. I don't like this game anymore.
It's ridiculous. It's all ridiculous.
All right.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, I don't think that Dandelion are that scared to fight anymore is the thing. Like, they've got themselves this Guardian Medusa, which they didn't have previously, so I think they're feeling quite strong.
Yeah. They need to just make sure that they actually fight together. If you sidekick the Dusa now, she's going to deal a ton of damage in that fight with the split shot, of course. But you really need to stay together as a unit. That's where they're strong.
And in we go. Zetsu
nice.
immediately unleashing onto the Pangolier here, but doesn't quite land with the Spirit. So that's going to allow him to get off this Rolling Thunder. And now this could be difficulties for the side of Dandelion. Some are trying to fight from the low ground here, but not really doing enough. They need to get themselves up these steps, and that is exactly what they'll do. And now they'll turn over to Kaka. Kaka trying to jump in and getting himself caught out instead. Too. And now they look out for more. They've managed to find the Omni Knight.
Another one too.
On the back
Remnant
lines.
up in one.
He's gone.
Out. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's going to be another hero caught out here as Somnus will fall here by the looks of it. They're getting a lot of damage off in the process, but he does die. And Dandelion find the fight they're looking for. Again, this team does it. They know their timings, and they know when they are strong, and they make full use of it.
Yeah. Now it's up to Ghost, really. Like, show us what this hero and this axe is all about. Cause I'm still not sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like this is exactly what we saw last game with like that double BKB timing, but just the Aghanims reveal from Void Spirit as well as the Scotty reveal from Summer, and they just were like, all right, let's go, time to fight, and they just like immediately pull the momentum back their way. They get 3 really big kills. I guess not massive, but 3 good kills for sure.
Yeah.
And Summer's just going to continue to farm now on the Medusa, and he's going back for the Butterfly again.
Let's look at it real quick though. Let's just calculate roughly how much it's gonna do. She has 160, right? So you're gonna lose 80 plus attack speed, which is not bad, and you're gonna lose 20% of your survivability. If they can get a fight going now, I think Dusa is actually going to be really quite weak, because her attack speed is very low. Like, once you're in that morph form, she won't be attacking much anymore at all.
I'm guessing
But
it's not
the more
dispellable,
items Dusa
right?
gets...
The nerf is stolen, right? Well, beyond being jumped in the middle lane, but he's going to BKB TP his ass out of there. But RNG with this Exo, are they going to try and hit the barracks of this?
Nah, it's very tough if Dusa just stands there.
Yeah, exactly.
Dusa's not bad
You
yet,
have to, though. You just committed Exo.
Yeah, but can you? Like, you don't want to lose another team fight, because then the game is over.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going. Beyond has no BKB.
This is so awkward. Chalice has put them in a very difficult situation as they try to throw back the Prophet, but that's not going to work out well for them. They'll lose the Marcy straight off the back. The Viper's fallen as well. Nice.
And Stonegate's gone too. This is worst case scenario right now. No buyback on these 2 heroes.
Ghost has the Medusa form as well. It's very,
But
very
you only
important.
steal it when you're Medusa. In the morphing form, you don't steal it.
So if she approaches the fight, it's very likely Ghost will just turn into Medusa, and Medusa just turns into
Or
a
do
potato.
you steal it anyway? No, you steal it anyway. You don't even need to be in Medusa form. I've been lied to. And I lied to you guys too.
Yeah, she's still got the nerf.
Alright, that's 2 Rexes gone. And yeah, she gets her stats back now. Okay, now that puts this axe in a pretty different light for me.
Yeah, she loses 20% of her agility, and it was, I think it said 50 attack speed.
No,
she loses 20% of everything.
It was,
No,
50,
it's
it was meant to be
only
50%. It was meant to be 50% attack of her attack speed, but it meant 50% of stolen agi as attack speed. Obviously.
No, it steals all stats. It steals all stats.
no. But talking just about the basically the tooltip on Medusa, the debuff on Medusa said 50 attack speed. Yeah. It said 50 attack
speed. If it's agi, it's attack speed. Wait. So does it mean if you go for a strength hero, he loses 35% status resistance?
I guess so.
So he's
I don't know, man.
35%? Dude, minus 35% is a big number. Any stun is like 50% duration more. Holy crap. Alright, the people need to build this axe more so I can see it more in action.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Because even the casters are getting mad.
Tower is under
I'm just so this is the most confusing eggs they've ever released.
It's very confusing.
It's just tooltips is what it is.
I'm
Like,
too
it's
stupid-
really
I'm too
not that
stupid for
confusing if the tooltip was straightforward, which is like the most typical Dota thing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. But now there's a butterfly on Medusa, so she's strong, she hits hard, and the more items she gets, the less she cares, obviously, about those stats being stolen. SDJ, he's invis.
Look at the Morphling is not here at the moment, so they're taking a fight without their Morph for the time being.
Or Charles is taking so much damage. He didn't pop BKB.
He's getting blown up straight off the bat, and that's going to be Kaka going down as well. Dandelion, they're here to fight, and they're going to get themselves 3 kills just like that.
And Roshan is
Roche.
up. They need to buy back for this, and they can. They have to.
I can't help but feel they were just kind of gifted that by RNG.
They didn't really commit much, did they? It's just Primal Split, right?
Yeah, but that's a pretty important one though. Wait, they can't give up the Roche, no way.
No way, and they're not going to. Rolling Thunder comes in from the back, Somnus going bowling, and he's going to hit a spare, but that is just a Medusa. But look at the Morphling, he's just gone! Morphling is out of the fight, 70 seconds, no buyback.
The Resonant Pulse, there was no Omni. He just got silenced and died.
Yep.
He didn't manage to pop the Manta, huh? But where were the buybacks too? You're committing for the fight, you gotta buy back.
Wow.
And now you have
this is
Shard
the
on
turnaround
Void.
again.
That's a big one.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Just like
Marcy
game
managed
one?
to
No, man.
Marcy managed to get the dispose off and stunned up the Morphling, so he was stunned by his own teammate landing on top of him. Happens to the best of us, I guess. A sick play from
Sometimes
Chanming, honestly.
your friend sits on you and you're stunned. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
Happens a lot.
Ricky knows how that feels.
Yeah. Couldn't get black off him at the when we were in the studio.
Oh
It was terrible.
I was talking about the climbing, but sure. Studio also works.
Yeah, same. Anyway.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna right climbing again.
We get to climb again soon. Dude, my strength level is insane right now. Like you'll see next
Well,
time
you're
we go
doing
climbing.
the personal... Are you a personal trainer? Are you a qualified personal trainer now?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Dire's
I'll be running some advertisements at the end of the stream.
Yeah, you know, with those pre-rolls we do, like the little DPC animations, they'll just be black coming on, being like, "Are you looking to get stronger?"
So guys, you've been looking for the body of your dreams?
Dire's top tower is falling.
Well, Summer definitely has the body of his dreams right now, as he is rocking
Summer is jacked.
2.5k net worth at this 30-minute
Yeah.
mark.
The only thing that
Wowee.
could be scary is that he's lacking a BKB, perhaps. So that he could get perma-stunned by the Rolling Thunder. But other than that, he's looking real golden.
I've hit 400 last hits at 31 minutes. That is...
Yeah. The guy knows how to farm, man. He's really good at that.
I love this butterfly build that he's been going back for too. Like it increases the farm speed so much, and then the amount of survivability and damage you get from it is just ridiculous. And just going for the Daedalus now, and that's borderline complete. He's only a few hundred gold away.
Yeah. Do you like it over the BKB?
The Daedalus?
Yeah.
I do.
I think they have so much damage already. It's just like I'm so scared he's just gonna get disabled by the Pango.
I think he buys BKB for like the Aegis ending, right? I think like he wants to have BKB
Okay.
next item, and like now while he's Aegis, he's like maybe more confident to build damage.
Yeah. No, I get the reasoning. I'm just scared that he might not be able to use all that damage. Because he is like what, like 70% of the damage probably at this point. Oh, Charles didn't get to pop BKB again.
Gets it off though with the Exorcism as well, but the split is out as well, lifting up the Omni Knight, trying to take him out the fight, but they've already taken down the Mercy, and now they're going to look ahead for more. Marcy with the buyback, Chalice could be in some trouble.
Chalice takes so much
BKB
damage,
is
oh my
no
God.
longer, and they've stunned up the Omni Knight, so no GA coming through, and now the Stone Gate is coming out as well. Omni finally able to throw down that Guardian Angel, and they're trying to get themselves back by the beautiful dispose once again, throwing the Tiny into his teammate, but Ghost, look at the damage coming out from him now. He's looking for the turnaround. Is it going to be enough? Summer is so low. Ghost is on top of him. They're going to take down his first life, but it is only life number 1. There's only 3 heroes on RNG, and they realize that they are outnumbered. They need to leave, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. But Somnus has been caught
Man,
by
SC is so good right now in this fight.
Ghost, he doesn't want to let his friend die, but at the same time, he doesn't need to worry. He's going to be able to get himself away, and that is going to be that. But still, I mean, how would you rate that fight for RNG?
I think now you need the BKB. I think, like, now you definitely need it. Like, the Medusa took a lot of damage at the beginning of the fight, blew all of her mana, and, like, couldn't really stand her ground against them. But overall, pretty good. You got the buyback out of the Omni. It did cost you 2 buybacks, though. Wow, I didn't realize. Okay.
Yeah.
You got to find a way to kill this Morphling like reliably going forward. And I think right now they are a little bit lacking on that.
I know. Was there two buybacks from RNG?
From Dandelion, Brewmaster and Marcy
Dandelion.
both bought back.
Yeah.
They bought back Omni, and that was it from
Just
RNG.
Omni from
It ended up being 3 for 3, basically.
Yeah, that could be big though. Like we've seen how much impact Xnova has in these fights. He is one of the most important heroes in making sure people don't just straight up die to the Void Spirit or the Medusa Stone Gaze. Like that GA stopped them getting wiped by the Medusa 100% when they were all Stone Gazed up.
Yeah.
Xnova
Beyond
is...
has a Hex queued up on the Viper.
Yeah, I like that. I think full utility is the route to go now. Dusa built into all this damage. Like, if she just gets to hit, the fights are easy. It's just, will she get to hit? He actually just farmed up like 2k gold in like 1 minute. Oh. I guess BKB won't be a problem, huh? But 25 is still just around the corner. We spoke about the synergy with 25, not just with the Skadi and Daedalus and all that, but of course the sidekick lifesteal as well. Absolutely insane with that 25 talent.
Yeah. It's a huge deal, honestly.
No. Now, I do have to criticize SJ a little bit. Like, he needs to keep his Storm Bruling alive until Guardian Angel at least. If he got the Dispel off last fight, would have been completely different.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's true, actually. That's a really important factor in these fights. If he does that, he'll learn his B, and he'll become BSJ. Which is, of course, the apex of any Dota player.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, yes.
That makes sense, yeah.
35 minutes in, only a 2k gold net worth. I mean, that's
a lot more even than last game.
Yeah.
It's all execution now.
Then who do you favor in that regard?
It's hard to say. Like, ZZ has been playing so well in this Void Spirit. Like, he's using his spells perfectly. I think it will mostly come down to Xnova versus SJ. Like, who can get the better spells off? Can Xnova get the Guardian Angel off without getting dispelled? He has an Aeon Disc now too on Xnova, so that's a very big pickup. Which
That's
again
huge,
though
honestly.
can get dispelled. Can get dispelled by Brutes as well.
It really is a battle of these two heroes, and neither has buyback either, so it's extra spicy right now. Feels like both of them are just going to wait it out, though.
But SJ has so much pressure on him though. I feel Xnova's job is a lot easier than SJ's.
Plus, Xnova's played multiple TI Grand Finals. He's not feeling the pressure. This is Dandelion's first series in Division 1. You know, this means a lot for them.
Yeah. That being said though, Dusa finally BKB up. So it's gonna get a whole lot harder to mitigate her damage. Because in the last fight she also got feared from the DP shot, of course. Just a whole lot of annoying stuff coming out.
Yeah.
Minus 30 seconds Guardian Angel cooldown at level 15. That sounds more like a 25 talent to me.
Alright, chat. I know, like unruly children, you're getting bored, but hold. This is just a bit of poking. Roshan is about to respawn, though, or at least hit its minimum respawn. And that is when, quite frankly, all hell is going to break loose. Some crumpets will be buttered, that is for sure. Whose? Well, it remains to be seen.
Hopefully not mine.
I don't think that's a risk.
I don't think so either.
Zetsi is really, he's aggressively poking, you know, this isn't a gentle prod, this is like a little jab in the ribs.
Yeah, he always wants to force out some overreactions, perhaps.
Yeah, he feels pretty safe. He's got the Aeon Disc ready to you know, unlock the combining on so that he can always get out.
Radiant
Yeah.
are scanning.
So
Next
if he
teamfight
can
winner
get a
is-
BKB or, you know, something out of Omni, it's
Look at
worth
this,
it.
look at, so they're trying to bait Chalice in the middle lane and catch
Oh.
out the Void Spirit, but there's actually a wraparound coming in from Dandelion. This might be perfect if they
got
can
the
get to the
Hex.
back line. The Hex comes out.
Oh,
the Morphling, he's just gone! No buyback on the Morph! That was beautiful from the side of Dandelion, and now they move forwards, looking for Xnova. He gets a GA off, but it's just onto himself. I mean, that is just not good. Someone's gonna run
just
him
got Chalice
down.
all by himself.
Two big heroes taken out. And now they're moving
Chalice. To
towards
damage.
Chalice as well. Somnus running away on the sidelines, but yeah, Chalice going for the TP away. He's going to be able to make it out at
Nice.
the very least. Somnus won't be so lucky by the looks of it. He's being run down, he's out of spells, he's got a shield crash, but that's about it. He takes down one with him, actually. And now gets a disarm onto the Viper. SJ's coming across as well. Let's see, Chalice, what can he do here? Try and keep him alive. Oh my god, Somnus does tick away to the damage at last. Too much coming out from the Brewmaster, too much damage over time. And that means it's going to be 3 dead on the side of RNG. And I cannot
Look who's cutting the wave, though.
So,
no building damage for you guys.
Something that was kind of funny is the Stormcrafter zapped the Viper and procced the Cinder Brew because he got hit by the corrosive armor. That was pretty funny, actually.
Oh no, Summer just left the Roche pit as the Roche respawn. Is so unlucky too.
But
that should be their Roche. I really hope somebody checks it.
Yeah, they need to get in there now. I mean, the Morphling is respawning. But I can't... That wraparound was...
It's genius.
So sick.
So good. Yeah.
It was really good timing too, because like they open the Hex and Omni immediately like turns to try and go for that Dispel with the Heavenly Grace, but just really good pick off there from the Void Spirits just to make sure that he catches him with a Resonant Pulse, and that 2-second silence is just more than enough time to kill the Morphling.
Yeah. They're itemizing so well around the fact that the enemy team has an Omni Knight. Like even the Hex 2 could just be used on the Omni as they initiate on someone else. It's really smart.
Like that was the thing. Like the Hex was for the Morphling, and the AoE silence from the Void Spirit just took care of the Omni. That's the way they want to do it if they can.
Oh, Master this time though.
Good. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sam, you're gone.
She's a little dead. So I'm a little bit surprised, but they gave the Aghanim Scepter on over to the Brewmaster, and then allowed him to just buy out an Aeon Disc instead of what he was doing, which was saving him for an Ags of his own.
I like that.
Pretty good.
Oh yeah, we spoke about how important Brewmaster is, right? He's also just about to hit his power spike at 20 with the Brooding Health. Very important.
Good old Roshan now causing a 11k, well 10k net worth, but just now to get the Hex out onto Chalice. He's found in the tree lines here. They will be able to wake him up with X-Nova here and turn him back into human form. But will this actually keep him alive? Well, for the time being, yes. Kaka trying to jump in with the top spell, but BKBs are out in time. Ghost just jumping into the middle of the fight, stealing that Medusa form once again, and just trying to get off the damage. But the Stone Gaze is there, and they're going to freeze up Chalice, and finally they'll take him down. They get the kill. X-Nova could not get the GI off in time. Now we'll be able to do so to keep his Morphling nice and safe. Try to turn around and deal with Summer here, but he has got the Aegis. Might be losing his first life here. What does that make a difference? Well, when his team is dead, it makes a big one, and they are chasing them back right now. RNG are all over Dandelion, but ZC jumping in this one. Can they fight? That is a question. The answer seems to be no. They're backing away. They're trying to get their Medusa out of there, but she is way too slow. Let's see, Marcy, she tries to help out with a rebound, but it's not enough. The Medusa is dead, and now they move over, and they're going to be able to take down Chanming as a little +1 as well. But oh my god, this game could not be more back and forth.
It is so significant actually now that Axe steal on the Medusa. Like she's losing like a 60 agi, 60 strength, 60 int, becoming so much less useful in those fights. The more I think about this Axe, the stronger it really is. Damn.
This is nuts. And now utilizing
they might have to buy back on the Medusa.
Stolen from the Marcy. Yeah, they're gonna have to do it. And they're looking for the Morphling here, but of course X-Nova's behind, though he's actually out of mana here, so won't be able to keep up the saves. And look at the damage coming into Kaka and the Morphling here. They're able to take down Kaka with ease. And now Ghost actually running forwards here and stealing that Medusa form. He wants to fight, but the Stone Gaze is gonna be there once again.
You guys have
Ghost,
careful.
he's got a waveform in 1 second. He is gonna be able to get it off running across to the Omni Knight, saying X-Nova saved me, but X-Nova can't do anything. And now gonna lose one, they're gonna lose two. Oh my god, the TP from Chalice, it's enough.
If Chalice dies here, I think it's almost game over, honestly. Like, he would be dead for over 2 minutes.
Yeah. It'd be a full dieback. He's the only one who has committed the buyback on the side of RNG, and in terms of buyback status, like, everyone still has it. So it's not the end of the world here for RNG, but it definitely opens a win condition, because, you know, Summer dies or Morphling dies next on buyback, like, the game probably ends.
If they even force the buyback. They might be a bit too scared to do so, because all the big stuff is on cooldown.
I don't
They have one more split at least, but yeah.
The net worth lead
The stone
means
gaze is
nothing.
really the important one.
Buyback is everything here.
They got a Hex.
Pango. I mean, they're trying to keep him alive here with X-Nova once again, just helping him out. He's got a Guardian Angel. He's going to have to use it here. They're going to pop the Exorcism as well. And now Dandelion see that as a chance to get themselves back. A buyback from Ghost as well. Huge commitment here from RNG. And is it going to pay off? They need to get something from this, but Somnus is too low to keep on chasing. Chalice is trying, but what can he really do? The Brewling's just chasing them back at the moment, along with those illusions. It's a wall. They cannot
clean
break through on
disengage.
RNG.
No way! They got out of this unscathed?
All right.
Wow.
This,
They were at the tier 4 towers and
Yeah.
nobody died in the end. That is ridiculous.
that's insane.
And they got the Morph buyback and the Omni buyback. That's huge.
And the
Man,
Exorcism.
like, Dandelion, whether they win or lose the series, like they got some good stuff ahead of them.
It's a refresher on Medusa now as well. So double BKB, and then of course
That
double
is so
Stone Gaze.
important. Yeah. That is like the perfect purchase as well. Like he recognizes exactly what needs to be done. There's going to be an Octarine core soon too on the Void Spirit. If he wants to buy out, he probably wants to keep buyback though instead.
This game is so ridiculous. Like, if they fight, this
smoke again.
is a good idea from Dandelion. They're going to fight whilst the Exorcism is down. 75 seconds. This spell has a ridiculously long cooldown.
Yeah, and it makes the hero just so much stronger. They're going to find someone. Oh, Kaka. What are they looking for?
They don't have the blink on the Marcy, so it's very hard to jump in. So ZC's just going to go for the Tiny. It's a small pick off, but it's one they really want to try and get. But they'll be able to get him out of there with 4 staffs, with the repels as well coming out.
It was the last Bruce split too.
Sorry, Heavenly Grace.
Yeah, Heavenly Grace, man. Dude, Omni Knight, just the longer the game goes, you know, if he gets more items, like an Ether Lens or something, I don't even know how to jump him anymore.
Yeah.
He has a telescope already.
I'd love to see an Axe on him, but I feel like that's unrealistic unless they can get Roshan.
You know what I would like? I would like them to scan more to make use of the telescope cooldown reduction.
That's
an
an
interesting
like a thing that I just forget exists all the time on this hero.
You mean on
Or
the item?
not on the hero, but on the telescope.
Yeah.
It makes
it doesn't even
sense.
say either. It still says 330 when you click on the scan. Yeah, tooltips. But yeah, the scan with the telescope is actually so OP. Less than 2 minutes.
Be very liberal with it. All right, so the game is resetting quite a bit here. Are we heading towards the next Roshan? Is that what we're looking at? Because both teams have cooldowns they're waiting on. Well, RNG actually doesn't.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's just gonna be waiting until everybody has buybacks, then it's gonna be a big fight. Somebody uses all the buybacks, and then it's probably like a stare down again. But like in a pure 1v1 scenario right now, which probably it never will be, but Morphling absolutely destroys the Medusa right now. Like that stat steal is ridiculous.
You have to consider the Aeon Discs as well here. Like that's another big deal, and Void Spirit is doing a very good job at just making sure to pop the Aeon Disc of anyone he sees.
Yeah, he does. Wait.
In a very weird twist, Karkar is queuing up an Aghanim Scepter on his position 4 Tiny with no damage items.
Yeah, I just saw that as well.
Alright, bud.
Wouldn't you just want to finish the Rave Pact against the Dusa?
I mean, I think it's a nice amount of AoE slow though, right?
It is, yeah. And maybe you can transition into more damage after that with the Daedalus.
I think they deal with the Wraith Pact Totem pretty easily with Medusa and Viper. I'm not sure though. It's always good.
Yeah, it's just like annoying always, right?
Yeah. But I don't think they want annoying at this point in the game. 47 minutes in, they want
Marcy
game
is
winning.
0-11 though, guys. So.
Oh, bad hero then. KDA means everything.
Crap hero.
I'm just surprised by the build, honestly. Like every single pub game I've seen, it's been all about the Aether, the Blink, Shard, and Jianming wants to go for the... hello,
lane.
we've got a Void Spirit caught out here. He has got the Aeon Disc though, so that's going to allow him the time he needs to escape. But still, Aeon Disc on cooldown. That's like one of his 10 lives gone.
Yeah, he just wanted to pop Somnus' Aeon Disc, but it was already on cooldown, little did he know. Dusa actually doesn't feel that strong now. Like, she has almost no attack speed already because of her item build now.
Chalice Aeon
Nice
Disc
Aeon
down
Disc
now
pop
too.
again. Yeah, if Morphling gets her hands on Dusa, she won't be dealing any damage in the next fight.
No, it's all about the Stone Gaze as they unleash him. Once again, the Guardian Angel, the 4-star sound,
It's
trying
not
to
gonna be
get
dead, though.
her away, but I don't think it's going to be enough this time around into the Invis. Doing a hell of a lot of work with the Trickster's Cloak. He's gonna die eventually, but it takes a bit of time. And now they see Ghost. Ghost's got to get down to the low ground, though. Wants to try and get away.
no,
This is
Anderson.
looking awkward. They're just running at them right now. Dandelion approaching from the high ground, trying to blow them up. Somnus, he's in trouble, and Somnus will go down. And now looking at Waterbombling as well. Ghost gets the waveform away, but Zetsy's right on top of him, not letting him escape this time around. The Stone
Another
Gaze
Stone
connects,
Gaze?
and Ghost
Oh my
is
god,
gone.
refresher.
Such
No
a
buyout for
big
2.5.
deal. No buyback on the Morphling. This is huge. They're still trying to fight this on RNG because they kind of have to.
Zetsy's
But
out!
he leaves.
Beyond? No, he's out too. Everyone's out.
They're just
Dude, Zetsy,
getting
no
away.
way.
Unbelievable. He's back in. He's trying to fight with no HP left.
dude.
Really? Heading away to the sidelines of this.
Did Summer-
Dandelion are playing a crazy, crazy game here. Jumping in and out of the team fight around their Medusa.
He's got a creep on him like 10 HP, dude. He needs to leave. Oh my goodness. How is this Void Spirit just dancing in and out of this fight?
But RNG, they don't care about Roshan. They don't know when it's going to respawn, and they don't care. They want to make something happen here on Dandelion. What can they do? I
Morph
don't know.
dead. They know he has no buyback if they kept track on it, of it, which I'm sure they did. You gotta go now.
I
At
wonder
least I
if
get a Rex.
SJ puts the gem in the Roach Pit to scout for the respawn.
Does it still work?
Yeah, you can still drop a gem in the Roach Pit for vision.
Oh man.
Oh,
Zetsy.
Zetsy.
Yeah, they have no damage
There's
to kill
no
him though.
way. Yeah, there's no way the RNG here.
But now
It's the
they're out of
Omni, though.
position.
This could be really bad.
Omni has no buyback for a minute too if he dies.
40 seconds. It's a while, but they can survive perhaps. But yeah, X-Nova definitely going
There
down
should be
here.
a free Roach though if they know it's up.
Chalice as well?
Well, Chalice?
No way, no way, no way. This is a big. I mean,
On this, he has
Well,
BKB.
he's got
It's a
BKB,
build
he's got a
instantly, though.
buyback as well.
Hey, BKB doesn't help if you're slow though.
Yep.
Oh my
Scotty
God, Tiny,
doing
you're gonna help
the
him.
work. Chalice is gonna fall. Tiny did not want to give his own life to try and save.
Yeah.
Beyond's gonna look for a hex target. They're gonna go for more.
Man, the way they're dancing in and out, and the line's actually so good.
Dire's middle tower is
I like this team. I like this. Very fun.
Quickly
They are.
becoming a crowd favorite.
has fallen.
They really are. They're a pleasure to watch. They are absolutely turning heads right now.
Look
They're
at this.
turning.
It's just... Oh,
Dude, he's
fought
playing
the wrong
so
guy.
well on this Void Spirit.
Yep. They're looking for the
Oh, this
pickoff
time
here.
go?
Oh, no!
Tiny Airlines!
Tango! That is not what they were looking for. And
Toss
now
back.
in jumps a Marcy, throwing back Kirkel once more. Summer not really
I think
finding the
it's time to leave,
pickoff he was
time to
looking
leave.
for there. So they do respect it and they get themselves back. Gosh, and
You got the morph. You don't have a bruise split. Yeah, it's definitely time to fail.
man, this is so tense.
Wait.
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom
okay.
tower is under
No.
attack.
I just wanted to confirm that you actually steal all stats. You do.
Yeah, it is
But
all
it says-
stats. I had to like
But
look
it
at
says
the
you're just getting
wiki.
agi. You're gaining
It-
43 agi. And then, okay.
Yeah, it's definitely a bugged like debuff slash buff, but I checked the wiki just to make
Yeah.
sure, and it is all stats, 20%,
Okay.
Don't-
including bonus stats, not just base stats.
Yeah, it's all stats. That's why it's so insane right now. He's stealing like a good 1,000 health. It's like, look at Dusa's stats right now.
Wait, is he stealing it off of an illusion and it applies to the hero?
Yeah.
It is, yeah. Look at that.
Okay, that is definitely not intended. He just sent
Look
an
at his health
illusion
and
down
mana pool,
mid
dude.
and just took his entire health and mana pool.
He's so squishy.
Dire are scanning.
The little baby Medusa.
Oh, they're rolling in this time.
Oh, Thunders, my god, this is a huge commitment from RNG here. What can they do? Well, they're trying to lock down the Morphling in the backlines, but of course he's still got the BKB and the Satanic, and they're just going to turn around and try and deal with ZC. But ZC, he's jumping himself out of this one straight off the bat.
Something's off
Meanwhile,
himself.
Somnus, he is
He has
in
no
a
buyback.
bit deep here, and he's going to get frozen up with that swashbuckle, and he is gone.
Dude, Chalice is in deep too.
125.
And now Stone
trying to
Gaze.
fight into him right now, and Ghost getting on top of Summer, trying to blow him up, play his own game, steal his form, and just fight up into him, and it's not going to work. Ghost
Oh
is the
my
one
God,
getting torn
dude.
apart. They are
buyback.
dead. 3 3 heroes out on the side of RNG, all dead for 100 seconds. This might be the end. Dandelion, they get the 2-0 over RNG. Unbelievable.
You can't even call it a fluke either, because the second game was very tightly contested, and their decision-making just outclassed RNG. Who'd have thought?
Dude, ZC on the Void Spirit is an absolute beast, man. An absolute beast. He did so much work in these fights. Chalice basically got controlled up on the side entirely just by the Void Spirit in this last fight. And then you have Somnus who like rolls in, and the entire team cannot join because there's just a Brew, Master Split, and Void Spirit just zoning out the entirety of RNG. It was so sick.
It's beautiful Dota, really. It is beautiful Dota. Like, it's not nearly as clean as LGD is when they're on top, of course, but like
Not yet.
every now and then you really see those like it's very reminiscent, right, of LGD sometimes. It's just a team for execution. Everything seems so spot on and so smooth and fluid. Like that Void Spirit in those team fights, even the Panda escaping, all of them like on 200 health. Like, it's ridiculous how hard they outplayed RNG in this game.
It really is. It really, really is. I mean, jumping in and out of the fights, you know, just playing around their Medusa so damn well. It was such an impressive performance from Dandelion. And the thing is, like, we reached these late portions of the game, and it was RNG making the small mistake which tipped the balance in the end. It wasn't Dandelion, which is crazy when you consider this Dandelion's lack of experience. You know, like this team is very new. They are some fresh players. They're a fresh team. And for them to come up and put in this kind of performance in their first series is hugely impressive. But yeah, I mean, there were some tiny little mistakes there from RNG which cost them at the end. I mean, I think Somnus, when he swashbuckled, he chose to try and come back and disarm the Medusa, but that actually means he gets stone gazed and frozen up, and that's what actually caused him to die in the end there. Some really little micro things like that, which just ended up costing them the game. But in that late game, you know, the stuff like that just sometimes it just happens.
Dude, the damage numbers in this game are ridiculous.
Really?
Like, yeah, Void Spirit is actually the highest damage dealt. Like, it honestly feels like it. If you like watch these fights closely, like it is ZC starting every single engagement and nearly bursting a hero almost entirely alone. He does 66,000, almost 69,000 damage, followed by the Medusa at 64,000. So it is some heavy lifting being done by ZC on the Void Spirit, even though like Summer had like a really impressive game, and the Refresher build, which is not something you would probably expect all that often on the Medusa, is such a sick call. It was so smart.
Yeah, especially in this game. I'm just going to throw something into the room. What do you guys think about Morphling? Was it a hero problem this game? Because I feel like after he had all his items, he just didn't have impact in those team fights. Like, maybe the BKBs were used wrongly, or he got bursted first, or like something always went wrong for him. But I feel like the damage number that he has, 23k, it should be much higher.
It's just he doesn't have Stone Gaze, like, right? He's like role playing a Medusa, right, in terms of like trying to steal her stats and do damage. But there's always this like 8 seconds in the fight where Stone Gaze is going, and he just can't attack anything. I feel like that was the problem. And then he just buys a Refresher, and he's just like, all right, well, you're not going to attack for the entire fight now.
For me,
the
it's
Refresher pick was so smart.
Yeah. Like, Tiny has his shard, you know, like he's got this crazy moment in the game. Medusa, she's got that 25 with the Skadi, which is just ridiculous, you know. All these carry heroes have this like majorly scary timings they can look at, which are unique to them. And I feel like Morphling is just missing that at the moment. This Aghanims wasn't it. You know, it was a good anti-Medusa, but it wasn't a good pro-Morphling item. And at the end of the day, if that's your position 1 and your other cores are a Pangolier and a Death Prophet, you need someone to just be, you know, clapping them cheeks, doing that damage, making them clicks happen. And they didn't have that this game. And I think ultimately, you know, that was one of the biggest problems they had inside of these fights.
Yeah, kind of just felt like he was solely there to steal Medusa stats, and that's it.
Yeah, like that's an off-laner kind of gameplay, right?
Yeah, or maybe even +5 Morphling at that point. Like, you know, why not take it a step further? But
you're crazy.
Yeah, it was. What can you say? Like, Dandelion just completely outperformed, and their drafting seems to be really solid. Like, I never really see them being outdrafted at all.
No,
Even in
every
season
single
1
time I've seen
or
the same
season
thing. Division 2,
Yeah.
they never once really had like a bad draft. They lost 2 games. They went like 14-2 in Division 2. One of their losses, I believe, was to Aster Aries, which is like the other team that promoted. So, like they have shown incredible promise as a roster, just like from last season onward. But yeah, here's the whole
you
fight.
guys
Like you can
remember-
see, they literally can't join the fight.
Yeah, and Summoners all. I mean, there was just
That's the bit I was talking about.
And SJ, literally 2v4ing them on the sidelines there, and Summoners is like, team. And they're like, we can't come. Sorry, nothing we can do. But just to remind you guys, like, usually what we criticize these Div 2 teams for, they don't know how to close out a game. When it comes to mid-late game, their decision making is very off. Dandelion, it feels like they have already overcome one of the hardest things to learn in Dota, which is that late game decision making, how to close out a game, how to get back into a game. And it's very commendable, honestly. Very, very commendable.
Yeah, LGD Junior. It feels like that right now. If LGD had an academy team, this would be it, because there's so many similarities to be drawn between these guys in the way that they play and in the way that they're so obsessed with their timings, and for good reason, because that's when they can turn these games around. And that's why we see these guys, on the back foot. So in both of these games, they're on the back foot at one point, but they just remain calm. They make it happen, and they wait for their timings. When they hit those timings, they're back in the driving seat. And that's super impressive to me.
Dude, this graph is so wild. It is just rocky from start to end. Like it never once was just like it definitely like trends upward for like Dandelion the whole time, but the whole game, this it was just back and forth. Constant team fights going one way or the other, but like Dandelion always managed to like kind of edge it out shortly after. Like there was like one really good fight where RNG like start going to the high ground, they get the mid racks, right? But even then, they get caught overextend, and Dandelion punish it, and then turn it into a big win for themselves. It's just like they punish you. Like that's the one thing we were talking about. Like if we thought was going to be the other way around. Like we're like, all right, you're going to be playing up against players like Kaka, X Nova, Somnus. Like they're going to get punished for making mistakes, and just was the other way around this game.
I just want to throw one more question into the room. So we're all obviously impressed with what Dandelion did. But what do you guys feel, like what kind of energy is coming from RNG? It felt quite sloppy to me, personally. Like it's not what I would expect from a top 4 contender in this region.
No, this wasn't a top 4 contender for China region. In fact, considering how competitive the China region is, this kind of performance puts them in relegation zone at the moment for me. But I'm not going to get carried away and say that that's going to happen, because it's the first series, like they didn't massively underperform. But at the same time, they did underperform to a small degree, and there were some few small mistakes which Dandelion just capitalized upon beautifully, which I feel like made them so, just end up like losing the advantage in the end, and dropping out of this one. But I'm not too worried about RNG. No, like if they do this, if they drop another couple of series this way, then maybe I'll start to be concerned. But LGD dropped their first game as well. It can happen. It shouldn't happen. Every game is super important in the DPC, especially in these leagues with the formats we have. But nevertheless, I expect to see them bounce back. They're a great team. They've got great players, a lot of shining stars, and an immense amount of experience. So RNG will be back, and I think they'll keep working with Ghost, and hopefully they commit to his ideas, and they can form a really powerful team around it. But they still need that chance to improve, and that time to get where they need to be. But I think they'll reach it before they get to the point where they're being relegated this season. I hope, at least.
Same.
Yeah. I don't think they're in too much of a risk of relegation. I do think like this team is still definitely, I would say top 5, top 6 for sure. But I mean, Dandelion just feels very strong. And this is a team I hope keeps their momentum, because I would love to see this team like play at a high level for this whole season, and just like see this like new blood into the scene, like actually be really successful.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see, right? They'll be playing LGD on Sunday. So
that's a good way to find out.
Baptism by fire.
LGD, man. Not only is LGD in trouble, but
Imagine you're like, all right, guys, super excited. We did super well in Division 1, in Division 2, sorry. You know, we're going to play in Division 1. Awesome stuff. Let's go. All right, we got the schedule. What's our first matches? Okay, cool. We get to play RNG and then LGD in our first week. Cool. All right, good stuff, guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Very balanced, very balanced. I mean, that's actually
Baptism
how
by
it goes a
fire.
lot of times with the DPC schedules. A lot of times the top ranking teams immediately play the open or the newly promoted teams. That's like
because they want to make it more hype. But little do they know, Dandelion is the hype team right here, right now.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. There's a couple regions right now where like these newly promoted teams are just owning. And this is kind of what I expected out of Dandelion, which I'm very excited about.
Very, very exciting team. I mean, I have to ask you a question. Can they do it? Could they take down LGD in their current form after they lost to eHome?
I mean, if they play as well as they did here in Game 2, I think that they can definitely beat LGD. I don't think that's.
I mean, I casted an LGD series, and literally 99 out of 100 games, they will not lose that Game 3. So LGD is still obviously a very, very strong team. And I mean, if Dandelion can do it, dude, I'm already a fan. If they can beat LGD, I'll be like, all right. You got nothing else to prove.
Let's go.
Honestly, it could happen, right? Why not? Like, they're bringing a very like nice flavor to this Chinese scene. It's not like they're doing anything crazy in terms of draft or anything, but it's just the stability that we have been missing in season 1 and 2. It's funny to say, but Dandelion is bringing it, whereas a lot of the other teams we expected to bring it, they're not. So Dandelion might be the one, you know, maybe they get top 2, maybe they get top 1. And then
It's been one series, but let's leave that conversation till after LGD happens. But yeah, absolutely. Like this, from what we saw today, this team looks extremely exciting. They have 3 new fans at least over here, and certainly plenty more in watching the game as well. 2. Oh, okay. Well, you're already a fan.
Thank you. Yep.
Classic Ricky. Alrighty, guys. I think we're going to leave it there, but we do have plenty more Dota coming up later in the week. That's right. We've got PSG LGD versus Dandelion battling it up in that game. That'll be on Sunday. And then we have Vici Gaming versus Extreme as both of those 2 teams make their debut here in the China DPC. Who will come out on top? You'll have to join us to wait and see. But from today, we are all done. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。